and members of revolutionary organizations traveled with remarkable regularity and speed despite the proximity of government troops in many places. Many stations were run by elected commandants. Red flags were raised over railway buildings. The first city to strike was Moscow, on the 7th. On the next day it was joined by Petersburg, Minsk, and Taganrog, on the 10th by Tiflis, on the 11th, Vilna, on the 12th, Kharkov, Kiev, and Nizhny Novgorod, on the 13th, Odessa and Riga, on the 14th, Lodz, and on the 15th, Warsaw, to mention only the largest centers. In all, the strike was joined by 33 towns as against 39 in October. Moscow stood at the center of the December movement. From the first days of December some of the regiments of the Moscow garrison were in a state of revolutionary upsurge. Despite all the efforts made by the Social Democrats to prevent isolated flare-ups, the ferment kept breaking through into the open. Among the workers, voices were raised demanding immediate support for the soldiers. It would be wrong, they argued, to let the favorable moment slip by. The soldiers guarding the factories came wholly under the influence of the workers. Many of them said, "As soon as you rise, we'll rise too, we'll open up the arsenal for you." It was not uncommon for soldiers and officers to speak at meetings. On December 4 a Soviet of Soldiers' Deputies was formed within the army, and soldiers' representatives joined the Workers' Soviet. Vague but persistent rumors of the army joining the workers came from other towns. Such was the atmosphere in which the Moscow strike began. Some 100,000 men stopped work on the first day. 2 engine drivers who tried to drive trains out of one of the stations were killed. Minor clashes took place in several parts of the town. A workers' detachment raided and emptied a gun shop. From that day on, ordinary policemen on the beat vanished from the Moscow streets. The police now appeared only in groups. On the second day the number of strikers increased to 150,000, the strike in Moscow became general and spread to factories in the countryside around Moscow. Huge meetings were held everywhere. At the railway terminal where trains from the Far East arrived, the crowd disarmed officers returning from Manchuria. Workers took several dozen poods of cartridges from a railway wagon. Later, others seized another wagon load of arms. On December 8, the second day of the strike, the executive committee decided, wherever troops appear, try to enter into conversation with the soldiers and to influence them with comradely words. For the time being, avoid open clashes, offer armed resistance only if the troops behave in an exceptionally challenging manner. Everyone understood that the decisive word would be spoken by the army. The smallest encouraging rumor about the mood of the garrison was passed from mouth to mouth. All the time the revolutionary crowd was fighting an incessant battle with the Moscow authorities over the army. For example, having heard that infantrymen were marching down the street to the strains of the Marseillaise, some print workers sent a deputation to meet them. But it was too late. The military authorities had the excited soldiers surrounded by Cossacks and dragoons, marched them back to their barracks, then accepted their demands. On the same day 500 Cossacks under the command of a police officer received orders to fire on demonstrators. The Cossacks refused to obey, entered into conversations with the crowd, and then, at a command issued by one of their non-commissioned officers, turned their horses around and slowly rode away, accompanied by friendly cries from the crowd. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter December 21. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch21.htm, 2 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 38 seconds. The Druzhniki, that is to say, the militarily organized armed detachments from the revolutionary organizations, became more active. They systematically disarmed every policeman they came across. It was then that the order "hands up," the purpose of which was to ensure the safety of the attackers, first began to be issued. Whoever disobeyed the order was killed. Soldiers were not touched for fear of alienating them. One meeting went so far as to decide that anyone who opened fire without orders from the commander of the detachment should be executed. Workers at factory gates carried on agitational work among the soldiers. But by the third day of the strike bloody clashes with the army began to occur. For example, a squadron of dragoons disperses an evening meeting in a city square plunged into darkness by the strike. "Brothers, don't touch us, we're with you." The soldiers ride off. But a quarter of an hour later they return in larger numbers and attack the crowd. Darkness, panic, shouts, curses, part of the crowd seek safety in a railway pavilion. The dragoons call for surrender. The crowd refuses. Several salvos are fired, a schoolboy is killed, a number of people wounded. Driven by conscience or by fear of revenge, the dragoons gallop off. Murderers. The crowd stands around the bodies of the first victims, fists furiously clenched. Murderers. Another moment, and the blood-spattered pavilion is in flames. Murderers. The crowd seeks an outlet for its emotions. In the darkness, surrounded by danger, it moves forward, runs into obstacles, presses on. More shots are fired. Murderers. The crowd builds barricades. Because it is inexperienced, it works clumsily, without any system. Right there, in the darkness, a group of 30 or 40 sing the revolutionary funeral song, "You have fallen victim." More salvos, more wounded and killed. The adjoining courtyards are transformed into first aid posts, people living in nearby houses act as stretcher bearers and guard the gates. On another occasion, a 10,000-strong workers' demonstration came face to face with a detachment of Cossacks. 2 working women carrying red flags step out of the crowd and hurl themselves at the Cossacks. "Go ahead, fire at us," they shout, "we shan't surrender the flags alive." The Cossacks are surprised and embarrassed. The moment is decisive. The crowd, sensing their hesitation, immediately challenges the Cossacks. "Our hands are empty, are you really going to fire at us?" "Don't you fire at us, then we shan't either," the Cossacks reply. Their officer, frightened and angry, bursts into a flood of invective. But too late. His voice is drowned in indignant cries from the crowd. Somebody makes a short speech, the crowd cheers. Another minute, and the Cossacks turn their horses around and gallop away, their rifles slung across their shoulders. Eventually, after troops had broken up a popular meeting and beaten-tipped the unarmed crowd, the mood in the city became more tense. The crowds in the streets swelled, rumors of all kinds sprang up and died again every hour. Every face bore the imprint of happy excitement mixed with fear. Gorky, who was in Moscow at the time, wrote, "Many believe that it was the revolutionaries who began building the barricades. This, of course, is very flattering, but it is not quite correct. It was the man in the street, the non-party man, who began building the barricades, and therein lies the special nature of the event. The first barricades on the Tverskaya were built gaily, with jokes and laughter, and the widest possible variety of people took part in this cheerful labor, from the respectable gentleman wearing an expensive overcoat to the cook general and the janitor who until recently had been a traditional prop of stable authority. The dragoons fired a salvo at the barricade, several people were wounded, 2 or 3 killed. There was a howl of Leon Trotsky, 1905, chapter December 21. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch21.htm, 3 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 38 seconds. Indignation, a unanimous cry for revenge, and everything changed at once. After that salvo, the man in the street started building barricades, not in play but in earnest, meaning to defend his life against Mr. Dubasov and his dragoons. As military operations began, the Social Democratic Fighting Organization posted a proclamation on the walls of Moscow in which it gave the following technical instructions to insurgents. 1. The first rule: do not act as a crowd. Act in small groups of 3 or 4, not more. But let the number of such groups be as large as possible, and let each one of them learn to attack quickly and to disappear as quickly. The police are trying to use units of 100 Cossacks to fire on crowds of several thousands. What you must do is to put 1 or 2 marksmen against 100 Cossacks. It is easier to hit 100 men than a single man, especially if the single man fires without warning and disappears, no one knows where. 2. Also, comrades, do not occupy fortified buildings. The troops will always recapture them or simply destroy them by artillery fire. Let our fortresses be courtyards with entrances front and back, and all places from which it is easy to fire and easy to withdraw. Even if they capture such a place, they will find no one in it, that it will cost them dear. The revolutionaries' tactics were promptly determined by the situation itself. In contrast to this, the government troops showed themselves totally unable, for a whole 5 days, to adapt themselves to the opponent's tactics, combining bloodthirsty barbarity with bewilderment and confusion. Here is a typical example of a battle. 24 men who make up one of the most recklessly courageous Georgian Druzina, are marching along quite openly, in twos. The crowd warns them that 16 dragoons with their officer are riding towards them. The Druzina stops, forms ranks, pulls out its Mausers, and prepares to fire. As soon as the mounted unit appears, the Druzina fires. The officer is wounded, the horses in the front rank, wounded, rear up, the dragoons are taken unawares and cannot fire back. This enables the Druzina to fire up to 100 rounds and the dragoons flee in disorder, leaving behind several killed and wounded. "Now see that you get away," the crowd urges, "the artillery are coming." They are right, the artillery promptly appears on the scene, causing several dozen killed and wounded among the unarmed crowd which never expected to be fired on. Meanwhile the Georgians have started another shooting match with the troops in another place. The Druzina is almost invulnerable because it is clad in the armor of popular sympathy. Here is another example, one of many. A group of 13 Druziniki occupying a building withstood, for 4 hours, the fire of 500 or 600 soldiers with 3 guns and 2 machine guns at their disposal. When they had used up all their ammunition and inflicted great losses on the troops, the Druziniki withdrew without a single wound, whereas the soldiers destroyed several city blocks with artillery fire, set a number of wooden houses on fire and killed more than a few terrified citizens, all in order to put a dozen revolutionaries to flight. The barricades were not defended. They served only as obstacles to the movement of troops, especially dragoons. Houses in the barricaded areas were outside the reach of artillery fire. After a heavy barrage, the troops would take the barricades to make sure there was no one behind them, but as soon as the troops had gone the barricades were rebuilt. On December 2, Dubasov's artillery began its work in earnest. Guns and machine guns fired without cease, clearing one street after another. The victims were no longer counted in single numbers but in dozens. The crowds, angry and distraught, rushed from place. Leon Trotsky, 1905, chapter December 21. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch21.htm, 4 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 38 seconds. To place, unable to believe that what was happening before their eyes was real. The soldiers were firing, not at single revolutionaries, but at that vague enemy whose name was Moscow, Moscow's houses with their children and old men, Moscow's unarmed street crowds. Murderers. Cowards. Is that how you hope to restore your Manchurian glory? After the first barrages, the building of barricades became feverish. The rhythm of work became broader, the methods bolder. The crowd overturned a large fruit stand, a newspaper kiosk, tore down shop signs, smashed cast iron railings, took down overhead tramway wires. In defiance of the police order that all gates should be kept bolted, the reactionary newspapers reported, many house gates have been taken off their hinges and used in building barricades. By December 11 all the most important points throughout the city were surrounded by a network of barricades. Whole streets were wrapped in a cobweb of barbed wire. Dubasov announced that any crowd of more than 3 persons would be fired upon. But the dragoons fired at single individuals as well. They would first search them, failing to find any arms, they would let them go, and then send a bullet after them. They even fired at people reading Dubasov's proclamation. It was enough for a single shot to be fired from a window, often clearly by an agent provocateur, for the artillery guns to be immediately turned on the house. Pools of blood and blobs of brain and hair sticking to shop signs revealed where shrapnel had passed through. Many houses had gaping holes in them. Outside a damaged building, hideous publicity of insurrection. A plate with a lump of human flesh and an inscription, "Give money for the wounded." After 2 or 3 days the mood of the Moscow garrison became distinctly unfavorable to the insurgents. From the beginning of the disturbances, the military authorities had taken certain measures in the barracks. They had sent away the reserve troops, the volunteers, and those considered unreliable, and had provided better meals for the rest. Only the most dependable units were used at first in suppressing the insurrection. The more doubtful regiments, their most politically conscious elements removed, were confined to barracks and were sent into action only during the second phase. At first these troops acted unwillingly and without confidence. But a random bullet or an officer's words playing on their weariness or hunger could drive them to terrible excesses of cruelty. Dubasov reinforced all these factors by plentiful issues of free vodka. The dragoons were half drunk all the time. However, guerrilla attacks caused not only anger but also fatigue. The general hostility of the population had a demoralizing effect on the soldiers. December 13 and 14 were the days of crisis. The troops, deadly tired, refused to fight an enemy they could not see and whose forces were fantastically exaggerated by rumors. During those days there were several cases of suicide among officers. Dubasov reported to Petersburg that only 5,000 of the 15,000 men of the Moscow garrison could be put into action, as the others were unreliable, and called for reinforcements. He was told that part of the Petersburg garrison had been sent to the Baltic lands, another part was unreliable, and the rest were needed on the spot. These exchanges became known in the town through documents stolen from army headquarters and acted as a powerful injection of courage and hope. But Dubasov won. He insisted on being put in touch with Tsarskoye Selo by telephone and declared that he could not guarantee that the autocracy would remain intact. The order was given at once to dispatch the Semyonovsky Guards Regiment to Moscow. On December 15 the situation changed abruptly. Hope of the guardsmen's arrival quickly restored the Leon Trotsky, 1905, chapter December 21. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch21.htm, 5 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 38 seconds. Spirits of reactionary groups in Moscow. An armed militia assembled from the slums by the Union of Russian People appeared in the streets. The government's active forces were enlarged by troops transferred from nearby towns. The Druzbeniki were exhausted. The men in the street had had enough of uncertainty and fear. The morale of the working masses was falling, hopes of victory vanished. The shops, banks, offices, and stock exchange reopened. Traffic in the streets became more animated. One of the newspapers came out. Everyone felt that the life of the barricades was over. Firing died down in most parts of the town. On the 16th, with the arrival of the troops from Petersburg and Warsaw, Dubasov became complete master of the situation. He passed to the offensive and completely cleared the center of the city of barricades. Recognizing the hopelessness of the situation, the Soviet and the party decided on that day to end the strike on December 19. Throughout the insurrection the Przna district, Moscow's Montmartre, had led a life of its own. On December 2, when gunfire was already heard in the center of the city, Przna was still calm. Political meetings were held, but they no longer satisfied the masses. The people wanted action and made their will clearly known to the deputies. At last, at 4 p.m. the order to build barricades was received from the center. Przna came to life. Here there was none of the disorganization which reigned in the rest of the town. The workers formed groups of 10, elected team leaders, armed themselves with shovels, picks, and axes, and marched into the streets in orderly formation, like regular road-making gangs. No one was left without a lob. The women carried sledges, gates, logs of firewood into the streets. Workmen cut down and sawed tip telegraph poles and lamp posts. The whole Przna rang with the sound of axes, it was like the felling of a forest. Cut off from the city by troops, solidly traversed by a network of barricades, Przna became a proletarian encampment. Druzheniki were on duty everywhere. At night armed sentries paced between the barricades and demanded the password from passers-by. Girl workers showed the greatest enthusiasm. They went out on reconnaissance, started conversations with policemen and in that way obtained useful information. How many active Druzheniki were there in Przna? About 200, not more. They had some 80 Mauser revolvers and rifles at their disposal. Despite these small numbers, clashes with the troops occurred incessantly. Soldiers were disarmed, those offering resistance were killed. Workers restored the destroyed barricades. The Druzbeniki strictly observed guerrilla tactics. They formed groups of 2 or 3, fired at the Cossacks and artillerymen from houses, timber depots, empty railway wagons, moved quickly from place to place and again showered bullets on the enemy. On December 12 the Druzheniki captured a gun. For a quarter of an hour they milled around not knowing what to do with it. The dilemma was solved by the arrival of a large detachment of dragoons and Cossacks, who recaptured the gun. On the evening of December 13 the Przna Druzheniki captured 6 artillerymen and brought them to a factory. They were given a meal at the communal table. During the meal speeches of a political nature were made. The soldiers listened attentively and with sympathy. After supper they were allowed to go back without being searched or disarmed. The workers were anxious to stay friends. On the night of December 15 in the street, the Druzheniki arrested Voloshnikov, the chief of the secret police, searched his apartment and confiscated photographs of persons under police surveillance and 600 rubles of public money. Voloshnikov was immediately condemned to death and was shot in the courtyard of the Prokhorov factory. He heard the verdict calmly and met his death with courage, dying. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter December 21. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch21.htm, 6 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 38 seconds. More nobly than he had lived. Trial shelling of Przna began on the 16th. The Druzhniki responded with energetic fire and forced the artillery to retreat. But on the same day it became known that Dubasov had received large reinforcements from Petersburg and Warsaw, and spirits began to fall. The exodus of weavers to the countryside began. The roads were filled with refugees on foot, carrying white shoulder bags. On the night of the 16th, Przna was encircled in an iron ring of government troops. Soon after 6 a.m. on the 17th, these troops opened a remorseless cannonade. Guns were fired as much as 7 times a minute. This continued, with an hour's respite, until OOI.RR. Many factories and houses were destroyed and set on fire. The barrage was conducted from 2 sides. Houses and barricades were in flames, women and children darted about the streets in clouds of black smoke, the air was filled with the roar and clatter of firing. The glow was such that miles away it was possible to read in the streets late at night, as though it were day. Until noon the Druzhny conducted successful operations against the troops, but continuous enemy fire forced them to stop. Only a small group of Druzhniki remained under arms on their own initiative and at their own risk. By the morning of the 18th, Przna had been cleared of barricades. The peaceful population were allowed to leave Przna. The troops were careless enough to allow people to leave without searching them. The Druzhniki were the first to leave, some of them still with arms. Later, there were shootings and other violence by the soldiers, but by then not a single Druzhnik remained in the area. The pacification troops of the Semyonovsky regiment, who were sent to pacify the railway, were ordered not to make arrests and to proceed without mercy. They met with no resistance anywhere. Not a single shot was fired against them, yet they killed approximately 150 persons on the railway line. The shootings were carried out without investigation or trial. Wounded men were taken from ambulance wagons and finished off. Corpses lay around without anyone daring to carry them away. One of those shot by the Petersburg Guards was the engine driver Ukhtomsky, who saved the lives of a group of Druzhniki by driving them away on his engine at colossal speed under machine gun fire. Before they shot him, he told his executioners what he had done. "All are safe," he concluded with calm pride, "you'll never get them now." The rising in Moscow lasted for 9 days, from December 9 to the 17th. How large, in reality, were the fighting forces of the insurrection? They were negligible. The party Druzhniki comprised between 700 and 800 men, 500 Social Democrats and 250 to 300 Socialist Revolutionaries. Approximately 500 railwaymen equipped with firearms operated at the stations and along the lines. Approximately 400 armed men from among the print shop operatives and shop assistants made up the auxiliary units. There were also some groups of unattached sharpshooters. Speaking of these, mention must be made of 4 volunteers from Montenegro. Splendid marksmen, fearless and tireless, they worked as a group, killing only policemen and officers. 2 of them were killed, a third wounded. The Winchester rifle of the 4th was destroyed. He was given a new rifle and pursued his terrible sport alone. Every morning he was issued with 50 cartridges, but he complained that it was too little. He seemed in a daze, weeping for his lost comrades and seeking a dreadful vengeance for their loss. How, then, could so small a number of Druzhniki offer battle for a week and a half to a garrison consisting of several thousand men? The answer to this riddle of the revolution lies in the mood of the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter December 21. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch21.htm, 7 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 38 seconds. Popular masses. The whole city with its streets, houses, walls, and gates entered into a conspiracy against the government troops. The million-strong population formed a living wall between the guerrillas and the government troops. There were only a few hundred Druzhniki. But the barricades were built and rebuilt by the masses. The people surrounded the armed revolutionaries with an atmosphere of active sympathy, foiling the government's plans wherever they could. Who were they, these sympathetic hundreds of thousands. The intelligentsia, the petty bourgeoisie and, above all, the workers. Apart from the mercenary mob, only the uppermost capitalist stratum was on the government's side. The Moscow City Duma, which only 2 months before the rising had proudly exhibited its radicalism, now hastily placed itself behind Dubassoy. Not only the Oktoberist Gukakov but also Golovin, the future cadet chairman of the Second Duma, joined the Governor-General's council. What was the number of victims of the Moscow insurrection? The exact figure is unknown and will never be ascertained. Data supplied by 47 hospitals and clinics indicate 885 wounded, 174 mortally wounded or killed. But those killed were only rarely taken to the hospital. In most cases they lay at the police stations and were then taken secretly to the cemetery. During those days, 454 persons killed or mortally wounded were buried at the cemetery. Yet many bodies were taken outside the city in railway wagons. It would not be far wrong to suppose that the toll of the Moscow Rising was about 1,000 dead and about the same number wounded. These figures included 86 children, of whom some were infants in arms. The significance of these figures becomes vividly clear if we remember that as a result of the March 1848 Rising in Berlin, which dealt an irreparable blow to Prussian absolutism, the number killed was only 183. The government never announced the exact number of losses on either side. An official report speaks only of several tens of soldiers killed and wounded. In reality there were several hundred. The price was not too high, for what was at stake was Moscow, the heart of Russia. Leaving aside the border regions, the Caucasus and the Baltic lands, the December insurrectionary wave reached its maximum height in Moscow. Nevertheless there were barricades and exchanges of fire with the troops in several other towns, such as Kharkov, Alexandrovsk, Nizhny Novgorod, Rostov, and Tver. Once the insurrection was broken everywhere, the era of punitive expeditions began. As their official designation shows, their purpose was not to combat an enemy but to wreak vengeance on the defeated. In the Baltic lands, where the insurrection flared up a fortnight earlier than in Moscow, the punitive expeditions were divided up into small detachments which carried out the bloodthirsty instructions of the Baltic barons, that dirty caste from which the Russian bureaucracy drew its most brutish representatives. Latvian workers and peasants were shot, hanged, flogged to death with rods and stocks, made to run the gauntlet, executed to the strains of the Tsarist anthem. According to highly incomplete information, 749 persons were executed, more than 100 farms were burned down, and many people were flogged to death in the Baltic lands within the space of 2 months. Thus it was that absolutism by the grace of God struggled for its existence. Between January 9 and the convening of the First State Duma on April 27, 1906, according to approximate but certainly not exaggerated figures, the Tsarist government killed more than 14,000 persons, executed more than 1,000, wounded more than 20,000, many of these died of their wounds, and arrested, exiled, and imprisoned 70,000 persons. The price was not excessive, for what was at stake was the very existence of Tsarism. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter December 21. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch21.htm, 8 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 38 seconds. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter December 21. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch21.htm, 9 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 38 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 22. Summing up. ******. The history of the Petersburg Soviet of Workers' Deputies is the history of 50 days. The constituent meeting of the Soviet was held on October 13. On December 3 a meeting of the Soviet was closed down by government troops. The first meeting was attended by a few dozen persons. By the second half of November the number of deputies had grown to 562, including 6 women. These persons represented 147 factories and plants, 34 workshops, and 16 trade unions. The main mass of the deputies, 351 persons, belonged to THC metal workers. These played the decisive role in the Soviet. There were deputies from the textile industry, 32 from the printing and paper industries, 12 from the shop workers and from office workers and the pharmaceutical trade. The executive committee acted as the Soviet's ministry. It was formed on October 17 and consisted of 31 persons, 22 deputies and 9 representatives of parties, 6 from the 2 Social Democrat factions and 3 from the Socialist Revolutionaries. What was the essential nature of this institution which within a short time assumed such an important place within the revolution and marked the period of its maximum power? The Soviet organized the working masses, directed the political strikes and demonstrations, armed the workers, and protected the population against pogroms. Similar work was also done by other revolutionary organizations before the Soviet came into existence, concurrently with it, and after it. Yet this did not endow them with the influence that was concentrated in the hands of the Soviet. The secret of this influence lay in the fact that the Soviet grew as the natural organ of the proletariat in its immediate struggle for power as determined by the actual course of events. The name of workers' government, which the workers themselves on the one hand, and the reactionary press on the other, gave to the Soviet, was an expression of the fact that the Soviet really was a workers' government in embryo. The Soviet represented power insofar as power was assured by the revolutionary strength of the working class districts. It struggled for power insofar as power still remained in the hands of the military political monarchy. Prior to the Soviet, we find among the industrial workers a multitude of revolutionary organizations directed, in the main, by the Social Democratic Party. But these were organizations within the proletariat, and their immediate aim was to achieve influence over the masses. The Soviet was, from the start, the organization of the proletariat, and its aim was the struggle for revolutionary power. As it became the focus of all the country's revolutionary forces, the Soviet did not allow its class nature to be dissolved in revolutionary democracy. It was and remained the organized expression of the class. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 22. Summing up. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch22.htm, 1 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 48 seconds. Will of the proletariat. In the struggle for power it applied methods which were naturally determined by the nature of the proletariat as a class, its role in production, its vast numbers, its social homogeneity. More than that, the Soviet combined its struggle for power as the head of all the revolutionary forces with directing independent class activity by the working masses in many different ways. It not only encouraged the organization of trade unions, but actually intervened in disputes between individual workers and their employees. It was precisely because the Soviet, the democratic representative body of the proletariat at a time of revolution, stood at the meeting point of all its class interests, that it immediately came under the all-determining influence of the Social Democratic Party. The party now had its chance to make use of all the tremendous advantages of its Marxist training, and because it was able to see its political way clear in the great chaos, it succeeded almost without effort in transforming the Soviet, formerly a non-party organization, into the organizational instrument of its own influence. The principal method of struggle used by the Soviet was the political general strike. The revolutionary strength of such strikes consists in the fact that, acting over the head of capita, they disorganize state power. The greater, the more complete the anarchy caused by a strike, the nearer the strike is to victory. But on one condition only: the anarchy must not be created by anarchic means. The class which, by simultaneous cessation of work, paralyzes the production apparatus and with it the centralized apparatus of power, isolating parts of the country from one another and sowing general confusion, must itself be sufficiently organized not to become the first victim of the anarchy it has created. The more completely a strike renders the state organization obsolete, the more the organization of the strike itself is obliged to assume state functions. These conditions for a general strike as a proletarian method of struggle were, at the same time, the conditions for the immense significance of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. By the pressure of strikes, the Soviet won the freedom of the press. It organized regular street patrols to ensure the safety of citizens. To a greater or lesser extent, it took the postal and telegraph services and the railways into its hands. It intervened authoritatively in economic disputes between workers and capitalists. It made an attempt to introduce the 8-hour working day by direct revolutionary pressure. Paralyzing the activity of the autocratic state by means of the insurrectionary strike, it introduced its own free democratic order into the life of the laboring urban population. After January 9 the revolution showed that it controlled the consciousness of the working masses. On June 14, by the rising on board the Potemkin Tavrichesky, the revolution showed that it could become a material force. By the October strike it showed that it could disorganize the enemy, paralyze his will, and reduce him to complete humiliation. Finally, by organizing workers' Soviets throughout the country, the revolution showed that it was able to create organs of power. Revolutionary power can rest only on active revolutionary strength. Whatever one's views on the further development of the Russian Revolution may be, the fact is that no social class except the proletariat has hitherto shown itself capable and ready to support revolutionary power. The revolution's first act was the attempted dialogue between the proletariat and the monarchy in the city streets. The revolution's first important victory was achieved by a purely class weapon of the proletariat, the political strike. Finally, the representative body of the proletariat assumed the role of the first embryonic organ of revolutionary power. With the Soviet we have the first appearance of democratic power in modern Russian history. The Soviet is the organized power of the mass itself over its separate parts. It constitutes authentic democracy, without a lower and an upper chamber, without a professional bureaucracy, but with the voters' right to recall their deputies at any moment. Through its members. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 22 Summing Up. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch22.htm, 2 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 48 seconds. Deputies directly elected by the workers. The Soviet exercises direct leadership over all social manifestations of the proletariat as a whole and of its individual groups, organizes its actions and provides them with a slogan and a banner. According to the census of 1897, there were approximately 820,000 actively employed persons living in Petersburg, including 433,000 workers and domestic servants. In other words, the proletarian population of the capital amounted to 53%. If we include the non-employed population, we obtain a somewhat lower figure, 50.8%, owing to the relatively small size of proletarian families. But in any event the proletariat represented more than half the population of Petersburg. The Soviet of Workers' Deputies was not the official representative of the capital's entire half-million-strong proletarian population. Organizationally speaking, it represented approximately 200,000 persons, principally factory and plant workers, and although its political influence, both direct and indirect, extended to a wider circle, very important strata of the proletariat, building workers, domestic servants, unskilled laborers, cab drivers, were scarcely or not at all represented. It cannot be doubted, however, that the Soviet represented the interests of the whole proletarian mass. Even where so-called Black Hundreds groups existed in factories, their numbers shriveled day by day and hour by hour. Among the proletarian masses, the political dominance of the Soviet in Petersburg found no opponents but only supporters. The only exceptions might have been among the privileged domestic servants, lackeys of the high-ranking lackeys of the bureaucracy, of ministers, stock exchange operators, and high-class tarts, people with whom conservatism and monarchism is an occupational disease. Among the intelligentsia, which is so numerous in Petersburg, the Soviet had many more friends than enemies. Thousands of students recognized the political leadership of the Soviet and ardently supported its measures. The professional and civil service intelligentsia, with the exception of those grown hopelessly fat at their desks, was on its side at least for the time being. The Soviets' energetic support of the postal and telegraph strike attracted the sympathetic attention of the lower strata of the civil service. All who were oppressed, dispossessed, honest, life-affirming in the city were consciously or instinctively drawn towards the Soviet. Who was against it? The representatives of predatory capitalism, stock exchange operators speculating on rising prices, contractors, merchants, and exporters ruined by the strikes, suppliers of bullion, the gang ensconced in the Petersburg Duma, that householders syndicate, the higher bureaucracy, pools de luxe whose keep formed part of the state budget, highly paid, highly decorated public men, the secret police, all that was coarse, dissolute, and doomed to death. Between the Soviet's supporters and its enemies stood the politically indeterminate, hesitant, or unreliable elements. The most backward groups of the petty bourgeoisie, not yet drawn into polities, had not had time to grasp the role and significance of the Soviet. The labor-employing craftsmen were frightened and alarmed. In them, the petty property owners' detestation of strikes fought with vague expectations of a better future. The unsettled professional politicians from intellectual circles, radical journalists who did not know what they wanted, Democrats riddled with skepticism, were peevishly condescending towards the Soviet, counted its mistakes on their fingers and generally made it understood that if only it was they who stood at the head of the Soviet, the proletariat's happiness would be assured forevermore. Such gentlemen's Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 22 Summing Up. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch22.htm, 3 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 48 seconds. Excuse is their impotence. In any case, the Soviet was, actually or potentially, the organ representing the overwhelming majority of the population. Its enemies among the population would have been no threat to its dominance had they not been supported by absolutism, still alive and supported in its turn by the most backward elements of the Mujik army. The Soviet's weakness was not its own weakness but that of any purely urban revolution. The period of the 50 days was the time of the revolution's greatest power. The Soviet was its organ of struggle for power. The class character of the Soviet was determined by the sharp class division of the urban population and the profound political antagonism between the proletariat and the capitalist bourgeoisie, even within the historically limited framework of the struggle against absolutism. After the October strike, the capitalist bourgeoisie consciously attempted to slow down the revoltation. The petty bourgeoisie proved too weak to play an independent part. The proletariat had unchallenged hegemony over the urban revolution, and its own class organization was its weapon in the struggle for power. The strength of the Soviet grew as the government became increasingly demoralized. Non-proletarian circles became more and more sympathetic towards it as the old state power showed itself to be by comparison more and more helpless and confused. The mass political strike was the Soviet's principal weapon. Because it established direct revolutionary links between all groups of the proletariat and supported the workers of all enterprises with the authority and force of the entire working class, it gained the power of stopping the country's economic life. Although ownership of the means of production continued to remain in the hands of the capitalists and the state, and although state power continued to remain in the hands of the bureaucracy, the actual running of the national means of production and communication, at least so far as the possibility to interrupt the regular functioning of economic and state life was concerned, lay in the hands of the Soviet. It was precisely this ability of the Soviet, an ability proved in practice, to paralyze the economy and to introduce anarchy into the life of the state, that made the Soviet what it was. Given these facts, to seek ways of ensuring the peaceful coexistence of the Soviet and the old regime would have been hopelessly utopian. Yet all criticisms of the Soviet's tactics, if we lay bare their real content, proceed from just this fantastic idea. After October, the Soviet should have refrained from all offensive action and should have concentrated on organizing the masses on the ground won from absolutism. But what was the nature of the October victory? It cannot be disputed that as a result of the October campaign, absolutism repudiated itself in principle. But it had not really lost the battle, it merely refused to engage. It made no serious attempt to use its rural army against the mutinous, striking towns. Naturally, it was not for reasons of humanity that it refrained from making such an attempt. Quite simply, it was deeply discouraged and robbed of its composure. The liberal elements in the bureaucracy, awaiting their chance, achieved preponderance at a moment when the strike was already on the wane, and published the manifesto of October 17, that abdication in principle of absolutism. But the whole material organization of the state, the civil service hierarchy, the police, the courts of law, the army still remained the undivided property of the monarchy. What should the Soviet's tactics have been under such conditions? Its strength consisted in the fact that, supported by the productive proletariat, it was able, insofar as it was able, to deprive absolutism of the possibility of operating the material apparatus of its power. From this viewpoint, the Soviet's activity meant the organizing of anarchy. Its continuing existence and development meant the consolidating of. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 22 Summing Up. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch22.htm, 4 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 48 seconds. Anarchy. Prolonged coexistence was an impossibility. The future conflict was, from the very start, the material core of the half-victory of October. What was there left for the Soviet to do? Pretend that it did not see the conflict as inevitable? Make believe that it was organizing the masses for the future joys of a constitutional regime? Who would have believed it? Certainly not absolutism, and certainly not the working class. The example of the two Dumas was to show us later how useless outwardly correct conduct, empty forms of loyalty, are in the struggle against absolutism. In order to anticipate the tactics of constitutional hypocrisy in an autocratic country, the Soviet would have had to be made of different stuff. But where would that have led? To the same end as that of the two Dumas, to bankruptcy. There was nothing left for the Soviet to do but recognize that a clash in the immediate future was inevitable. It could choose no other tactics but those of preparing for insurrection. What could have been the nature of such preparations, if not to develop and consolidate precisely those of the Soviet's qualities which enabled it to paralyze the life of the state and which made up its strength? Yet the Soviet's natural efforts to strengthen and develop those qualities brought the conflict inevitably nearer. The Soviet was increasingly concerned with extending its influence over the army and the peasantry. In November the Soviet called upon the workers to express actively their fraternal solidarity with the awakening army as personified by the Kronstadt sailors. Not to do this would have been to refuse to extend the Soviet's strength. To do it was a step towards the coming conflict. Or was there perhaps a third way? Perhaps the Soviet, together with the liberals, could have appealed to the so-called statesmanship of the authorities. Perhaps it could and should have found a line that divided the rights of the people from the prerogatives of the monarchy, and stopped this side of that sacred boundary. But who could have guaranteed that the monarchy, too, would stop on its side of the demarcation line? Who would have undertaken to organize peace, or even a temporary truce, between the two sides? Liberalism. On October 18 one of the Soviet's deputations proposed to countwit that, as a sign of reconciliation with the people, the troops might be withdrawn from the capital. It is better to stay without electricity and water than without troops, the minister replied. Obviously the government had no intention of disarming. What was the Soviet to do? Either it had to withdraw, leaving the matter in the hands of the Chamber of Conciliation, the future State Duma, which is what the liberals really wanted, or it had to prepare to hold on with armed power to everything that had been won in October, and, if possible, to launch a further offensive. We now know only too well that the Chamber of Conciliation was transformed into an arena of new revolutionary conflict. Consequently the objective role played by the first two Dumas only confirmed the truth of the political forecast on which the proletariat constructed its tactics. But we need not look so far ahead. We can ask, who or what was to guarantee the very coming into existence of that Chamber of Conciliation, whose destiny was never to conciliate anyone? The same statesmanship of the monarchy? Its solemn promises? Countwit's word of honor? The Zemstys' visit to Peterhof, where they were received at the back door? The warning voice of Mr. Mendelssohn? Or, finally, the so-called natural course of events on whose shoulders liberalism piles all the tasks that history would impose on the initiative, intelligence, and strength of liberalism itself? But if the December clash was inevitable, did not the reason for December's defeat lie in the composition? Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 22 summing up. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch22.htm, 5 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 48 seconds. Of the Soviet? It has been said that the Soviet's fundamental flaw was its class nature. In order to become the organ of national revolution, the Soviet should have broadened its structure, so that representatives of all the strata of the population might find their place within it. This would have then stabilized the Soviet's authority and increased its strength. But is that really so? The Soviet's strength was determined by the role of the proletariat in a capitalist society. The Soviet's task was not to transform itself into a parody of parliament, not to organize equal representation of the interests of different social groups, but to give unity to the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat. The principal weapon in the Soviets' hands was the political strike, a method unique to the proletariat, which is the class of wage labor. The homogeneity of its class composition eliminated internal friction within the Soviet and rendered it capable of revolutionary initiative. By what means could the Soviets' composition have been broadened? The representatives of the liberal unions might have been invited to join. This would have enriched the Soviet with the presence of 20 or so intellectuals. Their influence in the Soviet would have been proportional to the role played by the Union of Unions in the revolution, that is, it would have been infinitely small. What other social groups might have been represented in the Soviet? The Zemstvo Congress? The trade and industrial organizations? The Zemstvo Congress met in Moscow in November. It discussed the question of its relations with Witt's ministry, but the question of relations with the Workers' Soviet never even entered its head. The Sevastopol Rising occurred when the Zemstvo Congress was in session. As we have seen, this immediately caused the Zemsty to swerve to the right, so that Mr. Milyukov was obliged to reassure them with a speech roughly to the effect that the insurrection, God be thanked, had already been suppressed. What could have been the form of any revolutionary cooperation between these counter-revolutionary gentlemen and the workers' deputies who saluted and supported the Sevastopol insurgents? No one has yet given an answer to this question. One of the half-sincere, half-hypocritical tenets of liberalism is the demand that the army should remain outside politics. In contrast to this, the Soviet employed tremendous energy in trying to draw the army into revolutionary politics. Or should the Soviet perhaps have had such infinite trust in the Tsar's manifesto that it left the army entirely in Trepov's hands? And, if not, where was the program on whose basis cooperation with the liberals might have been conceivable in this vitally important field? What could have been these gentlemen's contribution to the Soviets' activities, if not one of systematic opposition, endless debate, and internal demoralization? What could they have given us other than their advice, which we knew anyway by reading the liberal press? It may be that statesmanship really was the prerogative of the cadets and the Octobrists, nevertheless the Soviet could not transform itself into a club for political polemics and mutual indoctrination. It had to be, and remained, an organ of struggle. What could the representatives of bourgeois liberalism and bourgeois democracy have added to the Soviet's strength? How could they have enriched its methods of struggle? It is enough to recall the role they played in October, November, and December, enough to know how little resistance these elements were to offer to the dissolution of their own Duma, to understand that the Soviet was entitled to, that it was duty-bound to remain a class organization, that is, an organ of struggle. Bourgeois deputies might have made the Soviet more numerous, but they were absolutely incapable of making it stronger. By the same token we reject those purely rationalist, unhistorical accusations which argue that the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 22 summing up. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch22.htm, 6 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 48 seconds. Soviets' irreconcilable class tactics hurled the bourgeoisie back into the camp of order. The labor strike, which showed itself to be a mighty weapon of revolution, also introduced anarchy into industry. This was enough in itself to make oppositional capital put the slogan of public order and continuing capitalist exploitation above all the slogans of liberalism. The employers decided that the glorious, as they called it, October strike had to be the last and organized the anti-revolutionary Union of October 17. They had sufficient reason for doing so. Each of them had ample opportunity to discover in his own factory that the political gains of the revolution go hand in hand with the consolidation of the workers' stand against capital. Certain politicians think that the main trouble with the struggle for the 8-hour day was that it caused the final split in the opposition and turned capital into a counter-revolutionary force. These critics would like to put the class energy of the proletariat at the disposal of history without accepting the consequences of the class struggle. It goes without saying that the unilateral introduction of the 8-hour day was bound to produce a violent reaction on the part of the employers. But it is puerile to believe that without this particular campaign the capitalists' rapprochement with Witt's capitalist stock exchange government would not have taken place. The unification of the proletariat as an independent revolutionary force placing itself at the head of the popular masses and offering a constant threat to public order was argument enough in favor of a coalition between capital and the authorities. True, during the first phase of the revolution, when it manifested itself in spontaneous scattered outbursts, the liberals tolerated it. They clearly saw that the revolutionary movement shook the foundations of absolutism and forced it towards a constitutional agreement with the ruling classes. They put up with strikes and demonstrations, adopted a friendly attitude towards revolutionaries, and criticized them only mildly and cautiously. After October 17, when the conditions for the constitutional deal were already written down, and it seemed that all that was left was to put them into effect, the revolution's further work obviously undermined the very possibility of such a deal between the liberals and the authorities. From then on the proletarian masses, united by the October strike and organized within themselves, put the liberals against the revolution by the very fact of their existence. The liberals felt that the Moor had done his work, a reference to a line in Schiller's play The Conspiracy of Fiesta in Genoa. The Moor has done his work, the Moor may go. Transaction, and should now quietly go back to his lathe. The Soviet, on the contrary, believed that the main struggle lay ahead. Under such circumstances any revolutionary cooperation between the capitalist bourgeoisie and the proletariat was out of the question. December follows from October as a conclusion follows from a premise. The outcome of the December clash is to be explained, not by isolated tactical errors, but by the decisive fact that the mechanical forces of reaction proved greater than that of the revolution. The proletariat was defeated in the insurrection of December and January, not by its own mistakes, but by a more real quantity, the bayonets of the peasant army. Liberalism, it is true, is of the opinion that deficiency of firepower should in all circumstances be answered by speed of leg power. It regards retreat at the moment of decision as the most truly courageous, mature, pondered and effective tactic. This liberal philosophy of desertion made an impression on certain litterateurs in the ranks of social democracy itself, who, in retrospect, posed the question, if the proletariat's defeat in December was due to the insufficiency of its forces, did not its error consist precisely in the fact that, not being sufficiently strong for victory, it accepted battle? To this we can reply, if battles were engaged only in the certainty of victory, there would be no battles fought in this. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 22 Summing up. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch22.htm, 7 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 48 seconds. World. A preliminary calculation of forces cannot determine in advance the outcome of revolutionary conflicts. If it could, the class struggle should have long since been replaced by bookkeeping. That is what, a little while ago, the treasurers of certain trade unions were dreaming of. But it turned out that even with the most modern system of accounting it is impossible to convince capitalists by evidence extracted from a ledger, and that arguments based on figures must, in the end, be supported by the argument of a strike. And however well everything is calculated in advance, every strike gives rise to a whole series of new facts, material and moral, which cannot be foreseen and which eventually decide the outcome of the struggle. Now imagine that such a trade union, with its precise accounting methods, has been swept aside. Extend the strike over the entire country and give it a great political aim, put state power and the proletariat face to face as immediate enemies, surround both with allies real, potential, or imaginary, add the indifferent strata of the population, ruthlessly fought for by both sides, add the army, whose revolutionary elements emerge only in the turmoil of events, add exaggerated hopes on the one hand and exaggerated fears on the other, both being very real factors, add the paroxysms of the stock exchange and all the complex effects of international relations and you will obtain the climate of the revolution. Under such circumstances the subjective will of a party, even a dominant party, is only one of the factors involved, and not by any means the most important one. In revolution, even more than in war, the moment of battle is determined less by calculations on either side than by the respective position of both the opposition armies. It is true that in war, owing to the mechanical discipline of armies, it is sometimes possible to lead an entire army away from the field of battle without any engagement taking place, yet in such eases the military commander must still ask himself whether the strategy of retreat will not demoralize his troops and whether, by avoiding today's battle, he is not preparing the ground for a more disastrous one tomorrow. General Kuropatkin might have a great deal to say on that point. But in a developing revolutionary situation a planned retreat is, from the start, unthinkable. A party may have the masses behind it while it is attacking, but that does not mean that it will be able to lead them away at will in the midst of the attack. It is not only the party that leads the masses, in turn, sweep the party forward. And this will happen in any revolution, however powerful its organization. Given such conditions, to retreat without battle may mean the party abandoning the masses under enemy fire. Of course the Social Democrats, being the dominant party, might have refused to accept the reaction's challenge in December and, to use the same Kuropatkin's happy expression, might have withdrawn to previously prepared positions, that is, into clandestinity. But by doing so it would merely have enabled the government, in the absence of any generalized resistance, to smash the legal and semi-legal workers' organizations, which the party itself had helped to create, one by one. That would have been the price paid by social democracy for the doubtful privilege of being able to stand aside from the revolution, philosophize about its mistakes, and work out faultless plans whose only disadvantage is that they are produced at a moment when no one any longer wants them. It is easy to imagine how this would have assisted the consolidation of links between the party and the masses. No one can assert that the Social Democrats speeded up the conflict. On the contrary, it was on their initiative that the Petersburg Soviet, on October 22, cancelled the funeral procession so as not to provoke a clash without first trying to make use of the confused and hesitant new regime for widespread agitational and organizational work among the masses. When the government made its over-hasty attempt to re-establish control over the country and, as a first step, proclaimed martial law in Poland, the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 22 Summing Up. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch22.htm, 8 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 48 seconds. Soviet maintained purely defensive tactics and did nothing to carry the November strike to the stage of open conflict. Instead, it turned the strike into a protest movement and contented itself with the tremendous moral effect of this on the army and the Polish workers. But if the party, because of its awareness of the need for organizational preparedness, evaded battle in October and November, in December this consideration no longer applied. Not, needless to say, because such preparedness had already been achieved, but because the government, which also had no choice, had opened the battle by destroying all the revolutionary organizations created in October and November. If, under those conditions, the party had decided to refuse to give battle once again, and even if it had been able to withdraw the revolutionary masses from the open arena, it would only have been preparing the ground for insurrection under still less favorable conditions, namely the absence of a sympathetic press and all mass organizations, and in the demoralized atmosphere which inevitably follows a retreat. Marx wrote, in point of fact this text was written by Engels in Marx's name. Author, in revolution as in war it is absolutely necessary at the decisive moment to stake everything, whatever the chances of the struggle. History does not know a single successful revolution that does not testify to the correctness of this proposition. Defeat after persistent struggle is a fact of no less revolutionary significance than an easily snatched victory. In any struggle it is absolutely inevitable that he who throws down the glove runs the risk of being defeated, but is that a reason to declare oneself defeated from the start and to submit without drawing the sword? Anyone who commands a decisive position in a revolution and surrenders it instead of forcing the enemy to venture an attack deserves to be regarded as a traitor. Karl Marx, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany. In his well-known introduction to Marx's The Class Struggles in France, Engels left a way open for serious misunderstandings when he balanced the new possibilities of victory arising from the evolution of the class composition of the army against the military technological difficulties of insurrection, rapid railway transport of troops, the destructive power of modern artillery, the broad streets of modern towns. On the one hand, Engels made a very one-sided assessment of the significance of modern techniques in revolutionary risings and, on the other hand, he did not consider it necessary or convenient to explain that the evolution of the class composition of the army can become politically significant only when there is a direct confrontation between the army and the people. A word on both sides of the question. It should be stated very clearly, however, that Engels in his introduction had in mind only German affairs, whereas our considerations are based on the experience of the Russian Revolution. This not very convincing note was inserted in the German text purely for censorship reasons. Author. The decentralized nature of revolution necessitates the continual transfer of troops. Engels says that, thanks to the railways, garrisons can be more than doubled within 24 hours. But he overlooks the fact that a genuine mass rising inevitably presupposes a railway strike. Before the government can begin to transfer its armed forces, it must in ruthless combat with the striking personnel seize the railway line and rolling stock, organize traffic, and restore the destroyed track and blown-up bridges. The best rifles and sharpest bayonets are not enough for all this, and the experience of the Russian Revolution shows that even minimal success in this direction requires incomparably more than 24 hours. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 22 Summing Up. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch22.htm, 9 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 49 seconds. Further, before proceeding to the transfer of armed forces, the government must know the state of affairs in the country. Telegraph speeds up information to an even greater extent than the railways speed up transport. But, here again, a rising both presupposes and engenders a postal and telegraph strike. If the insurrection is unable to bring the postal and telegraph personnel over to its side, a fact that would bear witness to the weakness of the revolutionary movement, it can still overturn the telegraph poles and cut the wires. Although this is detrimental to both sides, the revolution, whose principal strength by no means resides in an automatically functioning organization, stands to lose far less than the state. The telegraph and the railways are, without any question, powerful weapons in the hands of the modern centralized state. But they are double-edged weapons. And while the existence of society and the state as a whole depend on the continuance of proletarian labor, This dependence is most obvious in the case of the railways and the postal and telegraph service. As soon as the rails and wires refuse to serve, the government apparatus is fragmented into separate parts without any means of transport or communication, not even the most primitive ones, between them. That being so, matters may go a very long way before the authorities succeed in doubling a local garrison. Side by side with the transfer of troops, an insurrection confronts the government with the problem of transport for military supplies. We already know the difficulties which a general strike creates in this respect, but to these should be added the further risk that military supplies may be intercepted by the insurgents. This risk becomes the more real, the more decentralized the character of the revolution and the larger the masses drawn into it. We have seen workers at Moscow station seize weapons being transported to some distant theater of operations. Similar actions occurred in many places. In the Kuban region, insurgent Cossacks intercepted a transport of rifles. Revolutionary soldiers handed ammunition over to insurgents, etc. Of course, when all is said and done, there can be no question of a purely military victory by the insurgents over the government troops. The latter are bound to be physically stronger, and the problem must always be reduced to the mood and behavior of the troops. Without class kinship between the forces on both sides of the barricades, the triumph of the revolution, given the military technology of today, would be impossible indeed. But on the other hand, it would be a most dangerous illusion to believe that the armies crossing over to the side of the people can take the form of a peaceful, spontaneous manifestation. The ruling classes, confronted with the question of their own life or death, never willingly surrender their positions because of theoretical considerations concerning the class composition of the army. The army's political mood, that great unknown of every revolution, can be determined only in the process of a clash between the soldiers and the people. The army's crossing over to the camp of the revolution is a moral process, but it cannot be brought about by moral means alone. Different motives and attitudes combine and intersect within the army. Only a minority is consciously revolutionary, while the majority hesitates and awaits an impulse from outside. This majority is capable of laying down its arms or, eventually, of pointing its bayonets at the reaction only if it begins to believe in the possibility of a people's victory. Such a belief is not created by political agitation alone. Only when the soldiers become convinced that the people have come out into the streets for a life and death struggle not to demonstrate against the government but to overthrow it does it become psychologically possible for them to cross over to the side of the people. Thus an insurrection is, in essence, not so much a struggle against the army as a struggle for the army. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 22. Summing up. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch22.htm, 10 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 49 seconds. The more stubborn, far-reaching, and successful the insurrection, the more probable, indeed inevitable, is a fundamental change in the attitude of the troops. Guerrilla fighting on the basis of a revolutionary strike cannot in itself, as we saw in Moscow, lead to victory. But it creates the possibility of sounding the mood of the army, and after a first important victory, that is, once a part of the garrison has joined the insurrection, the guerrilla struggle can be transformed into a mass struggle in which a part of the troops, supported by the armed and unarmed population, will fight another part, which will find itself in a ring of universal hatred. We have seen in the Black Sea Fleet, in Kronstadt, in Siberia, in the Kuban region, later in Sveaborg and in many other places that when the class, moral, and political heterogeneity of the army causes troops to cross over to the side of the people, this must, in the first instance, mean a struggle between two opposing camps within the army. In all these cases, the most modern weapons of militarism, rifles, machine guns, fortress and field artillery, battleships, were found not only in the hands of the government but also in the service of the revolution. On the basis of the experience of Bloody Sunday, January 9, 1905, a certain English journalist, Mr. Arnold White, arrived at the brilliant conclusion that if Louis Wi had had a few batteries of Maxim guns at his disposal, the French Revolution would not have taken place. What pathetic superstition to believe that the historical chances of revolutions can be measured by the caliber of rifles or the diameter of guns. The Russian Revolution showed once more that people are not ruled by rifles, guns, and battleships. In the final analysis, rifles, guns, and battleships are controlled by people. On December 2, the Witt Durnovo ministry, which by that time had become the Durnovo-Witt ministry, published an electoral law. At a time when Dubasov, the dry land admiral, was restoring the honor of St. Andrew's flag in the streets of Prisna, the government hastened to open up a legal path for reconciliation between the property-owning public on the one hand and the monarchy and bureaucracy on the other. From that moment on, the struggle for power, though revolutionary in essence, developed under the guise of constitutionalism. In the First Duma the cadets passed themselves off as the leaders of the people. Since the popular masses, with the exception of the urban proletariat, were still in a chaotically oppositional mood, and since the elections were boycotted by the parties of the extreme left, the cadets found themselves masters of the situation in the Duma. They represented the whole of Russia, the liberal landowners, the liberal merchants, the lawyers, doctors, civil servants, shopkeepers, shop assistants, partly even the peasants. Although the cadet leadership remained, as before, in the hands of landowners, professors, and lawyers, the party, under pressure from the interests and needs of the countryside which relegated all other problems to the background, turned to the left. Thus we come to the dissolution of the Duma and the Vyborg Manifesto, which was later to cause so many sleepless nights to the liberal windbags. The cadets were returned to the Second Duma in smaller numbers but, as Milyukov admitted, they now had the advantage of being backed, not merely by the discontented man in the street, but by the voter who wanted to dissociate himself from the left, that is, to give his vote more consciously to the anti-revolutionary platform. Whereas the main mass of landowners and representatives of large capital had crossed over into the camp of active reaction, the urban petty bourgeoisie, the commercial proletariat, and the rank-and-file intelligentsia now voted for the left-wing parties. A part of the landowners and the middle layers of the urban population followed the cadets. The representatives of the peasants and workers stood to the left of them. The cadets voted for the government plan for army recruitment, and promised to vote for the budget. In Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 22 Summing Up. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch22.htm, 11 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 49 seconds. Exactly the same way they would have voted for new loans to cover the state deficit and, without hesitation, would have assumed responsibility for the autocracy's old debts. Golovin, that pathetic figure in the speaker's chair, embodying all the impotence and insignificance of liberalism, said after the Duma had been dissolved that the government ought to interpret the cadets' behavior as its own victory over the opposition. He was perfectly right. Under such circumstances one might have thought there were no grounds for dissolving the Duma, yet it was dissolved. This proves that there exists a stronger force than the political arguments of liberalism. That force is the inner logic of revolution. In the struggle with the cadet-dominated Duma the government was filled more and more with a sense of its own power. It saw the pseudo-parliament, not as a historical challenge that demanded a solution, but as an assembly of political opponents who had to be rendered harmless. A handful of lawyers for whom politics was rather like making a plea before a high court appeared to be rivals of the government and claimants to power. Their political eloquence oscillated between legal syllogisms and pseudo-classical phrase-mongering. In the debate the subject of courts-martial the two parties were brought face to face. The Moscow lawyer Maklakov, in whom the liberals saw the man of the future, applied annihilating legal criticism to martial justice and, with it, to the government's entire policy. But courts-martial are not a legal institution, Stolypin replied. They are a weapon of struggle. You want to prove that this weapon is not consistent with the law? Well, it is consistent with expediency. Law is not an aim in itself. When the existence of the state is threatened, the government is not only entitled but is duty-bound to leave legal considerations aside and to make use of the material weapons of its power. This reply, which expresses not only the philosophy of the government coup but also that of the popular rising, caused extreme embarrassment to the liberals. What an unheard of admission! Cried the liberal journalists, vowing for the 1001st time that right is stronger than might. Yet their entire policy was designed to convince the government of the contrary. They retreated again and again. In order to save the Duma from dissolution they abdicated all their rights, thus proving beyond dispute that might is stronger than right. Under such conditions the government was bound to feel tempted to continue using its weapons of power to the end. The Second Duma was dissolved. Now conservative national liberalism, personified by the Union of October 17, appears as the successor of the revolution. The cadets see themselves as the heirs to the revolution's tasks. The Octobrists were in actual fact the heirs of the cadets' appeasement tactics. However furtively contemptuous the cadets were to the Octobrists, the latter drew the only logical conclusions from the cadets' own premise: if you do not get your support from the revolution, you have to get it from Stolypin's constitutionalism. The Third Duma gave the Tsarist government 456,535 army recruits, although the promised reforms in Kuropatkin's and Stasel's Department of Defense amounted to no more than new epaulets, collar tabs, and shakos. It approved the budget of the Ministry of Home Affairs, which handed 70% of the country over to the satraps who used the emergency laws like a hangman's noose, and left the remaining 30% free to be hanged and garroted on the basis of normal laws. It accepted all the basic provisions of the famous ukase of November 9, 1906, issued by the government on the basis of paragraph 87. Its purpose was to skim off a layer of solid property owners from the peasantry, and to leave all the rest to the process of natural selection in the biological sense of that term. In place of the expropriation of landowners' lands for the benefit of the peasantry, the reaction put the expropriation of community-owned peasant lands for the benefit of the kulaks. The law of November 9, said one of the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 22 summing up. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch22.htm, 12 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 49 seconds. Extreme reactionaries of the Third Duma has enough explosive gas in it to blow-tip the whole of Russia. Driven into a historical cul-de-sac by the irreconcilable attitudes of the nobility and the bureaucracy, who once more emerged as the unlimited masters of the situation, the bourgeois parties are looking for a way out of the economic and political contradictions of their position in imperialism. They seek compensation for their domestic defeats in foreign affairs in the Far East, the Amur Railway, Persia, and the Balkans. The so-called annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina was greeted in Petersburg and Moscow with the deafening clatter of all the old ironware of patriotism. And the Cadet Party, which, of all the bourgeois parties, claimed to be the most opposed to the old order, now stands at the head of militant neo-slavism. The cadets are hoping that capitalist imperialism will solve the problems left unsolved by revolution. Driven to de facto abandonment of any idea of confiscating the landowners' lands and of any democratization of the social system, which means the abandonment of any hope of creating, by means of a farming peasantry, a stable domestic market for capitalist development, the cadets transfer their hopes to foreign markets. For success to be achieved in that direction, strong state power is needed, and the liberals find themselves compelled to give active support to Tsarism as the actual holder of such power. The oppositionally tinted imperialism of the Ailyukovs merely serves as a kind of ideological cosmetic for that revolting mixture of autocratic bureaucracy, brutal landlordism, and parasitic capitalism that is at the very core of the Third Duma. The situation which has arisen as a result of all this may yet lead to the most unexpected consequences. The same government that buried the reputation of its strength in the waters of Tsushima and the battlefields of Mukden, the same government that suffered the terrible sequel of its adventurist policies, now unexpectedly finds itself patriotically trusted by the nation's representatives. It acquires, without difficulty, 500,000 new soldiers and 500 million rubles for its current military expenditure, and, in addition, it receives the Duma's support for its new adventures in the Far East. More than that, by right and left, by the Black Hundreds and the cadets, it is actually reproached because its foreign policy is not active enough. The logic of events thus drives the government onto the hazardous path of fighting for the restoration of its world prestige. Who knows? Perhaps, before the fate of the autocracy is finally and irrevocably decided in the streets of Petersburg and Warsaw, it will be put to the test once more on the banks of the Amur or the coast of the Black Sea. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 22 summing up. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch22.htm, 13 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 49 seconds. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 22 summing up. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch22.htm, 14 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 49 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 23. Annexes. The Party of the Proletariat and the bourgeois parties in the Revolution, from a speech made at the London Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Revolutionary Party, 12 to 25 May 1907. ******. You know, comrades, that I radically disagree with what our party's official view was during the period of our revolution now ending and with the role played in it by the bourgeois parties. To the Menshevik comrades their own views appear extraordinarily complex. I have often heard them accuse me of having an oversimplified idea of the Russian Revolution. And yet, despite extreme formlessness which is disguised as complexity or, perhaps, precisely because of this formlessness the Mensheviks' views boil down to a very simple formula, which even Mr. Milyukov could understand. In his postscript to a recently published book, The Elections to the Second State Duma, the ideological leader of the Cadet Party writes, as for the left-wing groups in the narrow sense, that is, the socialist and revolutionary groups, it will be more difficult to reach an understanding with them. But here again, although there may not be any definite positive factors, there exist very strong negative ones which will, to some extent, assist a rapprochement between us. Their aim is to criticize and discredit us, and for this purpose, if for no other, we have to exist and be active. We know that for all socialists, not only in Russia but throughout the world, the revolution now taking place is a bourgeois revolution, not a socialist revolution, and has to be carried out by a democratic bourgeoisie. No socialists anywhere in the world would be prepared to run for such a democracy, and if the people returned them to the Duma in large numbers, it was surely not to establish socialism today or for them to carry through any preparatory bourgeois reforms. Therefore it will be far more advantageous to them to concede the role of parliamentarians to us rather than compromise themselves by playing that role. As you see, Milyukov goes straight to the heart of the matter. The passage I have just quoted contains all the principal elements of the Mensheviks' view of the revolution and of the relationship between bourgeois and social democracy. The revolution now taking place is a bourgeois, not a socialist one. That is the first point. The bourgeois revolution has to be made by democratic bourgeoisie. That's the second point. Social democracy cannot carry through bourgeois reforms with its own hands, its role is purely oppositional, and consists of criticizing and discrediting. Lastly and fourthly, to enable the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 23 Annexes. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch23.htm, 1 of 6, June 6, 2002, 1342 and 54 seconds. Socialists to remain in opposition, we, that is, the democratic bourgeoisie, have to be in existence and active. And what if we are not in existence? What if there is no bourgeois democracy capable of marching at the head of the bourgeois revolution? Then it has got to be invented. And that is precisely what the Mensheviks are doing. They are constructing a bourgeois democracy, its qualities and its history, out of the rich fund of their own imagination. As materialists, we must first of all ask ourselves the question of the social foundations of a bourgeois democracy. In what classes, what strata of the population, can it find support? We are all agreed that the capitalist bourgeoisie is simply not in question as a revolutionary force. Certain industrialists in Lyons played a counter-revolutionary role even at the time of the Great French Revolution, which was a national revolution in the broadest sense of the word. But we are always being told about the middle, and especially the petty bourgeoisie, as the guiding force of the bourgeois revolution. What exactly does this petty bourgeoisie represent? The Jacobins were supported by an urban bourgeoisie which had come out of craft workshops. Small craftsmen, apprentices, the whole petty urban population closely connected with them, formed the army of the revolutionary sans-culottes, the principal support of the leading party of the Montagnards. This compact mass of the urban population, which had gone through the long historical school of artisanal trade, carried the revolution forward. The objective result of the revolution was the creation of normal conditions for capitalist exploitation. But the social mechanism of the historical process decreed that these conditions for the bourgeoisie's rule must be created by the mob, the democracy of the streets, the sans-culottes. It was their dictatorship of terror that cleansed bourgeois society of the useless rubbish that encumbered it, after which the bourgeoisie achieved domination by overthrowing the dictatorship of the petty bourgeois democracy. I ask, alas, not for the first time, where is the social class in Russia that could raise up a revolutionary bourgeoisie on its shoulders, could put it in power and give it the possibility of performing such a tremendous task in opposition to the proletariat? That is the central question, and once more I put it to the Mensheviks. It is true that we have enormous masses of revolutionary peasantry. But the comrades from the minority know as well as I that the peasantry, however revolutionary it may be, is not capable of playing an independent, still less a leading, political role. Undoubtedly the peasantry can prove to be a tremendous force in the service of the revolution, but it would be unworthy of a Marxist to believe that a party of moujiks can place itself at the head of a bourgeois revolution and, by its own initiative, liberate the nation's productive forces from their archaic shackles. The town leads in modern society, and it alone is capable of leading a bourgeois revolution. Where then, is our urban bourgeoisie which might be capable of leading the nation? Comrade Martynov has searched for it many a time, magnifying glass in hand. He has found school teachers in Saratov, lawyers in Petersburg, and statisticians in Moscow. He and all those who think like him, refuse to admit that in the Russian Revolution it is the industrial proletariat which occupies the position once occupied by the artisanal semi-proletarian bourgeoisie of the sans-culottes at the end of the 18th century. I want to draw your attention, comrades, to this fundamental fact. Our large industry did not grow naturally out of artisanal trade. The economic history of our towns never. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 23 Annexes. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch23.htm, 2 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 54 seconds. Went through a craft period. In Russia, capitalist industry came into being under direct and immediate pressure from European capital. It took possession of what was, in essence, primitive virgin soil without encountering any resistance from artisanal culture. Foreign capital flowed into Russia through the channel of state loans and the pipeline of private enterprise. It gathered around itself an army of the industrial proletariat without allowing artisanal trade to develop, nor even to come into being. As a result of this process, the principal force in our towns at the moment of bourgeois revolution consisted of an industrial proletariat of an extremely highly developed social type. That is a fact which cannot be refuted and which must be placed at the very foundation of all our conclusions concerning the tactics of revolution. If the comrades from the minority believe in the victory of the revolution, or even if they merely admit the possibility of such a victory, they will not be able to deny that, apart from the proletariat, we can have no claim to revolutionary power. Just as the petty bourgeois urban democracy of the French Revolution placed itself at the head of the revolutionary nation, so the proletariat, that sole revolutionary democracy of our towns, must seek support among the peasant masses and must take power if the revolution is to be victorious. A government supported directly by the proletariat and, through it, by the revolutionary peasantry does not yet mean a socialist dictatorship. I am not now touching upon the further prospects for a proletarian government. Perhaps the proletariat is destined to fall, as the Jacobin democracy fell, to clear a space for the rule of the bourgeoisie. I want to establish only one thing: if, as Plekhanov predicted, the revolutionary movement in Russia triumphs as a workers' movement, then the victory of the proletariat in Russia is possible only as a revolutionary victory of the proletariat, or else it is not possible at all. On this conclusion I insist most adamantly. If we are forced to admit that the social contradictions between the proletariat and the peasant masses will not allow the proletariat to become the leader of the peasantry, and that the proletariat itself is not strong enough for victory, then we must reach the conclusion that our revolution is not destined to win at all. If that is so, then the natural finale of the revolution must be a deal between the liberal bourgeoisie and the old power. We must certainly face the possibility of such an outcome. But that way lies the defeat of the revolution, a defeat due to its internal weakness. In essence, the Mensheviks' analysis and, first and foremost, their evaluation of the proletariat and its possible relations with the peasantry leads them inexorably towards revolutionary pessimism. Yet they persist in ignoring this logic and, instead, base their revolutionary optimism on bourgeois democracy. Hence their attitude towards the cadets. For them the cadets are the symbol of bourgeois democracy, and bourgeois democracy is the natural claimant to revolutionary power. From this viewpoint Comrade Martynov has constructed a whole philosophy of the history of the Constitutional Democratic Party. The cadets, he explains, swing to the right in periods of revolutionary lull and to the left in periods of revolutionary ascendancy, and therefore they will inherit the revolutionary future. I must point out, however, that here the history of the cadets is tendentiously made to fit a preconceived notion. Martynov reminds us that in October 1905 the cadets declared their sympathy for the strikes. That is an incontrovertible fact. But what lay hidden behind their platonic sympathy? The most vulgar bourgeois fear of street terror. As soon as the revolutionary movement grew stronger, the cadets disappeared completely from the political arena. Milyukov explains the reasons for this disappearance with utter frankness in the brochure I have already quoted. When, after October 17, free political assemblies first appeared in Russia, their mood was. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 23 Annexes. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch23.htm, 3 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 54 seconds. Unquestionably left-wing. During the last months of 1905 it was absolutely impossible to resist this trend, even for a party like the Cadets, which was then in the first months of its existence and was preparing for parliamentary struggle. Those who now reproach the Cadets with failure to protest at that time, by organizing meetings, against the revolutionary illusions of Trotskyism and the relapse into Blanquism, simply do not understand or have forgotten the mood of the democratic public at meetings during that period. The elections to the Second State Duma, pages 91 and 92. As you see, Mr. Milyukov does me too much honor by connecting my name with the period when the revolution reached its highest point. But that is not why the quotation is interesting. The important point for us is that in October and November the only work that the Cadets might have done would have consisted in fighting revolutionary illusions, that is to say, in substance, opposing the revolutionary movement of the masses, and the only reason why they failed to do that work was that they were afraid of the democratic public which attended popular meetings at the time. And this in the very honeymoon of their existence. This at the climax of our revolution. Comrade Martynov remembers the Cadets' Platonic greetings to the strikers. But, being the tendentious historian that he is, he forgets to mention the November Congress of the Zemsty, at the head of which stood the Cadets. Did the Congress discuss the question of its participation in the popular movement? No, it discussed the terms of its deal with Witt's ministry. When news came of the Sevastopol Rising, the Congress immediately and decisively swung to the right, not the left. And only Mr. Milyukov's speech, which boiled down to saying that, thank heaven, the Rising had already been suppressed, only the speech succeeded in putting the Cadet Zemsty back on the constitutional track. You see that Martynov's general thesis is open to very serious reservations. Next we come to the Cadets in the First Duma. Without doubt that is the most brilliant page in the history of the Liberal Party. But what explained this temporary success? We can differ in our evaluations of the boycott tactic. But we must all agree that it was this tactic which, artificially and for that reason only temporarily, propelled large democratic strata towards the Cadets, forced many radicals to consider themselves represented by the Cadet Party, and thus transformed the Cadets into the organ of national opposition. It was this exceptional situation that drove the Cadets to issue the Vyborg Declaration, which Comrade Martynov has also mentioned. But by the time of the elections to the Second Duma the Cadets were already back in their more natural position of fighting revolutionary illusions. Mr. Alexei Smirnov, the historiographer of the Cadet Party, has this to say about the election campaign in the towns where the Cadets' influence was at its greatest: no supporters of the government were found among the urban voters. The focal point of the struggle at election meetings therefore shifted to the debate between the People's Freedom Party and the left socialist parties, the elections to the Second State Duma, P90. The oppositional chaos of the first election was replaced, in the second campaign, by a fight over the issue of revolutionary democracy. The Cadets mobilized their voters against the slogans of democracy, revolution, and the proletariat. That is a cardinal fact. The Cadets' social basis became narrower and less democratic. And this was not a temporary, accidental, transitory circumstance. It indicated a truly serious division between liberalism and revolutionary democracy. Milyukov has no illusions concerning this result of the second election. After pointing out that in the first Duma the Cadets had a majority perhaps because they had no competitors, and that in the second election they lost that majority, the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 23 Annexes. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch23.htm, 4 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 54 seconds. Leader of the Cadet Party says, but instead we have the support of a considerable part of the country which has declared itself in favor of our tactics against the tactics of revolution. Ibid, p. 286. We cannot but wish that those of our comrades who constitute the minority were equally clear-sighted and definite in their assessment of events. Do you believe that things will happen differently in the future? That the Cadets will once more inscribe democracy on their banners, and become more revolutionary? Or do you think that, on the contrary, the further development of the revolution will lead to a final break between the Democrats and the liberals, and will throw the latter back into the camp of reaction? Are not the tactics of the cadets in the Second Duma leading to that? Do not your own tactics lead to that? Your speeches in the Duma? Your accusations at public meetings and in the press? On what, then, do you base your belief that the cadets will see the light, will change their ways? On the facts of political development? No, on your own schema. To carry the revolution to its conclusion you need an urban bourgeoisie. You look for it everywhere, and you can find nothing but the cadets. And so you wax wonderfully optimistic about them, you dress them up, you want to force them to play a historical role which they cannot, will not, do not want to play. I have not had an answer to my central question, though I have asked it many times. You have no prognosis for revolution. Your policy lacks perspective. And that is why your attitude towards the bourgeois parties is formulated in words which the Congress would do well to remember, as each case arises. The proletariat, according to you, does not conduct a systematic struggle to gain influence over the popular masses, it does not check every one of its tactical steps from the viewpoint of a single guiding idea, that of rallying the oppressed working people, of becoming their herald and their leader. No, it conducts its policy as each case arises. It loses the possibility of giving up temporary gains for the sake of more profound victories, it weighs and measures everything empirically, it plans all its political actions as each case arises. Why must I prefer blondes to brunettes? Comrade Plekhanov has asked. Well, I must admit that if we are talking about blondes and brunettes, that's a matter of what the Germans call Privatsache, of free personal choice. I do not suppose that even Alexinsky, well known as he is for his high principles, will insist that the Congress must arrive at a unity of ideas about the color of their hair, as a precondition for unity of action. Applause. The London Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Revolutionary Party. Full text of the debates. Published by the Central Committee, 1909, p. 295. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 23 Annexes. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch23.htm, 5 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 54 seconds. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 23 Annexes. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch23.htm, 6 of 6, June 6, 2002, 13:42 and 54 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 24. The Proletariat and the Russian Revolution. On the Menshevist theory of the Russian Revolution A. Tcherwanin. Das Proletariat und die Russische Revolution. Stuttgart, Verlag Dietz, 1908. ******. Every good European, and, not least, every European socialist thinks of Russia as the land of the unexpected, for the simple reason that results always seem unexpected when you do not know their causes. French travelers in the 18th century reported that the Russians heated their streets with bonfires. European socialists in the 20th century naturally disbelieved this, but nevertheless considered the Russian climate too severe to admit of the development of social democracy. The opposite also is true. A certain French novelist, I forget whether it was Eugène Sue or Dumas Père, makes his hero drink tea in Russia, sous l'ombre d'une cloche, in the shadow of a kliukva being the Russian word for cranberry. Of course any educated European today knows that for a man and a samovar to find room under a cranberry plant is almost as difficult as it is for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. But the colossal events of the Russian Revolution, by their utter unexpectedness, have driven many Western socialists to believe that the Russian climate, so recently in need of street heating, has suddenly become capable of transforming frail Arctic plants into giant baobabs. And this is why, when the first mighty impact of the revolution was crushed by the military forces of Tsarism, many hastened to cross from the shadow of the Lyukva into the shadow of disillusionment. Fortunately, the Russian Revolution has provoked in the socialist West a genuine desire to make sense of Russian society. I would find it hard, however, to say which is more valuable, this intellectual interest or the Third State Duma, which, after all, is also a gift of the revolution, at least in the sense that a dog's corpse washed up by the tide on a sandbank is a gift of the ocean. Thanks are certainly due to the publishing house of Dietz in Stuttgart, which has produced 3 volumes to meet the interest aroused by the revolution. Peter Maslov. Die Agrarfrage in Russland. Pasket now. Lage der Arbeitendenklasse in Russland. 8 Schervanen. Das Proletariat and die Russische Revolution. That is the important question which Scherwanen's brochure, recently published in a German translation, attempts to illuminate, and it is this brochure which we wish to discuss in the following pages. We must point out, however, that the 3 books are by no means of equal value. Maslow's work is a major study of Russia's agrarian relations. Its scientific value is so great that the author may be forgiven, not only the extreme formal weakness of the book, but even his far from sound version of Marx's theory of land rent. Pasketnow's book, while in no sense an independent study, offers Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 24, The Proletariat and the Russian Revolution, on the Menshevist theory of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch24.htm, 1 of 9, June 6, 2002, 1343. A certain amount of useful material concerning the Russian worker's position in the factory or mine, at home, in hospital, to some extent in his trade union, but not within the country's social organism. But then the author never set out to do this. Consequently, his work is of very little help in understanding the revolutionary role of the Russian proletariat. That is the important questions which Scherwanen's brochure, recently published in a German translation, attempts to illuminate, and it is this brochure which we wish to discuss in the following pages. Scherwanen begins by analyzing the general causes of the revolution. He sees it as the product of a clash between the irresistible demands of the country's capitalist development and the feudal forms of the Russian state and its laws. The inexorable logic of economic development, he writes, created a situation where all strata of the population, with the exception of the feudal nobility, were finally compelled to adopt a position hostile to the government. p. 10. In this lineup of oppositional and revolutionary forces, the proletariat undoubtedly played a central role. But the proletariat only had significance as part of the oppositional whole. It could be effective within the historical framework of a general struggle for the creation of the new bourgeois society only to the extent that it was supported by the bourgeois opposition, or rather to the extent that the proletariat itself, by its revolutionary actions, supported the bourgeois opposition. And vice versa, each time that the proletariat by its immoderate actions, or, if you wish, its historically premature actions, isolated itself from bourgeois democracy, it suffered defeats and slowed down the development of the revolution. That is the substance of Scherwanen's historical theory. F. Dan develops the same notion in his recent article in number 2 of Neue Zeit. But his conclusions, at any rate those relating to the past, are less whole than Scherwanen's. Throughout the whole brochure he is an indefatigable opponent of any overestimation of the Russian proletariat's revolutionary strength or political role. He analyzes the great drama of January 9 and arrives at the following conclusion: Trotsky is wrong when he writes that the workers marched to the Winter Palace on January 9, not with humble pleas, but with a demand. p. 27. He accuses the party organization of overestimating the maturity shown by the Petersburg proletariat in February 1905 in the matter of Senator Shidlovsky's commission, when the elected representatives of the masses demanded public and legal guarantees for themselves and, on being refused them, walked out, and when the workers responded to the arrest of their representatives by going on strike. He gives a brief historical sketch of the Great October Strike and formulates his conclusions as follows: we have seen the elements that went into the making of the October Strike and the role played in it by the bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia. We have clearly established that the proletariat did not deal this serious and possibly mortal blow to absolutism by itself nor by its own forces alone. p. 56. After the issuing of the manifesto of October 17, the whole of bourgeois society wanted the restoration of calm. Therefore it was madness on the part of the proletariat to choose the path of revolutionary insurrection. The proletariat's energies should have been channeled into elections to the Duma. Scherwanen attacks those who pointed out that, at that moment, the Duma was only a promise and that no one knew when and how the elections would take place or whether they would take place at all. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 24, The Proletariat and the Russian Revolution, on the Menshevist theory of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxists.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch24.htm, 2 of 9, June 6, 2002, 1343. Quoting an article written by me on the day when the manifesto was issued, he says, "The victory just won was quite wrongly minimized in Izvestia, the paper of the Soviet Workers' Deputies, which wrote soon after the manifesto, a constitution has been given, but the autocracy remains. Everything has been given, and nothing has been given." Thereafter, according to Tcherwanin, things went from bad to worse. Instead of supporting the Congress of the Zemsty, which was demanding universal franchise for elections to the Duma, the proletariat provoked a brutal break with liberalism and bourgeois democracy by choosing two new and doubtful allies, the peasantry and the army. The introduction of the 8-hour day by revolutionary means, the November strike as a response to martial law in Poland, mistake followed mistake, and the path led to the fatal debacle of December, which, in turn, together with further errors on the part of the Social Democrats, prepared the ground for the collapse of the First Duma and the triumph of counter-revolution. Such is Tcherwanin's view of history. The German translator has done everything in his power to tone down the author's accusations and diatribes, but even in this softened form Tcherwanin's work reads far more like an indictment of the proletariat's revolutionary crimes than a proper description of the proletariat's revolutionary role. Tcherwanin replaces any materialist analysis of social relations by a formalist deduction along the following lines: our revolution is a bourgeois revolution, a victorious bourgeois revolution must transfer power to the bourgeoisie, the proletariat must collaborate in the bourgeois revolution, consequently it must collaborate in transferring power into the hands of the bourgeoisie, hence the idea of power being taken over by the proletariat is incompatible with good tactics by the proletariat. In an era of bourgeois revolution, the actual tactics pursued by the proletariat led it into a struggle for state power, and therefore bad. Such a handsome logical construction, which the scholastikists called, I believe, Tsarites, leaves aside the most important question, the question of the actual inner social forces and class mechanism of a bourgeois revolution. We know the classical example. In the French Revolution, the conditions for the hegemony of a capitalist bourgeoisie were prepared by the terrorist dictatorship of the victorious sans-culottes. This happened at a time when the main mass of the urban population was composed of a petty bourgeoisie of craftsmen and shopkeepers. This mass was led by the Jacobins. In Russia today, the main mass of the urban populations is composed of the industrial proletariat. Is this analogy enough to suggest a potential historical situation in which the victory of a bourgeois revolution is rendered possible only by the proletariat gaining revolutionary power? Or does the revolution therefore stop being a bourgeois one? Yes and no. The answer does not depend on formal definitions but on the further progress of events. If the proletariat is overthrown by a coalition of bourgeois classes, including the peasantry whom the proletariat itself has liberated, then the revolution will retain its limited bourgeois character. But if the proletariat succeeds in using all means to achieve its own political hegemony and thereby breaks out of the national confines of the Russian Revolution, then that revolution could become the prologue to a world socialist revolution. The question as to what stage the Russian Revolution will reach can, of course, be answered only conditionally. But one thing is unconditional and certain: the mere definition of the Russian Revolution as a bourgeois revolution says nothing about its inner development, and certainly does not mean that the proletariat must adapt its tactics to bourgeois democracy because the latter is the only legitimate claimant to state power. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 24: The Proletariat and the Russian Revolution, on the Menshevist Theory of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch24.htm, 3 of 9, June 6, 2002, 1343. 2. First of all, what kind of a political body are they, these bourgeois democrats? In speaking of the liberals, people usually identify them with the popular masses, that is, above all with the peasantry. But in reality, and therein lies the root of the matter, such an identification has not occurred and cannot occur. The Cadets, the party which has set the tone in liberal circles during the last 2 years, were formed in 1905 by the amalgamation of the Zemstvo constitutionalists and the League of Liberation. The Liberal Front of the Zemsty was the expression, on the one hand, of the landowners' envy and discontent with the monstrous industrial protectionism of the state and, on the other, of the opposition of the more progressive landowners, who saw that the barbaric backwardness of Russia's agrarian relations was an obstacle to their putting their economy on a capitalist footing. The League of Liberation united under its banner those sections of the intelligentsia who were prevented by their decent social standing and their resulting prosperity from taking the revolutionary path. Many of these gentlemen had previously gone through the school of legal Marxism. The Zemstvo opposition was always distinguished for its cowardly impotence, and our most august dimwit was merely stating a bitter truth when, in 894, he called their political aspirations senseless dreams. But, on the other hand, neither were the members of the privileged intelligentsia, who carry no social weight of their own and are directly or indirectly dependent on the state, on state-protected large capital or on liberal landowners, capable of forming an even moderately impressive political opposition. Thus the Cadet Party was a combination of the Zemstvy's oppositional impotence with the all-around impotence of the diploma-carrying intelligentsia. The real face of Zemstvy liberalism was fully revealed by the end of 1905 when the landowners, startled by the agrarian disorders, swung sharply around to support the old regime. The liberal intelligentsia was forced, with tears in its eyes, to forsake the country estate where, when all is said and done, it had been no more than a foster child and to seek acknowledgement in its historic home the city. If we sum up the results of the three electoral campaigns, we see that Petersburg and Moscow, with her special population breakdowns, were the cadet citadels. Yet Russian liberalism, as we can see from all its pathetic behavior, never succeeded in overcoming its total insignificance. Why? The explanation is not to be sought in the revolutionary excesses of the proletariat but in far deeper historical causes. The social basis of bourgeois democracy and the driving force of the European Revolution was the Third Estate, whose nucleus was composed of the urban petty bourgeoisie, craftsmen, merchants, and intellectuals. The second half of the 19th century was a period of its complete decay. Capitalist development not only crushed artisanal democracy in the West, but also prevented it from ever forming in the East. When European capital arrived in the Russia of the cottage craftsman, it gave him no time to separate himself from the peasant or to become an urban artisan, but put him directly into the bondage of the factory. At the same time it transformed Russia's old, archaic towns including Moscow, the large village, into centers of modern industry. The proletariat, without any artisanal past, without craft traditions or prejudices, found itself concentrated in vast masses from the start. In all the principal branches of industry large capital effortlessly snatched the ground from under the feet of medium and small capital. Petersburg and Moscow cannot be compared with the Berlin or Vienna of 1848, still less with the Paris of 1789, which had not even dreamed of railways or the telegraph and regarded a workshop employing 300 workers as the largest conceivable enterprise. But it is very noticeable that Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 24, The Proletariat and the Russian Revolution, on the Menshevist Theory of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch24.htm, 4 of 9, June 6, 2002, 1343. Russian industry, so far as its degree of concentration is concerned, can not only bear comparison with other European states but actually leaves them all far behind. The small table which follows serves to illustrate this. German Emipra, 1 census of 1895, Austrian Empire 2 census of 1902, Russia 3 census of 1902, No of enterprises, No of workers, No of enterprises, No of workers, No of enterprises, No of workers, enterprises employing 51 to 1,000 workers 18,698, 2,595,536, 6,334, 993,006,334, 1,202,800. Enterprises employing more than 1,000 workers 255, 448,731, 115, 179,876, 458, 1,155,000. 1 Remeslo I Targoflya v Ernonskoye Imperii, p. 42. 2 Austrian Statistical Yearbook, 1907, p. 229. 3 A V Polazaev. Uchiat Kislenisti Isostavarabakik v Rossi. Petersburg, p. 46 IV. We have not included enterprises employing less than 50 workers because the data available for these in Russia are very incomplete. But even these two rows of figures show the colossal preeminence of Russian over Austrian industry from the point of view of concentration of production. Whereas the total number of medium and large-sized enterprises happens, purely accidentally, to be the same, 6,334, that of giant-size enterprises, more than 1,000 workers, is 4 times higher in Russia than in Austria. We get a similar result if, instead of backward Austria, we base the comparison on such advanced capitalist countries as Germany and Belgium. Germany has 255 gigantic enterprises with a total number of workers slightly below million, Russia has 458 with a total number of workers exceeding million. The same point is vividly illuminated by comparing the profits derived from different categories of commercial and industrial enterprises in Russia. No of enterprises profits in 1 million rubles profits from 1,000 to 2,000 rubles 37,000 or 44.5% 56 or 8.6% profits of over 50,000 rubles 1,400 or 1.7% 291 or 45.0%. In other words, roughly one-half of all enterprises receives less than one-tenth of total profits, whereas 1/60th of all enterprises accounts for almost half of all surplus value. These few figures bear eloquent testimony to the fact that the late arrival of capitalism in Russia has rendered the contradictions between the capitalists and the workers, those twin poles of bourgeois society, exceptionally acute. Workers in Russia occupy the place which, at the corresponding period, was occupied in Western Europe by artisanal and commercial democracy emerging from corporations and guilds, not only in the public economy, not only in the composition of the urban population, but also in the economics of revolutionary struggle. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 24, The Proletariat and the Russian Revolution, on the Menshevist Theory of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch24.htm, 5 of 9, June 6, 2002, 1343. In Russia there is no trace of that sturdy petty bourgeoisie which, hand in hand with the young proletariat that had not yet had time to form itself as a class, took the bastilles of feudalism by assault. It is true that the petty bourgeoisie has always and everywhere been politically a somewhat amorphous body, yet in its best historical days it developed tremendous political activity. But when, as in Russia, one finds a hopelessly retarded bourgeois democratic intelligentsia suspended over an abyss of class contradictions, caught in a web of feudal traditions and academic prejudices, born to the accompaniment of socialist imprecations, not daring even to think of influencing the workers, and incapable of placing itself, instead of the proletariat, at the head of the peasantry by fighting the interests of the landlords, then this miserable democracy without a backbone becomes the cadet party. Indeed, without giving way to feelings of national pride, we can assert that the brief history of Russian liberalism was unparalleled in the history of the bourgeois countries for its intrinsic shoddiness and concentrated imbecility. But, of course, it cannot be denied that no previous revolution ever absorbed so much popular energy while yielding such negligible objective results. From whatever angle we consider the events, the intimate connection between the utter insignificance of the bourgeois democrats and the revolution's lack of results leaps to the eye. The connection is undeniable, but it does not mean that our conclusions have to be negative. The Russian Revolution's lack of results is only the obverse of its profound and enduring quality. Our revolution is a bourgeois revolution in terms of the immediate problems which engendered it, but, because of the extreme class differentiation of our trading and industrial population, there exists no bourgeois class that can place itself at the head of the popular masses and combine its social weight and political experience with their revolutionary energy. The oppressed workers and the peasant masses must learn by themselves, in the harsh school of merciless conflicts and cruel defeats, to create the political and organizational conditions necessary for their own victory. No other way is open to them. 3. When it took over the industrial functions of an artisanal democracy, the Russian proletariat also had to take over its tasks, but not its methods or its means. Bourgeois democracy has at its service the entire apparatus of official public institutions, the schools and universities, municipal establishments, the press, the theater. That this is an immense advantage was demonstrated by the fact that even our rickety liberalism found itself automatically organized and equipped when the moment came for those actions of which it proved capable, namely, resolutions, petitions and electioneering. The proletariat received no cultural or political heritage from bourgeois society other than the internal cohesion which results from the production process itself. On this basis it had to create its political organization in the gunfire and smoke of revolutionary battles. It came out of this difficulty with flying colors, the period of the maximum tension of its revolutionary energy, the end of 1905, was at the same time the period of the creation of a remarkable class organization, the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. But that was only the smaller half of the problem. The workers had to defeat, not only their own disorganization, but also the organized force of the enemy. General strike emerged as the method of revolutionary struggle most appropriate to the proletariat. Despite its relatively small numbers, the Russian proletariat controls the centralized machine of state. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 24 The Proletariat and the Russian Revolution on the Menshevist Theory of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch24.htm, 6 of 9, June 6, 2002, 1343. Power and the colossal mass of the country's concentrated productive forces. This is what made the striking proletariat so powerful that absolutism itself, in October 1905, was forced to stand to attention before it. Soon after, however, it was seen that a general strike only poses the problem of revolution, but does not solve it. Revolution is first and foremost a struggle for state power. But a strike, as analysis suggests and as events have shown, is a revolutionary means of exerting pressure on the existing power. That, by the way, is precisely why the cadet liberals, whose demands never went beyond the granting of a constitution, sanctioned the general strike as a means of struggle, but they did so only momentarily and in retrospect, at a moment when the proletariat had already recognized the limitations of the strike and realized that its limits must inevitably be transcended. The hegemony of the town over the countryside, of industry over agriculture, and at the same time the modern nature of Russian industry, the absence of a strong petty bourgeoisie for whom the workers might have acted as auxiliary troops, all these factors made the Russian proletariat into the principal revolutionary force and confronted it with the problem of capturing state power. The scholastikists who regard themselves as Marxists only because they look at the world through the paper on which Marx's works are printed can quote as many texts as they like to prove the untimeliness of the political hegemony of the proletariat, the Russian working class, the class which, under the leadership of a purely class organization, fought a duel with absolutism at the end of 1905 while large capital and the intelligentsia acted as seconds on either side, the Russian proletariat. By virtue of its whole revolutionary development, was brought face to face with the problem of capturing state power. A confrontation between the proletariat and the army became unavoidable. The result of the confrontation depended on the behavior of the army, and the behavior of the army, on its composition. The political role of the workers in Russia is infinitely greater than their number. This was shown by events and, later, by the elections to the Second Duma. The workers carried their class advantages, technical expertise, intelligence, a capacity for concerted action with them into the barracks. In all revolutionary movements within the army the principal part has been played by skilled soldiers, gunners and sappers whose home is the town, the factory suburb. In naval risings, engine crews were always to the fore. These proletarians, even though they represented a minority within the ship's crew as a whole, were able to control it because they controlled the engine, the warship's heart. But the colossal numerical preponderance of the peasantry is bound to tell in the army, which is based on universal conscription. The army mechanically overcomes the muzhik's lack of productive coordination, and transforms his chief political vice, his passivity, into a major advantage for itself. In most of its actions in 1905 the proletariat alternated between ignoring the passivity of the countryside and relying on its instinctive discontent. But when the struggle for state power became the immediate issue, the solution was found to lie in the hands of the armed muzhik, the nucleus of the Russian infantry. The Russian proletariat in December 1905 foundered, not on its own mistakes, but on a more real force, the bayonets of the peasant army. 4. This short analysis largely relieves us of the necessity to answer Tcherwanin's indictment point by point. Behind a mass of separate actions, statements, and mistakes, Tcherwanin fails to see the proletariat itself, its social relations and revolutionary growth. If he rejects the proposition that on Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 24 The Proletariat and the Russian Revolution on the Menshevist Theory of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch24.htm, 7 of 9, June 6, 2002, 1343. January 9 The workers came out, not to plead, but to demand. It is because he cannot see the substance of the event behind its outward form. When he is so anxious to emphasize the role of the intelligentsia in the October strike, it in no way alters the fact that it was the proletariat, by its revolutionary action, that transformed the left Democrats from the Zemsty's appendage into a contemporary auxiliary unit of the revolution, forced a purely proletarian method of struggle, the general strike, upon them and made them dependent on a purely proletarian organization, the Soviet of Deputies. According to Tcherwanin, the proletariat after the manifesto should have concentrated all its energies on elections to the Duma. But, remember, At that time there were no elections, no one knew when or how they would be held, and no guarantee was offered that they would be held at all. What did exist side by side with the manifesto of October 1905 was the Great All-Russian Pogrom. How could anyone be confident that, instead of a Duma, there might have been just another pogrom? What could the proletariat have done under such circumstances, having once broken down the old barriers of the police state? Only what it in fact did. Quite naturally, it seized new positions and dug itself into them, it demolished censorship, created a revolutionary press, won the freedom of assembly, protected the population against hooligans, whether uniformed or in rags, built up militant trade unions, rallied around its class representative body, established links with the revolutionary peasantry and the army. At a time when the liberal public was babbling about the army remaining outside politics, the Social Democrats tirelessly carried on agitation in the barracks. Were they right or not? At a time when the November Congress of the Zemsty, which Tcherwanin believes in retrospect we should have supported, rushed headlong towards the right at the first news of the Sevastopol rising and regained its equanimity only on being informed that the rising was already crushed, the Soviet of Deputies, by contrast, enthusiastically saluted the insurgents. Was it right or not? Where, along what road, were guarantees of victory to be sought, in the peace of mind of the Zemsty, or in the fraternal union of the proletariat with the armed forces? Of course the program of land confiscation proposed by the workers pushed the landowners over to the right. But then it also pushed the peasants over to the left. Of course the ruthless industrial struggle thrust the capitalists back into the camp of order. But then it also aroused the political consciousness of the most ignorant and intimidated among the workers. Of course agitation within the armed forces brought the inevitable conflict closer. But what else was there to be done? Should Trepov have been left in sole command of the soldiers, those same soldiers who, even during the honeymoon of the new freedoms, had abetted the pogromists and fired on workers? Tcherwanin himself senses that nothing could have been done other than what was in fact done. The tactics were wrong all the way through, he says in concluding one of his analyses, and immediately adds, suppose even that they were unavoidable and that no other tactics were possible at that moment. But this is quite immaterial, and does not alter the final objective conclusion that the Social Democrats' tactics were wrong all the way through. Tcherwanin constructs his tactics as Spinoza did his ethics, that is to say, geometrically. He admits that under the existing conditions there was no room for the application of his tactics, and that, of course, is precisely why men who thought like him played no role whatever in the revolution. But what is there to be said of realistic tactics whose only shortcoming is that they cannot be applied? Let us say of them, in Luther's words, theology is concerned with life, and should not consist of mere meditation and reflection on the affairs of God according to the laws of reason. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 24, The Proletariat and the Russian Revolution, on the Menshevist Theory of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch24.htm, 8 of 9, June 6, 2002, 1343. Every art, whether it be intended for domestic usage or for the world, is rendered null and worthless, ist verloren und taugt nichts, if it becomes mere speculation and cannot be applied in practice. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 24, The Proletariat and the Russian Revolution, on the Menshevist Theory of the Russian Revolution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch24.htm, 9 of 9, June 6, 2002, 1343. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 25. Our Differences. The year 1905, the Reaction, and Revolutionary Prospects. This article was published in the Polish journal Pierzyglad Social Demokratizny in the period of blackest reaction in Russia, almost a total standstill in the working class movement, and the Mensheviks' renegade disavowal of the revolution and its methods. The article also criticizes the official position of Bolshevism at that time on the question of the revolution's character and the proletariat's tasks within it. The criticisms addressed to Menshevism remain valid to this day. Russian Menshevism is reaping the fruits of its fatal errors in the years 1903-1905, its formative years. World Menshevism is today repeating the mistakes of Russian Menshevism. The critique of the Bolshevik position of the time, democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, is today of historic interest only. Past differences have long been resolved. In the first edition of this book the chapter was printed in an incomplete form because neither the full Russian manuscript nor the Polish review in which the article was printed were available at that time. In the present edition all gaps have been filled by following the Polish text. You are perfectly right in saying, Lassalle wrote to Marx in 1854, at a time of extreme world reaction, that the present apathy cannot be overcome by theoretical means. I would go so far in extrapolating this thought as to say that apathy has never been overcome by purely theoretical means, that is, the theoretical overcoming of political apathy produced disciples, sects, or unsuccessful practical movements, but has never yet produced either a real-world movement or a universal mass movement of minds. The masses are drawn into the current of a movement, not only practically but also intellectually, by the dynamic force of real events alone. Opportunism cannot understand this. It may seem paradoxical to say that the principal psychological feature of opportunism is its inability to wait. But that is undoubtedly true. In periods when friendly and hostile social forces, by virtue of their antagonism and their interaction, create a total political standstill, when the molecular process of economic growth, by intensifying the contradictions, not only fails to disturb the political balance but actually strengthens it and, as it were, makes it permanent, in such periods opportunism, devoured by impatience, looks around for new ways and means of putting into effect what history is not yet ready for in practice. Tired of its own inadequacy and unreliability, it goes in search of allies. It hurls itself avidly upon the dung heap of liberalism. It implores it, it appeals to it, it invents special formulae for how it could act. In reply, liberalism merely contaminates it with its own. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 25. Our Differences, the year 1905, the reaction, and revolutionary prospects. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch25.htm, 1 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 9 seconds. Political putrefaction. Opportunism then begins to pick out isolated pearls of democracy from the dung heap. It needs allies. It rushes from place to place, grabbing possible allies by their coattails. It harangues its own adherents, admonishing them to be considerate towards all potential allies. Tact, still more tact. It is gripped by a special disease, the mania of caution in respect to liberalism, the sickness of tact, and, driven berserk by its sickness, it attacks and wounds its own party. Opportunism builds on relations which are not yet ripe. It wants immediate success. When oppositional allies fail to be of use, it rushes to the government, pleading, arguing, threatening. In the end it finds a place for itself inside the government. This is called ministerialism, achieving nothing thereby except to show that history cannot be overtaken by administrative means any more than it can by theory. Opportunism does not know how to wait. And that is precisely why great events always catch it unawares. They knock it off its feet, whiz it around like a chip of wood in a whirlpool and sweep it forward, knocking its head now against one bank, now against the other. It tries to resist, but in vain. Then it submits to its fate, pretends to be happy, waves its arms to show that it is swimming, and shouts louder than anyone else. And when the hurricane has passed, it creeps ashore, shakes itself, complains of headache and painful limbs and, in the wretched hangover following its euphoria, spares no harsh words for revolutionary dreamers. In a recently published book entitled The Present Situation and the Possible Future, the well-known Moscow Menshevik Cherevyanin writes, in November and December, 1905, it was not even Bolshevist tactics that triumphed, but those of Parvus and Trotsky. p. 200. Martynov, the semi-official philosopher of Menshevist tactics, writing in the last issue of the Gob Social Demokrata, speaks of the fantastic theory of Parvus and Trotsky, which enjoyed momentary success among us in the October days, in the period of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. No. 4-5, p. 17. The inconsistency in the months referred to is due simply to the fact that Martynov is not too sure of the chronology of events, and by October days means the months of October, November, and December. Philosophers who deal with large historical epochs are well known to be careless about dates. But what was the fantastic theory? Cherevyanin speaks of Parvus and Trotsky's clearly unreasonable view according to which Russia could be carried from a semi-savage state straight into socialism. p. 177. Cherevyanin has no difficulty in exposing the unreasonableness of this view in a few pages. What is the Russian proletariat? By the most generous estimate, it represents 27.6% of the population. But agricultural laborers cannot be included in the revolutionary balance sheet because they are too ignorant and backward, servants and day laborers because they are scattered and unorganized, and so we are left with a mere 3.2 million souls of the trading and industrial proletariat. Thus 5 to 11% of the entire population is the basis on which Trotsky and Parvus meant to build a socialist system. And all the while they naively believed that they were applying Marxism to reality. P1-9. Cherevinin wins hands down, of that there can be no doubt. The trouble is only that he has borrowed his image of the men he opposes from those newspaper hacks, mostly renegades of Marxism, who insist on painting the devil of permanent revolution as luridly and crudely as possible. The question for us was never whether Russia can be carried straight into socialism. Even to pose the question in such a way demands a very special type of brain. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 25. Our Differences, the year 1905, the reaction, and revolutionary prospects. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch25.htm, 2 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 9 seconds. The question for us concerned the class dynamics of the Russian Revolution, not the permanent revolution, not the socialist revolution, but the one that is going on in Russia at the present time. These quotations are in themselves enough to show how opportunists write history in a state of revolutionary hangover. But perhaps it is still more interesting to show how they make history. We cannot, alas, say anything about Cherevinin in this context, as we have not the least idea of the role he played in the events of the revolution. But we do have documentary evidence of the views, if not the activities, of some of his confederates. You ask, one of them wrote, what our demands in the Constituent Assembly are going to be? Our clear and categorical reply is this: we shall demand, not socialization, but socialism, not equal shares of the land, but public ownership of all, italics in the original, means of production. True, vulgar Marxists might object that a socialist revolution in Russia is technically impossible in the near future. But the author triumphantly demolishes their objections and concludes, the Social Democrats alone have boldly raised the slogan of permanent revolution at the present time. They alone will lead the masses to the last and decisive victory. Who wrote this? A distinguished Menshevik. It is true that Martynov tells us of the momentary success of the views of Parvus and Trotsky in the October days. But then the same Martynov talks about the warning voice of the Mensheviks, whose heads were not turned so quickly, and who continued steadfastly, sometimes against the tide of events, to preserve the legacy of Russian social democracy. Gob Social Demokrata, No 4-5, Pi 6. Such valor is beyond praise, who shall deny it? And yet the article we have quoted, which vulgarizes the idea of permanent revolution, was written by a Menshevik, F. Nakabo, NOS 7 and 2, leading articles. Perhaps this Menshevik who suffered such a violent attack of revolutionary vertigo was not a reliable, not a real Menshevik? But no. It was the St. Peter of Menshevism, its very cornerstone. It was Comrade Martynov. Here you have a page from a textbook on the political physiology of opportunism. Is it to be wondered at if men who, at the most important and responsible moment in our history, lost every notion of their fundamental premises, are today raging against the unreasonableness of the unrepentant and against the insanity of revolution itself? 2. Social democracy was born of revolution and is heading towards revolution. All its tactics, in periods of so-called peaceful development, can be ultimately reduced to the policy of accumulating forces which can only be fully realized in periods of open revolutionary conflict. Normal, peaceful periods are those in which the ruling classes impose on the proletariat their own legality and their forms of political resistance, courts of law, police-supervised political assemblies, parliamentarianism. Revolutionary periods are those in which the proletariat pours its political indignation into the molds best suited to express its revolutionary nature: free assemblies, free press, general strikes, insurrection. But in the fever of revolution, when revolutionary aims seem so close to fulfillment, it is difficult for sensible Menshevik tactics to find the right path. Cherevinin, p. 209. Social democratic tactics which cannot be applied because of the fever of revolution? The fever of revolution, what terminology! In the end it turns out that sensible Menshevik tactics consisted in demanding a temporary concerted effort with the Cadet Party, and this policy, which would, of course, have saved the revolution, was prevented by the madness of revolution. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 25 Our Differences the year 1905, The Reaction, and Revolutionary Prospects. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch25.htm, 3 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 9 seconds. When you reread the correspondence between the great founders of Marxism, as they mounted guard so vigilantly in their watchtowers, one, the youngest, in Berlin, the other two, the stronger ones, in London, the center of world capitalism, and intently scanned the political horizon, noting every phenomenon that might indicate the approach of revolution, when you reread those letters and hear bubbling in them the lava of revolution on the point of eruption, when you breathe that atmosphere of an impatient and yet tireless anticipation of revolution, then you begin to hate the cruel dialectic of history which, for its momentary purpose, associates with Marxism these barren reasoners who lack both theoretical and psychological insight, and who set their tactical wisdom against the fever of revolution. Lassalle wrote to Marx in 1859, "The instinct of the masses in revolution is generally much surer than the good sense of intellectuals. It is precisely the masses' lack of education that protects them from the underwater reefs of sensible behavior. In the last analysis, revolution can only be made with the help of the masses and their passionate self-sacrifice. But the masses, just because they are grey, just because they lack education, are quite unable to understand possibilism, and since an undeveloped mind recognizes only extremes, knows only yea and nay with nothing between the two, because of this they are interested only in extremes, in what is immediate and whole. In the end this is bound to mean that the sensible and intelligent bookkeepers of revolution, instead of having their outwitted enemies before them and their friends behind them, are, on the contrary, confronted only with enemies and have no one behind them at all. Thus what seemed to be higher reason turns out in practice to be the height of foolishness." Lassalle is perfectly right when he opposes the revolutionary instinct of the uneducated masses to the sensible and intelligent tactics of the bookkeepers of revolution. But he does not, of course, take crude instinct as his ultimate criterion. There a higher one, the perfect knowledge of the laws of history and movement of peoples. Only realistic wisdom, he concludes, can naturally transcend realistic common sense and rise above it. Realistic wisdom, which in Lassalle is still covered with a film of idealism, appears in Marx as materialist dialectics. Its whole force consists in the fact that it does not oppose its sensible tactics to the real movement of the masses, but only formulates, purifies, and generalizes that movement. Just because revolution tears the veil of mystery from the true face of the social structure, just because it brings the classes into conflict in the broad political arena, the Marxist politician feels that revolution is his natural element. What, then, are these sensible Menshevik tactics that cannot be implemented, or, worse still, that ascribe their own failure to the fever of revolution and deliberately wait for that fever to pass, that is to say, for the revolutionary energy of the masses to be exhausted or mechanically crushed? 3. Plekhanov was the first to have the melancholy courage of viewing the events of the revolution as a series of errors. He has given us an extraordinarily vivid example of how a man can, for 25 years, tirelessly defend materialist dialectics against all forms of dogmatist reasoning and rationalist utopianism, only to prove himself a dogmatist utopian of the purest water in real revolutionary polities. In all his writings of the revolutionary period you will look in vain for the thing that matters most, the immanent mechanism of class relationships, the inner logic of the revolutionary development of the masses. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 25 Our Differences the year 1905, The Reaction, and Revolutionary Prospects. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch25.htm, 4 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 9 seconds. Instead, Plekhanov indulges in endless variations on the theme of that empty syllogism whose chief premise is that our revolution is a bourgeois revolution, and whose conclusion is that we must show tact in our dealings with the cadets. He gives us neither theoretical analysis nor revolutionary policy, only a tedious reasoner's notes in the margin of the great book of events. The highest attainment of his critique is a pedagogical moral. If the Russian Social Democrats were emerxists rather than metaphysiclans, then our tactics at the end of 1905 would have been entirely different. Astonishingly, Plekhanov absolutely fails to ask himself how it happened that he preached the purest Marxism for 25 years and succeeded only in creating a party of revolutionary metaphysicians, or, more important still, how these metaphysicians managed to carry the working masses with them in their error, while the true Marxists found themselves in the position of solitary reasoners. One of two things must be true: either Plekhanov does not possess the secret of passing from Marxism as a doctrine to revolutionary action, or the metaphysicians, in conditions of actual revolution, have some mysterious advantage over the real Marxists. But if the latter were the case, it would not help if all Russian Social Democrats adopted Plekhanov's tactics, since they would anyway be put in the shade by metaphysicians of non-Marxist origin. Plekhanov is careful to avoid this fatal dilemma. But Cherevinin, that honest Sancho Panza of Plekhanov's theorizing, takes the bull by the horns, or, to keep closer to Cervantes, takes the ass by the ears and manfully proclaims, the fever of revolution leaves no room for true Marxist tactics. Cherevinin was forced to reach this conclusion because he faced the problem which his master so carefully avoided, the problem of giving a general picture of the progress of the revolution and of the proletariat's role within it. While Plekhanov carefully confined himself to partisan criticisms of specific actions and statements and completely ignored the inner dynamic of events, Cherevinin asked himself, what would our history look like today if it had developed in accordance with true Menshevik tactics? He answered the question in a brochure, The Proletariat in Revolution, Moscow, 1907, which offers a rare example of the courage of which a limited intelligence can be capable. Then, having corrected every error and rearranged all events in the Menshevist order, so that they were logically bound to lead the proletariat to victory, he asked himself, why, then, did history take the wrong path? And he answered this question in his book The Present Situation and the Possible Future, which, once again, proves that the tireless courage of a limited intelligence is sometimes, although not always, capable of revealing part of the truth. The revolution's defeat is so profound, Cherevinin says, that to reduce the causes for it to any errors on the part of the proletariat would be quite impossible. Obviously it is not a matter of errors, he reasons, but of other, deeper causes. p. 174. The fatal role in the revolution was played by the return of the big bourgeoisie to its alliance with Tsarism and the nobility. In the process of the unification of these forces into a single counter-revolutionary whole, the proletariat played a major, determining role. And, looking back, we can now say that this was its inevitable role. p. 175, italics mine throughout. Lt. In his earlier brochure he followed Plekhanov's line and ascribed all our troubles to the Blanquisny of the Social Democrats. Now his honest, though limited, intelligence rebels against this, and he says, let us imagine that the proletariat had been under the leadership of true Mensheviks all the time and had acted according to Menshevik principles. Please note the method of thinking. The Mensheviks do not express the class struggle of the proletariat, but the proletariat acts in accordance with Menshevik principles. It might be still better to say, let us assume that history behaves in accordance with Cherevanin's principles, etc. The proletariat's tactics would then have been better, but it's fundamental. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 25. Our Differences, the year 1905, the reaction, and revolutionary prospects. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch25.htm, 5 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 9 seconds. Aspirations would not have changed, and these would inevitably have led to defeat. p. 176. In other words, the proletariat as a class would not have been capable of imposing on itself the Menshevist self-denying ordinance. By carrying on its class struggle, it inevitably pushed the bourgeoisie into the camp of reaction. Tactical errors merely reinforced the proletariat's melancholy role in the revolution, but did not play a decisive part. Thus the melancholy role of the proletariat was determined by the nature of its class interests. A shameful conclusion, tantamount to complete surrender in the face of all the accusations addressed by liberal cretinism to the proletariat's class party. And yet this shameful conclusion contains a particle of the historical truth. Collaboration between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie proved impossible, not because the Social Democrats' thinking was faulty, but because of the profound dismemberment of the bourgeois nation. Given its clearly defined social type and its level of political consciousness, the Russian proletariat could give free rein to its revolutionary energy only under the banner of its own interests. But the radicalism of its interests, even the most immediate ones, inevitably pushed the bourgeoisie over to the right. Cherevanin has understood this. But, he says, that was precisely the cause of our defeat. Very well. But what is the conclusion to be drawn? What was there left for the Social Democrats to do? Try to deceive the bourgeoisie with algebraic formulae à la Plekhanov? Fold their arms and leave the proletariat to their inevitable fate? Or on the contrary, to recognize that any hope of an enduring alliance with the bourgeoisie was vain, to base its tactics on tapping the full class force of the proletariat to awaken the deepest social interests of the peasant masses, to appeal to the proletarian and peasant army and seek victory along this path? In the first place, no one could tell in advance whether victory was possible or not, and, secondly, regardless of whether victory was probable or not, this was the only path upon which the party of the revolution could enter unless it preferred immediate suicide to the mere possibility of defeat. That inner logic of the revolution which Trevannin is only now, in retrospect, beginning to sense, was clear to those whom he now dismisses as unreasonable even before the start of the decisive revolutionary events. We wrote in July 1905, initiative and resolution can be expected from the bourgeoisie even less today than in 1848. On the one hand, the obstacles are much greater, and on the other hand the social and political dismemberment of the nation has gone infinitely further. A silent national and world conspiracy of the bourgeoisie is putting terrible obstacles in the path of the harsh process of liberation, trying to stop it from going any further than a deal between the property-owning classes, the representatives of the old order, a deal aimed at holding down the popular masses. Under such conditions, democratic tactics can develop only in the process of struggle against the liberal bourgeoisie. Must be clearly aware of this. Not the fictitious unity of the nation against its enemies, Tsarism, but a profound development of the class struggle within the nation, that is our path. Undoubtedly the class struggle alone can do this. And, on the other hand, there can be no doubt that the proletariat, having by its pressure released the bourgeoisie from stagnation, must nevertheless, at a certain moment, enter into conflict with it as with a direct obstacle, however regular and logical the progress of events. The class which is capable of winning this battle will have to fight it, and will then have to. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 25. Our Differences, the year 1905, the reaction, and revolutionary prospects. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch25.htm, 6 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 9 seconds. Assume the role of a leading class if Russia is to be truly reborn as a democratic state. These conditions, then, lead to the hegemony of the Fourth Estate. It goes without saying that the proletariat must fulfill its mission, just as the bourgeoisie did in its own time, with the help of the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie. It must lead the countryside, draw it into the movement, make it vitally interested in the success of its plans. But, inevitably, the proletariat remains the leader. This is not the dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, it is the dictatorship of the proletariat supported by the peasantry. And the proletariat's work will not, of course, be confined within the limits of a single state. The very logic of its position will immediately throw it into the world arena. Preface to Lassalle's speech before a jury. A certain international vagueness of expression can be explained by the fact that the article was written for legal publication in the pre-constitutional era, more precisely in July 1905. 4. Despite their differences, the various factions in the party all agreed on one issue: everyone counted on total victory, that is, on the revolution seizing state power. Trevannin now pulls out his abacus to calculate the respective forces of the revolution and the reaction and, after adding up the grand total, comes to the conclusion that all the revolution's successes contained in embryo the inevitable defeat to come. p. 198. On what does he base his calculations? On the extent of various strikes, on the nature and forms of peasant unrest, on figures of elections to the three Dumas. In other words, he deduces the progress and outcome of the battle not directly from economic relations, but from the forms and episodes of the revolutionary struggle. His conclusion that the Russian Revolution was doomed to failure from the start is not based on the economic characteristics and statistics of the classes, but on a study of the active struggle between those classes, their clashes, the open trial of their respective forces. Of course, Trevannin's method is an ignorant one. But even this ignorant method is only possible because the strike spread over the entire country, insurrection flared up, the moujiks wrecked and burned several provinces and, in the end, elections to the State Duma were held. And how could it be otherwise? You could not, for example, in the case of a revolution in Persia, imagine a Persian Trevannin predicting to his compatriots the fatal effect of an alliance between Tsarism, a Tsarism strengthened by domestic events, and England's liberal government. And even if such a prophet were to be found, even if, on the grounds of his calculations, he tried to restrain the popular masses from risings which ultimately led to defeat, the Persian revolutionaries would be quite right to advise the sage to take up temporary residence in a lunatic asylum. The Russian Revolution occurred before Trevanin had a chance to calculate its debit and credit. Revolution was the ready-made arena in which we had to act. We did not create the events, but we had to adapt our tactics to them. Once we were engaged in the struggle, we had, by that very fact, to count on victory. But a revolution is a struggle for state power. Being the party of the revolution, we have the task of making the masses conscious of the need to seize state power. V. The Mensheviks' view on the Russian Revolution was never distinguished by great clarity. Together with the Bolsheviks they spoke of carrying the revolution to the end, but both sides interpreted this in a. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 25. Our Differences. The year 1905, the reaction, and revolutionary prospects. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch25.htm, 7 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 9 seconds. Purely formal sense, that is, in the sense that we had to achieve our minimum program, after which would come an era of normal capitalism in a democratic setting. However, carrying the revolution to the end presupposed the overthrow of Tsarism and the transfer of state power into the hands of a revolutionary public force. What force? The Mensheviks said, bourgeois democracy. The Bolsheviks said, the proletariat and the peasantry. But what is the bourgeois democracy of the Mensheviks? It is not a definite, tangible social force having concrete existence, it is an extra-historical category created by journalistic analogy and deduction. Because the revolution has to be carried to the end, because it is a bourgeois revolution, because, in France, the revolution was carried to the end by democratic revolutionaries the Jacobins, therefore the Russian Revolution can transfer power only into the hands of a revolutionary bourgeois democracy. Having thus erected an unshakable algebraic formula of revolution, the Mensheviks then try to insert into it arithmetical values which do not in fact exist. While reproaching others with exaggerating the strength of the proletariat, they themselves placed limitless hopes in the Union of Unions and the Cadet Party. Martov greeted the formation of the People's Socialism Group with the greatest enthusiasm, while Martynov picked on the folk teachers of Kursk. The Mensheviks realized that in a capitalist country where wealth, population, energy, knowledge, public life, and political experience were becoming increasingly concentrated in the towns, the peasantry cannot play a leading revolutionary role. History cannot entrust the mujik with the task of liberating a bourgeois nation from its bonds. Because of its dispersion, political backwardness, and especially of its deep inner contradictions which cannot be resolved within the framework of a capitalist system, the peasantry can only deal the old order some powerful blows from the rear, by spontaneous risings in the countryside, on the one hand, and by creating discontent within the army on the other. But in the capitalist towns, those centers of modern history, there has to be a decisive party, based upon the revolutionary urban masses, and capable of utilizing the peasant risings and the discontent in the army to deal a final ruthless blow to the enemy, displacing him from all positions and seizing state power. The Mensheviks were unable to find such a party. That is why their abstract carrying the revolution to the end turned, in practice, into supporting the cadets quand même in French in the original. While the most logical among them, as we have already seen, came to the conclusion that the climate of revolution is, in any case, too harsh for the exotic tactics of Menshevism. The contradictions of Menshevism are a caricatured mirror image of the contradictions of history itself, history which has set our country an immense revolutionary task, but which first swept away bourgeois democracy, as a political and economic force in any part of the world, with the iron broom of large-scale industry. In contrast to the populists, our Marxists have refused to recognize Russia's special nature for so long that they have come, in principle, to equate Russia's political and economic development with that of Western Europe. From this to the most absurd conclusions there is only one step. When Dan, following Martynov's example, complains that the weakness of the urban bourgeois democracy is our greatest misfortune, we can really do no more than shrug our shoulders sympathetically. Do these people really understand what they are bewailing? Let us try to explain it to them. They are aggrieved because large capital now reigns in the economic sphere internationally, and has not allowed a strong artisanal and commercial petty bourgeoisie to come into being in Russia. They are aggrieved because the leading role of the petty bourgeoisie in political and economic life has passed. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 25 Our Differences the year 1905, The Reaction, and Revolutionary Prospects. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch25.htm, 8 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 9 seconds. To the modern proletariat. The Mensheviks fail to understand that the social causes of the weakness of bourgeois democracy are, at the same time, the source of social democracy's strength and influence. And then they believe this to be the principal cause of the revolution's weakness. We shall not point out how pathetic this attitude is from the viewpoint of international social democracy as the party of world socialist revolution. It is enough for us that the conditions of our revolution are as they are. The third estate cannot be brought back to life by weeping and wailing. The conclusion remains that only the proletariat in its class struggle, placing the peasant masses under its revolutionary leadership, can carry the revolution to the end. 6. Agreed, say the Bolsheviks. For our revolution to be victorious, the proletariat and the peasantry must fight side by side. But, writes Lenin in the second issue of Perzieglad, the coalition of the proletariat and the peasantry which gains victory in a bourgeois revolution is nothing other than the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. Its purpose will be to democratize economic and political relations within the limits of private ownership of the means of production. Lenin draws a distinction of principle between the socialist dictatorship of the proletariat and the democratic, that is, bourgeois democratic, dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. He believes that this logical, purely formal operation can act as a perfect protection against the contradiction between the low level of productive forces and the hegemony of the working classes. If we thought that we could achieve a socialist revolution, he says, we would be inviting complete political defeat. But all is saved if the proletariat, having achieved power together with the peasantry, is firmly aware that its dictatorship is merely democratic. Lenin has never tired of repeating this idea ever since 1904. But that does not make it any more correct. Because Russia's social conditions are not ripe for a socialist revolution, political power would be the greatest misfortune for the proletariat. So say the Mensheviks. They would be right, says Lenin, if the proletariat were not aware that the point at issue is only a democratic revolution. In other words, Lenin believes that the contradiction between the proletariat's class interests and objective conditions will be resolved by the proletariat imposing a political limitation upon itself, and that this self-limitation will be the result of the proletariat's theoretical awareness this objection into account. We have just seen how the proletariat, despite the best intentions of its theoreticians, must in practice ignore the logical boundary line which should confine it to a democratic dictatorship. Lenin now proposes that the proletariat's political self-limitation should be supplemented with an objective anti-socialist safeguard in the form of the mujik as collaborator or co-dictator. If this means that the peasant party, which shares power with the social democrats, will not allow the unemployed and the strikers to be maintained at state cost and will oppose the state's opening of factories and plants closed down by the capitalists, then it also means that on the first day of the coalition, that is, long before the fulfillment of its tasks, the proletariat will enter into conflict with the revolutionary government. This conflict can end either in the repression of the workers by the peasant party, or in the removal of that party from power. Neither solution has much to do with a democratic dictatorship by a coalition. The snag is that the Bolsheviks visualize the class struggle of the proletariat only until the moment of the revolution's triumph, after which they see it as temporarily dissolved in the democratic coalition, reappearing in its pure form this time as a direct struggle for socialism only after the definitive establishment of a republican system. Whereas the Mensheviks, proceeding from the abstract notion that Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 25 Our Differences the year 1905, The Reaction, and Revolutionary Prospects. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch25.htm, 9 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 9 seconds. Our revolution is a bourgeois revolution. Arrive at the idea that the proletariat must adapt all its tactics to the behavior of the liberal bourgeoisie in order to ensure the transfer of state power to that bourgeoisie. The Bolsheviks proceed from an equally abstract notion democratic dictatorship, not socialist dictatorship, and arrive at the idea of a proletariat in possession of state power imposing a bourgeois democratic limitation upon itself. It is true that the difference between them in this matter is very considerable. While the anti-revolutionary aspects of Menshevism have already become fully apparent, those of Bolshevism are likely to become serious that the revolution in which it is playing a leading role is a bourgeois revolution. Lenin transfers the objective contradiction into the proletariat's consciousness and resolves it by means of a class asceticism which is rooted, not in religious faith, but in a scientific schema. It is enough to see this intellectual construct clearly to realize how hopelessly idealistic it is. I have demonstrated in detail elsewhere our revolution, pages 249-259, that 24 hours after the establishment of a democratic dictatorship this idol of quasi-Marxist asceticism is bound to collapse utterly. Whatever the theoretical auspices under which the proletariat seizes power, it is bound immediately, on the very first day, to be confronted with the problem of unemployment. An explanation of the difference between socialist and democratic dictatorship is not likely to be of much help here. In one form or another, public works, etc., the proletariat in power will immediately have to undertake the maintenance of the unemployed at the state's expense. This in turn will immediately provoke a powerful intensification of the economic struggle and a whole series of strikes. We saw all this on a small scale at the end of 1905. And the capitalists' reply will be the same as their reply to the demand for the 8-hour day, the shutting down of factories and plants. They will put large padlocks on the gates and will tell themselves, there is no threat to our property because it has been established that the proletariat is at present in a position of democratic, not socialist, dictatorship. What can the workers' government do when faced with closed factories and plants? It must reopen them and resume production at the government's expense. But is that not the way to socialism? Of course it is. What other way do you suggest? The objection might be raised that I am imagining a situation in which the dictatorship of the workers is unlimited, whereas in fact what we are talking about is the dictatorship of a coalition between the proletariat and the peasantry. Very well, let us take threat only in the event of victory. Note to the present edition. This threat, as we know, never materialized because, under the leadership of Comrade Lenin, the Bolsheviks changed their policy line on this most important matter, not without inner struggle, in the spring of 1917, that is, before the seizure of power. Author, of course, the fact that both Mensheviks and Bolsheviks invariably talk about the independent policy of the proletariat, the former in relation to the liberal bourgeoisie, the latter to the peasantry, in no way alters the fact that both, at different stages of the development of events, become scared of the consequences of the class struggle and hope to limit it by their metaphysical constructs. 7. The victory of the revolution can transfer power only into the hands of a party that enjoys the support of the armed urban population, that is, of the proletarian militia. Once it achieves power, the Social Democratic Party will be faced with a profound contradiction which cannot be resolved by naive references to democratic dictatorship. Self-limitation by a workers' government would mean nothing other than the betrayal of the interests of the unemployed and strikers, more, of the whole proletariat. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 25. Our Differences, the year 1905, The Reaction, and Revolutionary Prospects. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch25.htm, 10 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 9 seconds. In the name of the establishment of a republic. The revolutionary authorities will be confronted with the objective problems of socialism, but the solution of these problems will, at a certain stage, be prevented by the country's economic backwardness. There is no way out from this contradiction within the framework of a national revolution. The workers' government will from the start be faced with the task of uniting its forces with those of the socialist proletariat of Western Europe. Only in this way will its temporary revolutionary hegemony become the prologue to a socialist dictatorship. Thus permanent revolution will become, for the Russian proletariat, a matter of class self-preservation. If the Workers' Party cannot show sufficient initiative for aggressive revolutionary tactics, if it limits itself to the frugal diet of a dictatorship that is merely national and merely democratic, the united reactionary forces of Europe will waste no time in making it clear that a working class, if it happens to be in power, must throw the whole of its strength into the struggle for a socialist revolution. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 25. Our Differences, the year 1905, The Reaction, and Revolutionary Prospects. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch25.htm, 11 of 11, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 9 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 26. The Struggle for Power. From the newspaper Naše Slovo, Paris, October 17, 1915. We reprint this article, written at a later period, because it offers a concise description of the conditions pertaining to the period of transition from the first revolution of 1905 to the second of 1905. Author, we have before us a sheet inscribed with a program and a tactical plan for action. It is entitled The Task of the Russian Proletariat. A letter to comrades in Russia, and it bears the signatures of P. Axelrod, Astrer, A. Martinov, L. Martov and S. Semkovsk. The letter poses the problem of revolution in a highly generalized way. As the authors stop describing the situation war brought about by the war and try to discuss political prospects and tactical conclusions, so their analysis becomes less definite and clear-cut, even the actual terms used become vague and the social definitions ambiguous. Russia's condition today, as visible to an outsider, appears at first glance to be dominated by two principal moods or outlooks: on the one hand, a concern with national defense, apparently shared by everyone from Romanov to Plekhanov, and, on the other hand, a universal discontent, also exhibited by almost everyone, from the oppositional bureaucratic front all the way to the participants in spontaneous street clashes. These two dominant moods create the illusion that the popular revolution to come will grow directly out of the cause of national defense. But the same two moods also largely determine the vagueness with which the question of the popular revolution is posed, even when, as in Martov et al., it is formally opposed to the cause of national defense. The war and its defeats have created neither the problem of revolution nor the revolutionary forces for resolving it. History does not begin, for us, with the surrender of Warsaw to the Bavarian prince. Both the revolutionary contradictions and the social forces today are the same as those with which we first came properly face to face in 1905, with the very significant changes introduced by the intervening 10 years. All that the war has done is to reveal, with mechanical clarity, the objective non-viability of the regime. At the same time, it has caused great confusion in the public mind, so that everybody seems equally imbued with the desire to resist Hindenburg and, at the same time, with detestation of the regime of June 3. But just as the very first steps towards organizing a people's war are bound immediately to run into the Tsar's police, making it obvious that the Russia of June 3 is fact and the people's war is fiction, so the approach to a popular revolution is barred at the very threshold by the attitude of Plekhanov, who, it is true, might also be regarded as fiction together with all his disciples, were he not backed by Kerensky, Milyukov, and Gukakov, and non-revolutionary and anti-revolutionary national democracy and national liberalism in general. The letter cannot, of course, ignore the class dismemberment of our nation which is expected to save. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 26, The Struggle for Power. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch26.htm, 1 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 14 seconds. Itself from the consequences of the war and of the present regime by means of revolution. The nationalists and the Octobrists, the progressives, the cadets, the industrialists, and even part of the radical intelligentsia, screaming in unison that the bureaucracy is incapable of defending the country, demand the mobilization of public forces for national defense. The letter concludes, perfectly rightly, that this attitude, which presupposes an alliance in the cause of national defense with Russia's present rulers, her bureaucrats, noblemen, and generals, is anti-revolutionary. And it points out, again quite rightly, that anti-revolutionary attitudes are characteristic of bourgeois patriots of every hue as well as of the social patriots, whom the letter does not mention. It follows from this that the Social Democratic Party is not only the most consistent party of revolution, but in fact the only revolutionary party in the land, and that all the other parties are not simply less committed to using revolutionary methods, but are actually non-revolutionary. In other words, the Social Democratic Party, in seeing the problem in terms of revolution, is completely isolated in the open political arena, and this despite the universal discontent. That is the first conclusion about which we must be perfectly clear. But, of course, parties are not identical with classes. The attitude of a political party and the interests of the social stratum which it represents may not completely overlap, and this may eventually develop into a profound contradiction. Again, the behavior of parties may be influenced by the mood of the popular masses. That is certainly true. But that makes it all the more essential for us, in making our calculations, to take less account of the less permanent and reliable factors, such as party slogans and party tactics, and concentrate on the more enduring historical factors, such as the social structure of the nation, the correlation of class forces, and established trends of development. Yet the authors of the letter completely avoid these questions. All they tell us about the nature of popular revolution in the Russia of 1915 is that it must be made by the proletariat and the democracy. We know what the proletariat is, but what is the democracy? A political party? It follows from the foregoing that this is not so. The popular masses, then. Which ones? What is meant is doubtless the petty bourgeoisie of industry and trade, the intelligentsia, and the peasantry. In a series of articles entitled The Military Crisis and Political Prospects, we have given a general assessment of the potential revolutionary significance of these social forces. Proceeding from the experience of the Revolution of 1905, we have studied the question of how the past decade has modified the correlation of forces and asked ourselves whether these modifications are for democracy, bourgeois, or against it. The question is a central one when discussing revolutionary perspectives and the proletariat's tactics. Has bourgeois democracy grown stronger in Russia since 1905, or has it become still weaker than before? The question of our bourgeois democracy has been argued over many times, and anyone who does not yet know the answer to it is bound to be in the dark. We have supplied the answer. A national bourgeois revolution in Russia is impossible because of the absence of a genuinely revolutionary bourgeois democracy. The time for national revolutions is past, in Europe anyway, and so is the time for national wars. There is a deep interconnection between the two. We are living in the era of imperialism, which means not only a system of colonial expansion but also a very distinctive type of domestic regime. It is no longer a matter of a bourgeois nation opposing an old regime, but of the proletariat opposing the bourgeois nation. The role of the artisanal and commercial petty bourgeoisie was negligible even in the Revolution of 1905. In the 10 years which have elapsed, the social significance of this class has unquestionably diminished. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 26 The Struggle for Power. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch26.htm, 2 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 14 seconds. Still further. Capitalism in Russia has an incomparably more cruel and more drastic way of dealing with the intermediate classes than in the countries of the old economic culture. The intelligentsia has, of course, expanded numerically, and its economic role has become more significant. But its former illusory independence has finally vanished at the same time. The social significance of the intelligentsia is wholly determined by its role in the organization of the capitalist economy and of bourgeois public opinion. Its material connection with capitalism has permeated it through and through with imperialist tendencies. We have already quoted the letter as saying that even part of the radical intelligentsia demands the mobilization of public forces for national defense. That is quite incorrect. Not part of the radical intelligentsia, but the whole of it demands such mobilization, and not only the whole of the radical intelligentsia, but also a large, if not the major, part of the socialist intelligentsia. By making the intelligentsia out to be better than it really is, we shall hardly swell the ranks of democracy. The petty bourgeoisie of industry and trade, then, is weaker than ever, and the intelligentsia has abandoned its revolutionary positions. Urban democracy as a revolutionary factor scarcely deserves a mention. There remains the peasantry. But, so far as we know, neither Axelrod nor Martov ever cherished any exaggerated hopes of the peasantry's independent revolutionary role. Have they reached the conclusion that, in the past 10 years of a continually increasing differentiation within the peasant class, this role has become stronger? Such a supposition would be clearly inconsistent both with theoretical considerations and with the whole of our historical experience. But then, what democracy does the letter have in mind? And what does it mean by popular revolution? The slogan of a constituent assembly presupposes a revolutionary situation. Does such a situation exist? Yes, it does. But the question of whether Russia has at last produced a bourgeois democracy able and willing to settle accounts with Tsarism is quite irrelevant to it. On the contrary, if there is something the war has made absolutely clear, it is the absence of a revolutionary democracy in Russia. The attempt of the Russia of June 3 to settle the revolutionary problem at home by imperialist actions abroad has obviously failed. But that does not mean that the responsible or semi-responsible parties of the June 3 regime will now take to the revolutionary path. What it does mean is that the revolutionary problem revealed by the military catastrophe, while continuing to drive the country's rulers onto the path of imperialism, redoubles the importance of the only revolutionary class in the land. The bloc of June 3 has been fragmented. Within it there is friction and struggle. That does not mean that the Octobrists and the cadets are ready to adopt a revolutionary view of power, or ready to storm the fortress of the bureaucracy and the united nobility. But it does mean that the regime's ability to resist a revolutionary attack has undoubtedly, for a certain period, been weakened. The monarchy and the bureaucracy have been compromised. That does not mean that they will surrender power without a fight. They have made it clear, by the dissolution of the Duma and by the latest ministerial changes, how far they are from giving in. But bureaucratic instability, which is bound to increase, will greatly assist the Social Democrats in their work of revolutionary mobilization of the proletariat. The lowest strata of the urban and rural population will become more and more impoverished, ill-used, discontented, embittered. That does not mean that an independent force of revolutionary democracy will fight side by side with the proletariat. Neither the social material nor the leading personnel for such a. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 26 The Struggle for Power. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch26.htm, 3 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 14 seconds. Force exists. But it does mean that the climate of profound discontent among the lowest strata of the population will assist the revolutionary onslaught of the working class. The less the proletariat reckons on the emergence of a bourgeois democracy, the less it tries to adapt itself to the passivity and narrow-mindedness of the petty bourgeoisie and the peasantry, the more resolute and irreconcilable it becomes, the more clearly it manifests its determination to light to the end, that is to say, until it has seized power, the greater chance it will have of carrying the non-proletarian popular masses with it at the moment of decision. Slogans, such as confiscation of lands, etc., are useless in themselves. And that is even more true of the army, by which state power stands or falls. The mass of the army will be swayed in favor of the revolutionary class only when it is convinced that this class is not merely demonstrating or protesting, but is actually fighting for power and has a chance of winning. In Russia there exists an objective revolutionary problem, the problem of state power, which the war and its defeats have revealed more sharply than ever. There exists the ever-increasing disorganization of the rulers. There exists the growing discontent of the urban and rural masses. But the proletariat alone, and to an incomparably greater degree than in 1905, is the only revolutionary factor that can exploit this situation. There is one sentence in the letter which seems to touch upon this central element in the entire problem. Russia's social democratic workers, it says, must place themselves at the head of the all-national struggle for the overthrow of the monarchy of June 3. We have just explained what all-national must mean. But if the words at the head do not simply mean that the politically conscious workers must shed their blood more freely than anyone else without understanding exactly what they will achieve by so doing, but that they must assume political leadership in a struggle which will, above all, be the struggle of the proletariat itself, then it is clear that victory in this struggle must transfer power to those who have led it, that is to say, to the social democratic proletariat. Hence what we are talking about is not a provisional revolutionary government, an empty formula which history is supposed to fill with a content as yet unknown, but a revolutionary workers' government, the seizure of power by the Russian proletariat. The all-national constituent assembly, the republic, the 8-hour working day, the confiscation of landowners' lands, all these are slogans which, together with the slogans of the immediate cessation of the war, the right of nations to self-determination, and a United States of Europe, will play a tremendous part in the agitational work of the Social Democratic Party. Yet revolution is first and foremost a problem of power, not of the political form, constituent assembly, republic, European Federation, but of the social content of power. Under existing conditions, the slogan of a constituent assembly or of the confiscation of landowners' lands loses all direct meaning unless it is backed by the proletariat's immediate readiness to fight for the seizure of power. For unless the proletariat seizes power from the monarchy, no one else will do so. The tempo at which the revolutionary process will unfold is another matter. It depends on many factors, military, political, national, and international. These factors may speed up the development or slow it down, ensure the revolution's victory or lead to another defeat. But, whatever the conditions, the proletariat must see its path clearly and tread it in full consciousness. Above all else, it must be free from illusions. And the worst illusion of the proletariat throughout its history has always been reliance on others. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 26 The Struggle for Power. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/ch26.htm 4 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 14 seconds. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 26 The Struggle for Power. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch26.htm 5 of 5, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 14 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 27. On the Special Features of Russia's Historical Development. A reply to M.N. Pokrovsky. In number 3 of Krasnyanov, May-June 1922, Comrade Pokrovsky has published an article devoted to my book 1905. This article demonstrates negatively, alas, what a complicated business it is trying to apply the methods of historical materialism to living human history, to what clichés even extremely well-informed people like Comrade Pokrovsky are sometimes liable to reduce history. The doubts aroused by Comrade Pokrovsky's article start with the title, "Is it true that absolutism in Russia existed in defiance of social development?" The words "existed in defiance of social development" appear in quotation marks, so that it looks as if I asserted that Russian absolutism existed in defiance of social development at all times, leaving to Comrade Pokrovsky the rewarding and not very difficult task of pointing out that such a statement is against common sense. But in reality my thought, thus misquoted, was that Tsarism, having entered into complete contradiction with the demands of Russia's social development, continued to exist thanks to the power of its organization, the political nullity of the Russian bourgeoisie and its growing fear of the proletariat. Within the spirit and the meaning of the same historical dialectic it is quite right to say, as we have said in the manifesto of the Communist International, that capitalism today exists, not only in defiance of the demands of historical development, but also of the elementary demands of human life. Further, while admitting the usefulness of the publication of my book as a whole, Comrade Pokrovsky energetically objects to the reissue of its introductory chapter Russia's Social Development and Tsarism. What was useful and even indispensable, he says, in 1908-09 to a foreign public profoundly ignorant of Russia's past, is of no use whatever to our young people today, who by now have learned a thing or two. Comrade Pokrovsky goes on to say that in this introductory chapter I put forward liberal, Mlyakovite, views on Tsarism as an absolutely self-contained state organization not connected with the exploiting classes. This schema, of Trotsky's, is in the first place incompatible with our outlook, and, in the second place, objectively incorrect. And it is necessary to fight this incorrect and incompatible schema just as energetically as we are fighting religious prejudice. No more and no less. But if it is true that in my German book I expounded such monstrous anti-Marxist views unnoticed, one might add, by all the German Marxist reviewers of the book at the time, how could these views? Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 27 on the Special Features of Russia's Historical Development. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch27.htm 1 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 22 seconds. Have been useful and even indispensable for a foreign public in 1908-09, however profound its ignorance. Unless we believe, as the popular proverb has it, that what's good for a Russian is death to a German, it is quite impossible to understand why the liberal fatuities which Comrade Pokrovsky so kindly ascribes to me should have been good for the German workers 12 years ago. Yet even I, conscious as I am of the very special and peculiar nature of Russia's historical development, cannot subscribe to the proverb. Still less should Comrade Pokrovsky subscribe to it, since it is clear from his article that he denies the existence of any such special features. Comrade Pokrovsky makes confusion more confounded when he asserts that my false theory is already associated with another name in the past, that of Plekhanov, who followed the same path, and went much further along it. Pi 46. What are we to make of that? True, the article does not indicate precisely where it is that my path has taken me, but since Plekhanov went much further along it, the path of liberalism, that is quite enough to prepare the reader for the conclusion, already familiar to us, that my views of Russian history must be fought just as energetically as we are fighting religious prejudice. What a fearful dream! But mark well that it is a dream, for here we have entered the sphere of theoretical and even chronological fancy. The story seems to be that, first of all, Plekhanov adopted the liberal theory of special historical development, in advocating a common bloc with the cadets, that I then developed the same liberal theory in 1908 and 1909, for the benefit of the Germans, that this was not actually harmful but in fact even useful, serve the Germans right, but that, since I have now taken to presenting Plekhanov's views to our voting workers, for whom Comrade Pokrovsky is personally responsible, he now practically equates me with the patriarch Tikhon and offers to fight me just as energetically as the latter. All this is a great muddle, above all chronologically. My introductory chapter on the special features of Russia's historical development was not written for the German public at all, but first appeared in Russian in my book Our Revolution, published in Petersburg in 1907, p. 224. I did the preparatory work for this chapter in 1905 and, later, in 1906, in prison. The direct motive for writing it was a desire to provide historical and theoretical justification for the slogan of the seizure of power by the proletariat, as opposed both to the slogan of a bourgeois democratic republic and to that of democratic government by the proletariat and the peasantry. As we see, Plekhanov's cadetophilia does not come into it. In my preface to Marx's The Paris Commune, 1906, I formulated the view that the experience of the Commune was of direct importance for the Russian working class because, as a result of the whole preceding historical development, it was directly faced with the problem of seizing power. Social democracy, the preface states, must be, and wishes to be, the conscious expression of an objective development. But since, at a certain moment of the revolution, the objective development of the class struggle confronts the Russian proletariat with the alternative between assuming the rights and obligations of state power and surrendering its class position, the Social Democratic Party regards the seizure of state power as its next immediate task. In doing so, it by no means ignores the objective processes of development of a deeper nature, processes of growth and concentration of production, but it says that, since the logic of the class struggle, which in the last analysis is based on the progress of economic development, is pressing for the dictatorship of the proletariat before the bourgeoisie has completed its economic mission, it has hardly begun on its historical mission. This means only that history is placing colossally difficult tasks on the proletariat's shoulders. It may even be that the proletariat will be worn out by the struggle and will fall under the weight of its tasks. This may happen. But it cannot refuse those tasks for fear of class disintegration or of the whole country falling into barbarism. Marx, The Paris Commune, 1906 edition. Preface, pp. X11. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 27 on the special features of Russia's historical development. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch27.htm, 2 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 22 seconds. Such were the conclusions we drew 6 years ago from the special features of Russia's historical development. And here comes Comrade Pokrovsky, after a delay of a decade and a half, worrying that our views mean a denial of the class struggle. No more and no less. This line of thought provoked extreme theoretical indignation among many comrades, indeed among the overwhelming majority. That indignation expressed not only by the Mensheviks but also by comrades Kamina and Roscoff, then a Bolshevik. Their point of view could be summed up as follows: the political hegemony of the proletariat must be preceded by the political hegemony of the bourgeoisie. A bourgeois democratic republic must serve as a long historical school for the proletariat. Any attempt to skip this phase is adventurism. If the working class in the West has not seized power, how can the Russian proletariat set itself such a task, etc., etc. From the viewpoint of that spurious Marxism which nourishes itself on historical clichés and formal analogies and transforms historical epochs into a logical succession of inflexible social categories: feudalism, capitalism, socialism, autocracy, bourgeois republic, dictatorship of the proletariat, the slogan of the seizure of power by the Russian working class was bound to appear as a monstrous denial of Marxism. Yet any serious empirical evaluation of the social forces as manifested in the years 1903 and 1905 had to show that the Russian working class struggle for the seizure of power was very much alive. Is that a special feature of the Russian situation or is it not? Does it presuppose profound differences between the whole of Russia's development and that of other European countries, or does it not? How did it come about that it was the Russian proletariat, that is to say, the proletariat of the most backward, with Comrade Pokrovsky's permission, country in Europe, which was faced with such a task? And what does Russia's backwardness consist in? merely in the fact that Russia is belatedly repeating the history of the countries of Western Europe? But if that is so, are we entitled to speak of the Russian proletariat seizing state power? Yet, we venture to remind our critics, that is precisely what the Russian proletariat has done. What, then, is the real substance of the problem? Russia's incontestably and incontrovertibly backward development, under the influence and pressure of the higher culture of the West, leads not to a simple repetition of the Western European historical process but to a set of fundamentally new features which require independent study. That is how the problem was posed, and, whatever Comrade Pokrovsky may say, it is entirely compatible with our outlook. It is perfectly true that a few years later, in 1914, Plekhanov formulated a view of the peculiar features of Russia's historical development which was very close to the one put forward in the above-mentioned chapter of the book Our Revolution. Plekhanov quite rightly dismisses the schematic theories of both the doctrinaire Westerners and the Slavophile Narodniks on this subject, and, instead, reduces Russia's special nature to the concrete, materially determined peculiarities of her historical development. It is radically false to claim that Plekhanov drew any compromising conclusions from this, in the sense of forming a bloc with the cadets, etc., or that he could have done so with any semblance of logic. The weakness of the Russian bourgeoisie and the illusory nature of Russia's bourgeois democracy undoubtedly represent very important features of Russia's historical development. But it is precisely from this, given all other existing conditions, that the possibility and the historical necessity of the proletariat's seizure of power arises. True, Plekhanov never arrived at this conclusion. But then neither did he draw any conclusion from another of his unquestionably correct propositions, namely, the Russian revolutionary movement will triumph as a working-class movement or it will not triumph at all. If we. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 27 on the special features of Russia's historical development. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch27.htm, 3 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 22 seconds. Mix up everything Plekhanov said against the Narodniks and the vulgar Marxists with his cadetophilia and his patriotism, there will be nothing left of Plekhanov. Yet in reality a good deal is left of Plekhanov, and it does no harm to learn from him now and again. That the historical life of every society is founded on production, that production gives rise to classes and to groupings of classes, that the state is formed on the foundations of class struggle, and that the state is an organ of class oppression, these notions were not a mystery either for me or for my opponents in 1905. Within these limits the history of Russia obeys the same laws as the history of France, England, or any other country. This does not touch upon the peculiarities of Russia's historical development. Tsarism was the weapon of the property-owning, exploiting classes, and in this sense it did not differ from any other state organization, but this does not mean that the correlation of forces between the autocratic power, the monarchy, the bureaucracy, the army, and all the other organs of oppression, on the one hand, and the nobility and bourgeoisie on the other, was the same in Russia as in France, Germany, and England. The unique nature of our political situation, which finally led to the triumph of the October Revolution before the proletarian revolution in Europe had even begun, depended upon the special correlation of forces between the various classes and the state power. When comrades Pokrovsky or Roscoff argued with the Narodniks or the liberals, saying that the organization and policies of Tsarism were determined by the economic development and interests of the property-owning classes, they were basically right. But when Comrade Pokrovsky tries to repeat the same argument against me, he simply misses the mark. Comrade Pokrovsky's thought is gripped in a vice of rigid social categories which he puts in place of live historical forces. He substitutes for the relative, that is, historically conditioned and socially limited independence of the autocracy from the ruling classes, some kind of absolute independence, thus transforming Tsarism into a mere form without content. And then, after ascribing this view of Tsarism to myself, he writes, "But how can this be brought into line with our call to the proletariat to struggle for power against the bourgeoisie? How can we seize from the bourgeoisie something that it has never had, etc." For Comrade Pokrovsky the question is a simple one: either the bourgeoisie was in possession of all power, or it had none at all. If it had no power, then what did we mean talking of taking power from the bourgeoisie? And if we have taken power from the bourgeoisie, then how can we say that it did not have power? This way of posing the problem is neither historical, nor materialist, nor dialectical. It will not do even from the point of view of purely formal logic. Even if the bourgeoisie in Russia had had no power at all, the proletariat might still have fought for power, precisely so as not to allow it to fall into the bourgeoisie's hands. But, of course, the problem was not as formal as that. The bourgeoisie did not possess the whole of power but was only gradually becoming associated with it. That association was not complete. The course of events, that is to say, above all, military defeat and pressure from below, caused the gap between the autocracy and the bourgeoisie to widen. The monarchy fell into this gap. The bourgeoisie, in March 1917, tried to assume power wholly and immediately. But the working class, supported by the peasant army, snatched the power from its hands in October 1917. In this way our belated historical development against the background of full-blooded imperialism in Europe resulted in the fact that by the time our bourgeoisie was strong enough to push Tsarism off its pedestal, the proletariat had already become an independent revolutionary force. But the very question which, for us, is the central topic for investigation does not exist for Comrade Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 27 on the special features of Russia's historical development. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch27.htm, 4 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 22 seconds. Pokrovsky. In his review of a book by Vipper, in the same issue of Krasnyanov, he writes, to set 16th-century Muscovite Russia against a background of the general European relations of the time is a highly tempting task. There is no better way of refuting the prejudice, prevalent to this day even in Marxist circles, concerning the alleged primitiveness of the economic foundation on which the Russian autocracy grew up. And again, to show the autocracy in its true historical context as an aspect of commercial and capitalist Europe. The task is not only of the highest interest to the historian, it is also pedagogically very important for the reading public. There is no more radical means of putting an end to the legend of the uniqueness of the Russian historical process. Every word here is a dig at ourselves. We see that Comrade Pokrovsky baldly denies the primitive and backward nature of our economic development and dismisses as a legend the uniqueness of the Russian historical process. The trouble is that Comrade Pokrovsky is completely hypnotized by the relatively lively development of Russian trade in the 16th century, a fact which both Lai and Roscoff have noticed. It is difficult to understand how Comrade Pokrovsky could have fallen into such an error. Anyone might think that trade is the foundation and the infallible criterion of economic life. A good 20 years ago the German economist Karl Bucher tried to establish trade, the path from producer to consumer, as the criterion of all economic development. Struve naturally hastened to transplant this discovery into Russian economic science. Bucher's theory was, quite naturally, energetically refuted by Marxists at the time. We seek the criteria of economic development in production, in technology and the social organization of labor, and we regard the path traveled by the product from the producer to the consumer as a secondary phenomenon whose roots are to be found, once more, in production. Paradoxical though this may seem from the viewpoint of the Buchers and the Struves, the great, at least in the spatial sense, upsurge of Russian trade in the 16th century was due precisely to the extremely primitive and backward nature of the Russian economy. The West European town was dominated by artisanal corporations and trade guilds. Our towns, by contrast, were administrative and military centers, i.e., centers of consumption rather than of production. The artisanal guild life of the West was formed at a relatively high level of economic development, when all the basic processing industries had separated themselves from agriculture, transformed themselves into independent trades, created their own organizations, their centers, the towns, and their own, initially limited, local, regional, but nevertheless stable markets. Thus the medieval European town XXS based on a relatively advanced differentiation of the economy which engendered correct relations between the town, the center, and its agricultural periphery. Russia's economic backwardness, on the other hand, found expression first and foremost in the fact that artisanal trade failed to separate itself from agriculture and retained the characteristics of a home industry. In this respect WC are closer to India than to Europe, just as our medieval towns were closer to Asia than to Europe, and our autocracy, placed between European absolutism and Asian despotism, had many features resembling the latter. Given the enormous expanse of our territory and the sparseness of the population, surely another fairly objective criterion of backwardness, the exchange of goods presupposed the intermediary role of commercial capital at a very high level of intensity. Such intensity was possible precisely because the West was far more developed than ourselves, had a wide variety of complex needs, sent us its merchants and its goods, and by so doing advanced the exchange of goods in Russia itself on the basis of Russia's extremely primitive and in many respects barbarian economic relations. Not to understand this, the greatest peculiarity of our historical development, is to fail to see our history as such. My Siberian employer, in whose office ledger I entered poods and arshins for a period of 2 months, Yakov Andreyevich Chernik. This happened at the beginning of the 20th century, not in the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 27 on the special features of Russia's historical development. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch27.htm, 5 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 22 seconds. 16th was in practically unlimited control of economic life in the Kyirensk district by virtue of his trade operations. He bought furs from the Tungus natives, he bought church lands from priests in remote districts, and he sold them cotton and, especially, vodka. At that time the vodka monopoly had not yet been introduced in Irkutsk province. He was illiterate, but a millionaire, in the currency of the time. His dictatorship as the representative of trade capital was questioned. He even spoke of the local indigenous population as my little Tungus folk. The town of Kyirensk, like Verkholensk and Nizhny-Ilimsk, was a place of residence for police officers of various rank, kulaks in a state of hierarchical dependence on one another, a variety of petty government officials, and a handful of wretched artisans. I never found any organized artisanal trade there as a basis of urban economic life, no corporations, no guilds, although Yakov Andreyevich was officially listed as a merchant of the second guild. Believe me, this slice of real Siberian life takes us much further towards an understanding of the historical peculiarities of Russia's development than what Comrade Pokrovsky has to say on the subject. That is really the truth. Yakov Andreyevic's trade operations spread from the middle reaches of the Lena and its eastern tributaries to Nizhny Novgorod and even Moscow. Few Western European firms can mark up similar distances on their business maps. Yet this merchant dictator was the most perfect and convincing expression of our economic backwardness, our barbarity and primitiveness, our illiteracy, the sparseness of our population, the dispersion of our peasant villages and our dirt roads which form blockades of impassable bog for 2 months every spring and autumn in our remoter districts, etc., etc. How did Chernik acquire so much economic power on the basis of this Siberian, Middle Lena backwardness? Because the West Mother Russia, Moscow was dragging Siberia towards an odd marriage, a marriage between a primitive nomadic economy and a shiny brand new alarm clock made in Warsaw. 2. Craft corporations formed the foundation of medieval urban culture which spread also to the countryside. Medieval science, scholasticism, the Reformation all grew out of the artisanal trades. Nothing like this existed in Russia. Symptoms and embryonic traces of it can, of course, be found, but they appear quite insignificant when compared with the powerful economic and cultural formation which existed in the West. On this foundation the medieval European town came into being, grew, and struggled with the church. It was from the same town that monarchy challenged the feudal lords. It was the town which, by manufacturing firearms, created the technical preconditions for the existence of permanent armies. Can it be said, but perhaps this contradicts the class theory of the state? That the monarchy in Western Europe became increasingly independent of the first estate as the towns grew and their antagonism with the feudal lords increased? In the last analysis, royal power of course remains an organization for the oppression of the working masses and especially the peasant serfs. But surely there is a difference between a state power which amalgamates with the landowning class, and a state power which dissociates itself from that class, creates its own bureaucratic apparatus, and acquires its own enormous power, i.e., a state power which, while protecting the interests of the exploiters against the exploited, becomes a relatively independent force and the primary one among other dominant forces. Where were Russia's craft corporation towns which even remotely resembled those of Western Europe? Where was their struggle with feudal power? Did any struggle between the town and the feudal landlord provide the foundation for the development of Russian autocracy? Because of the very nature of R. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 27 on the special features of Russia's historical development. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch27.htm, 6 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 22 seconds. Towns, no such struggle ever took place, any more than did a religious reformation. Is that a peculiar feature of our historical development, or is it not? Our crafts remained at the home industries stage, which is to say that they never dissociated themselves from peasant agriculture. Our Reformation, receiving no leadership from the towns, remained at the stage of peasant sects. Here is primitiveness, here is backwardness crying to high heaven, yet Comrade Pokrovsky does not wish to notice them. And Tsarism, too, arose as an independent state organization, again, independent only relatively, within the limits of a conflict between actual historical economic forces, not as a result of the struggle of powerful towns against powerful feudal lords, but because of the complete industrial anemia of our towns and the anemia of our feudal landowners. Poland, as regards its social structure, stood between Russia and the West just as Russia stood between Europe and Asia. The Polish towns knew corporate artisanal trade to a far greater extent than did the Russian ones. But they never developed enough to help the royal power to break feudal power. State power remained directly in the hands of the nobility. The result was the total impotence and eventual collapse of the state. Where there are no special features, there is no history, but only a sort of pseudo-materialistic geometry. Instead of studying the living and changing matter of economic development, it is enough to notice a few outward symptoms and adapt them to a few ready-made clichés. This primitive method of historical investigation is adequate for fighting liberal or Narodnik prejudices, not to mention sentimental Slavophilism, but quite inadequate for understanding the real paths of Russia's historical development. What I have said of Tsarism applies likewise to capitalism and the proletariat, and I find it difficult to understand why Comrade Pokrovsky's wrath is directed only at the first chapter which speaks of Tsarism. Russian capitalism did not develop from artisanal trade via the manufacturing workshop to the factory for the reason that European capital, first in the form of trade capital and later in the form of financial and industrial capital, flooded the country at a time when most Russian artisanal trade had not yet separated itself from agriculture. Hence the appearance in Russia of modern capitalist industry in a completely primitive economic environment, for instance, a huge Belgian or an American industrial plant surrounded by dirt roads and villages built of straw and wood, which burn down every year, etc. The most primitive beginnings and the most modern European endings. Hence the tremendous role of Western European capital in Russia's economy. Hence the political weakness of the Russian bourgeoisie. Hence the ease with which we were able to defeat the Russian bourgeoisie. Hence the difficulties which followed when the European bourgeoisie intervened in the affair and when the former owners of factories and plants tried talking to us, through Lloyd George and Bartho in Genoa and at The Hague. And our proletariat? Did it ever pass through the school of the medieval apprentice fraternities? Does it have the age-old traditions of the guilds? Nothing of the kind. It was snatched from the plough and hurled straight into the factory furnace. I remember an old friend, Korokov, a cabinet maker from Nikolaev, who wrote a song back in 1897. It was called The Proletarian's March and it began with the words, "We are the Alpha and the Omega, we are the beginning and the end, and that's the plain truth." The first letter is there and so is the last, but all the middle of the alphabet is missing. Hence the absence of conservative traditions, the absence of castes within the proletariat, hence its revolutionary freshness, hence, as well as for other reasons, the October Revolution and the first workers' government in the world. But hence also the illiteracy, the absence of organizational know-how, the lack of system, of cultural and technical education. All these are shortcomings which we feel at every step of our economic and cultural efforts to build. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 27 on the special features of Russia's historical development. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch27.htm, 7 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 22 seconds. European communism has to overcome an infinitely more conservative medium, both external, in the state, and internal, within the proletariat itself. But when it achieves victory it will have infinitely more powerful objective and subjective resources for building a new society. Is that a peculiar feature or is it not? The very necessity for asking such a question in the summer of 1922 strikes me as a rather excessive peculiarity, but this too is undoubtedly a consequence of our historical development. We were the first to seize power, our tasks are colossal, our cultural forces are few, every man has to split himself into 100 parts, there is no time to think. And that is why Comrade Pokrovsky, in talking about new and highly complex problems, practices old arguments which were of value in another context and at another logical level, but which become the very opposite of Marxism when endowed with the qualities of a universally applicable cliché. I have pointed out how much our entire development has been influenced by the fact that on our western frontiers we constantly came into contact with states that were more developed, better organized, and technically better armed than ourselves. Under this pressure the autocracy restructured itself, first by creating marksmen's regiments and later a cavalry and an infantry. Comrade Pokrovsky remarks in this connection, this would seem to be the point at which one should say that the fundamental interests were not political but economic. The Muscovite autocracy corresponded to somebody's class interests. It is hard to understand here what he means by opposing military and political interests to economic ones. When economic interests are defended by the state they always assume the nature of political aims and tasks, and when they have to be defended, not by diplomatic means, but by the force of arms, they become military tasks. Comrade Pokrovsky tries to prove that the interests which dominated the autocracy's policies in the 16th century were the interests of trade capital. The way he represents this question seems to me to be caricatural. But we hope to return to this narrower and more specialized issue on a later occasion. Here suffice it to say that in constructing a trade capitalist Russia in the 16th century, Comrade Pokrovsky falls into the error of the German professor Eduard Meyer, who discovered capitalism in ancient Greece and Rome. Meyer was undoubtedly right in noticing that previous views of the economic structure of Greece and Rome, those of Rodbertus and others, as a series of self-contained natural economic cells, oikos, was a schematic and oversimplified one. Lie showed that these basic cells were connected with one another and with other countries by a fairly well-developed system of commodity exchange. At the same time, in certain spheres and branches there was also mass production. Utilizing modern economic relations and concepts, Meyer retrospectively constructed a Greco-Roman capitalism. His error consisted in the fact that he failed to appreciate the quantitative, and therefore also qualitative, differences between types of economies: oikos, simple commodity, and capitalist. Comrade Pokrovsky's error, we repeat, is basically the same. But the crux of the matter for us at this moment is elsewhere. Let us assume that the interests of trade capital were really dominant in the autocracy's policies in the 16th century and that the autocracy itself was a dictatorship of trade capital. But the autocracy had commercial aims, which of course corresponded to economic interests, in Persia, in Turkey, in the Baltic lands, in Poland, and in the more distant countries of the West. The struggle for these aims led to military conflicts. It is quite irrelevant who was the attacker and who the defender, a question which Comrade Pokrovsky brings in for no good reason when he ascribes to me the notion that the autocracy merely defended Russia from foreign attacks. And it was in these military conflicts, which of course meant the accomplishment of political tasks deriving from economic interests, that the Russian state came into contact with the military organizations of the Western nations, which were founded on a higher economic, political, and cultural basis. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 27 on the Special Features of Russia's Historical Development. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch27.htm, 8 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 22 seconds. Thus Russian capital immediately after its birth came into contact with the more developed and powerful capital of the West and fell under its dominance. Thus, too, the Russian working class, as soon as it came into being, found itself equipped with ready-made weapons created by the experience of the Western European proletariat, Marxist theory, trade unions, political parties. Anyone who explains the nature and the policy of our autocracy only by the interests of the Russian property-owning classes forgets that apart from the more backward, poorer, more ignorant Russian exploiters there existed also the richer and more powerful European exploiters. The property-owning classes of Russia came up against the hostile or partially hostile property-owning classes of Europe. These contacts took place through the mediation of the state organization. The autocracy was that state organization. The whole structure and the whole history of the Russian autocracy would have been different if there had been no European towns, European gunpowder, or if we had invented it, and the European stock exchange. In the last period of its existence the autocracy was not only the organ of the property-owning classes in Russia but also of the European stock exchange as organized for the exploitation of Russia. This dual role in turn afforded it a considerable degree of independence. A telling example of this independence was the fact that the French stock exchange, in order to support the Russian autocracy, granted it a loan in 1905 against the will of the Russian bourgeois parties. In reality there is just one small fact which totally demolishes Comrade Pokrovsky's historical concept. That fact is the last imperialist war and the role played in it by Tsarism. From Comrade Pokrovsky's point of view everything is very simple. Tsarism was the state form of the ruling bourgeoisie which had entered the imperialist phase of development. In that sense Tsarism did not differ from the republican parliamentary regime in France, the imperialist parliamentary monarchy in England, etc. And that is quite true. But it is true within the limits of the most general approach to the question, within the limits of a struggle with social patriotic and pacifist prejudices, with the criteria of defense and attack, etc. It is absolutely inadequate, and therefore untrue, when it comes to assessing the respective roles of Russia, England, Germany, and each individual country in the war, of the internal changes which each of them underwent in the war, of the revolutionary perspectives which opened up before each one, and of the tactics which we should consequently adopt in them. Although Tsarism revealed that it was not viable as far back as 1904-05, in the Russo-Japanese War, the bourgeoisie struck a bargain with it because it feared the proletariat. The independence of Tsarism at its most insolent, as during the Rasputin era, by no means contradicts the class theory of the state but can be explained by it. The theory, however, must not be applied mechanically, it must be applied dialectically. But that is not the end of it. Tsarism was actually smashed in the imperialist war. Why? Because its productive basis was too low, Russian primitiveness. In matters of military technology Tsarism tried to live up to the most advanced models, and in this it was helped in every way by its wealthier and more enlightened allies. Thanks to them, Tsarism had the most highly perfected instruments of war at its disposal. But it had not and could not have the means of reproducing these instruments, nor did it have the means of transporting them, as well as troops, with sufficient speed by rail or waterway. In other words, Tsarism, in defending the interests of Russia's property-owning classes in the international struggle, was operating from a more primitive base than its enemies or allies. During the war Tsarism ruthlessly exploited that base, that is, it absorbed a much higher percentage of the national product than its powerful enemies and allies. This fact was confirmed, firstly by the system. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 27 on the Special Features of Russia's Historical Development. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch27.htm, 9 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 22 seconds. Of war debts, and secondly by Russia's complete economic ruin. Or does Comrade Pokrovsky doubt either of these facts? All these circumstances, which directly predetermined the October Revolution, the triumph of the proletariat and its subsequent difficulties, cannot be explained away by Comrade Pokrovsky's commonplaces to the effect that no such thing as a superclass state exists and that the exploiting classes express their will through the state power, and have always done so. That is hardly Marxism, it is only the first letter of Marxism. And that is where Comrade Pokrovsky would have us stop. What followed the peculiarities of our historical development, which Comrade Pokrovsky refuses to admit, was not the denial, in retrospect, of the class war, but the seizure of state power by the proletariat and its struggle to keep it in its own hands. The same peculiarities have also given rise to enormous international and internal economic difficulties after the seizure of state power. An understanding of these peculiarities is the best insurance for the young generation of workers against passivity in the face of difficulties, against pessimism and skepticism. Meanwhile, clichés about historical development can teach nothing to anybody. June 28, 1922. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 27 on the Special Features of Russia's Historical Development. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch27.htm, 10 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 22 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 28. Instead of a preface to the second part. Some curious statistical data on the conditions in which the Party of the Proletariat in Russia pursues its activities were published at the Congress of the Social Democratic Party held in Stockholm. The 140 members of the Congress had spent, in all, 138 years and 3.5 months in jail. They had spent 148 years and 6.5 months in exile. 18 members had escaped from prison once and 4 members twice. 23 members had escaped from exile once, 5 twice, and 1 3 times. If we take into account the fact that the 140 members had spent a total of 942 years in the Social Democratic movement, we shall see that the periods spent in prison and exile represented about 1/3 of the time spent actively in the party. But these figures are, if anything, over-optimistic. To say that the 140 members of the Congress engaged in party work for a total of 942 years means only that the political activities of the Congress members took place during that period of time. It certainly does not mean that these 942 man-years were completely filled with political work. It may well be that actual, direct political activities, given the conditions of clandestinity, covered only 1/5 or 1/10 of that time. On the other hand, periods spent in prison or exile were exactly as indicated by the figures. The Congress members had spent more than 50,000 days and nights behind bars and a still longer period in remote, barbaric regions of the country. Perhaps we may be allowed to add some statistics from our own past. The author of these lines, arrested for the first time in January 898 after 10 months of activity in workers' circles in the town of Nikolaev, spent 2 years in jail and escaped from Siberia after serving 2 years of his total sentence of 4 years exile. The second time the author was arrested on December 3, 1905 as a member of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. The activities of the Soviet continued over 7 weeks. Those sentenced for being members of the Soviet were kept in prison for 57 weeks, after which they were conveyed to Obdorsk for settlement in perpetuity. Any Russian Social Democrat who has worked in the party for 10 years or so can supply more or less similar information about himself. The extraordinarily confused regime which came into being in Russia after October 17, 1905 and which the Almanach de Gotha, with the unconscious humor of legal pedantry, describes as a constitutional monarchy with an autocratic Tsar, in no way changed these conditions of our political work. We obtained 50 days of freedom, and we enjoyed them to the full. During those glorious days Tsarism realized something we had already known for a long time, namely, that the two of us could not exist side. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 28. Instead of a preface to the second part. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch28.htm, 1 of 2, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 23 seconds. By side. Then came the terrible months of reckoning. After October 17, Tsarism changed Dumas as a boa constrictor sloughs off its skins, but no matter what skin it happened to be wearing, its nature as a boa constrictor remained intact. Those simpletons and liberal hypocrites who, during the past 2 years, have so often appealed to us to embrace legality are like Marie Antoinette who recommended to the starving peasants that they should eat cake. Anyone might think that we suffer from some kind of organic revulsion from cake. Anyone might think that our lungs have been infected by some insatiable craving to breathe the air of the dungeons used for solitary confinement in the Peter and Paul fortress. Anyone might think that we cannot or do not want to find a different employment for those endless hours which the jailer confiscates from our lives. We are as little enamored of our underground as the drowned man is of the sea bottom. But let us say it straight, we have no more choice in the matter than our enemy, absolutism. Our clear awareness of this fact allows us to remain optimistic even when the underground mercilessly tightens its ring around our throats. It will not strangle us, of that we are certain. We shall survive everyone. When the bones of the present princes of the earth, their servants and their servants' servants, have turned to dust, when no one is able to find the graves in which many of today's parties and their activities are buried, then the cause we serve will rule the world, then our party, today struggling for breath underground, will become absorbed without trace in a humanity which, for the first time in history, will be master of its own fate. The whole of history is an enormous machine in the service of our ideals. It works with barbarous slowness, with insensitive cruelty, but it works. We are sure of it. But when its omnivorous mechanism swallows up our life's blood for fuel, we feel like calling out to it with all the strength we still possess. Faster! Do it faster! Ogleby, near Helsingfors. 8 to 21 April 1907. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 28. Instead of a preface to the second part. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch28.htm, 2 of 2, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 23 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 29. The Trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. The era of counter-revolutionary conspiracy opened on December 3, 1905, with the arrest of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. The December strike in Petersburg and the December risings in various parts of the country were a heroic effort on the part of the revolution to maintain the position it had won in October. During that time the leadership of the working masses of Petersburg passed to the Second Soviet, formed from the remnants of the first together with some newly elected deputies. Approximately 300 members of the First Soviet were confined in 3 Petersburg prisons. Their future fate was for a long time a mystery, not only to themselves, but also to the ruling bureaucracy. The well-informed press declared that the Minister of Justice absolutely rejected the possibility of the workers' deputies being tried by a court of law. If their perfectly open activities were criminal, then the role of the higher administration, which not only connived with the Soviet but also entered into direct relations with it, was also, in the minister's opinion, a crime. The ministers argued among themselves, the gendarmes carried on interrogations, the deputies sat in their solitary cells. At the time of THC punitive expeditions of December and January there every reason to think that the Soviet would end up in the noose of a court-martial. At the end of April, in the early days of the First Duma, the workers' deputies, like the country at large, expected an amnesty. Thus their prospects swung between the death penalty and going scot-free. At last the movement of the pendulum met with a counter-force. The government of Gormykin's Duma, or rather Anti-Duma, passed the Soviets' case for examination to the Chamber of Justice assisted by representatives of the estates. 7 persons, 4 crown judges, Count Gudovish, representative of the nobility of Petersburg district, Troitsky, representative of the Petersburg Duma, a former provincial governor sacked from the service for embezzlement, a member of the Black Hundreds, and, lastly, a representative of one of the administrative sub-districts of Petersburg province, if I remember rightly a progressive. The indictment, a pathetic concoction cooked up between gendarmes and prosecutors, is of interest as a document of that wonderful era. It reflects the revolution in the same way as a dirty puddle in a police station yard reflects the sun. The members of the Soviet were accused of preparing armed insurrection under 2 articles, one of which carried a maximum of 8 years and the other of 12 years with forced labor. The author of these lines has analyzed the legal basis for that accusation, or rather, the absolute non-existence of such a basis, in a small essay see chapter entitled The Soviet and the Prosecution, below which he sent from the House of Preliminary Confinement to the Social Democratic faction within the First Duma with a view to a parliamentary question being asked on the subject of the Soviets' trial. The question was never asked because the First Duma was dissolved and the Social Democratic faction found itself under trial. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 29 The Trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch29.htm, 1 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 32 seconds. The date fixed for the trial, which was to be held in public, was June 20. A wave of protest meetings swept all Petersburg factories and plants. If the prosecution pretended that the Soviets' executive committee was a group of conspirators who had sought to impose its own decisions on the masses, if the liberal press after the December events repeated day after day that the Soviets' naive revolutionary methods had long lost their appeal for the masses, who wanted only to lead a quiet life under the new constitutional law, then what a splendid refutation of these police slanders and liberal ineptitudes were the June meetings and resolutions of the workers of Petersburg, who, in their factories, declared their solidarity with their imprisoned representatives, who demanded to be put under trial as active participators in the revolutionary events, who insisted that the Soviet had merely executed their collective will, who swore to carry the Soviet's work to its conclusion. The courtyard of the law courts and the adjoining streets were turned into a military encampment. All Petersburg's police forces were mobilized. Despite these colossal preparations, the trial failed to take place. The president of the Chamber of Justice, against the wishes of 1-0th the prosecution and the defense and even, as became known later, of the ministry, postponed the hearing for 3 months, until September 9, on a formal pretext. This was a subtle political move. At the end of June the situation was full of unlimited possibilities, a cadet ministry seemed as likely as the restoration of absolutism. Yet the Soviets' trial demanded a fully confident policy on the part of the president of the court. Therefore the gentleman in question chose to grant history a further 3 months for reflection. Alas, this diplomatic cunctator was obliged to leave his post only a few days later. The line to be taken was fully defined at Peterhof. The Tsar and his henchmen insisted on utter ruthlessness. The trial opened Tinder a new president on September 19 and lasted for a month during the most critical phase of the first interduma period, the honeymoon of the era of courts-martial. Yet, nevertheless, the court examination of many, if not of all the questions involved was conducted with a freedom that would have been completely incomprehensible if, behind it, one could not glimpse the workings of bureaucratic chicanery. This was, apparently, the way in which Stolypin's ministry had chosen to parry Count Witt's attacks. Stolypin's calculation was faultlessly correct. The more true facts the trial revealed, the more graphically it reproduced the picture of the government's humiliation at the end of 1905. Witt's connivance, his two-faced intrigues, his false assurances to Peterhof, his crude attempts to ingratiate himself with the revolution, this was the evidence that the higher bureaucratic interests extracted from the Soviets' trial. All that the defendants could do was to exploit the favorable situation for political ends and to broaden the framework of the trial to the maximum possible extent. Some 400 witnesses were called, of whom more than 200 appeared and testified before the court. Many witnesses at the time of the trial were of unknown address or in Siberia. Workers, factory owners, gendarmes, engineers, domestic servants, ordinary citizens, journalists, post office officials, schoolboys, members of the Duma, janitors, senators, hooligans, deputies, professors, and soldiers passed in review before the court throughout the month and under the crossfire of questions from the court, the prosecution, the defense and the defendants, especially the defendants. They reconstituted line by line, brush stroke by brush stroke, the picture of the period of activities, so rich in events, of the Workers' Soviet. Before the court's eaves passed the all-Russian October strike which had put Bilogin's Duma to rest, the November strike manifestation in Petersburg, that noble and majestic protest by the proletariat against the court-martialing of the Kronstadt sailors and the rape of Poland, the Petersburg workers' heroic struggle for the 8-hour day, finally, the rising, led by the Soviet, of the long-suffering slaves of the Postal and Telegraph Administration. The minutes of meetings of the Soviet and its Executive Committee. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 29, The Trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch29.htm, 2 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 32 seconds. Made public for the first time before the court, revealed to the country the colossal day-to-day work accomplished by the representative body of the proletariat in organizing aid for the unemployed, settling disputes between workers and employers and supervising economic strike action. The shorthand record of the trial, which is to fill several large volumes, has not been published to date. Only a change in political conditions in Russia can release this invaluable historical document. A German judge and a German Democrat would have been equally astounded if they could have been present in the courtroom during the trial. Exaggerated severity and unbounded license combined here into a bizarre whole, both illuminating, from different aspects, the extraordinary confusion which still reigned in governmental spheres as a legacy of the October strike. The court building was placed under martial law and virtually transformed into a military encampment. In the courtyard, at the gates, in the adjoining streets were several companies of soldiers and Cossacks. Along the entire length of the underground corridor connecting the prison with the law courts, in every room of the law courts building, at the backs of the defendants at every corner, probably even inside the chimney stack, were gendarmes with drawn sabers. They were meant to form a living wall between the defendants and the outside world, including the public admitted to the court, about 120 persons. But 30 or 40 lawyers' frock coats were constantly piercing the wall of blue uniforms. Newspapers, letters, sweets, and flowers, infinite quantities of flowers, appeared in the dock. There were flowers in buttonholes, flowers held in hands and on laps, finally flowers simply lying on the benches. The president of the court did not dare to remove these fragrant intruders. In the end, even gendarmerie officers and officers of the court, totally demoralized by the prevailing atmosphere, were handing flowers to the defendants. And then the workers were called as witnesses. They gathered in dozens in the witness room, and when the court officer opened the door to the courtroom, a wave of revolutionary song would reach the president's chair. These worker witnesses made an astonishing impression. They brought with them the revolutionary atmosphere of the factory suburbs, and such was the divine contempt with which they ignored the mystic solemnity of court ritual that the president, yellow as parchment, could only spread his hands helplessly, while witnesses drawn from respectable society and liberal journalists stared at them with envy and respect, as the weak always stare at the strong. The very first day of the trial was marked by an extraordinary demonstration. Of the 52 defendants, the president of the court called only 51. He left out the name of Termchristians. Where is the defendant Terpchristians? Asked Sokolov, one of the defense lawyers. His name has been expurged from the list of defendants. He has been executed. Yes, in the interval between June 20 and September 19, Termchristians, released on bail, had been executed on the ramparts of the fortress of Kronstadt for being a participant in the military rising. The defendants, the witnesses, the defending counsel, members of the public all rose in silence to honor the memory of the fallen victim. Police and gendarmerie officers, in utter confusion, rose to their feet with the rest. Witnesses were brought in to take the oath in groups of 20 or 30. Many came in working clothes. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 29 The Trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch29.htm, 3 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 32 seconds. Their hands still dirty from their work, carrying their caps in their hands. They would give a brief glance at the judges, then find the defendants with their eyes, boxy energetically in the two directions where our benches were placed and say loudly, "Good day, comrades." It was as though they had come for information to a meeting of the executive committee. The president hastily took the roll call and invited the witnesses to take the oath. An aged priest placed himself at a portable altar and spread out the instruments of his trade. But the witnesses did not budge. The president repeated his invitation. "No, we're not going to take any oath," a few voices would reply together, "we don't believe in all that." "But aren't you members of the Orthodox faith?" "That's what it says in the police books, Tid, we don't hold with that kind of thing." "In that case, Father, you may go, your services will not be wanted today." Apart from policemen, the only people who took the oath read by the Orthodox priest were Lutheran and Catholic workers. The Orthodox ones all refused to take the oath and merely undertook to tell the truth. This procedure was repeated monotonously for every new group. Only sometimes did the heterogeneous composition of a group of witnesses introduce a new and unexpected element. Those taking the oath, the president addressed a new group of witnesses, "Go forward and face the priest." Those not taking the oath, "Stand back." A small, elderly gendarme detached himself from the group and marched smartly towards the portable altar. The workers, exchanging remarks and thumping heavily with their boots, retired by a few steps. Between them and the elderly gendarme remained the witness O, a well-known Petersburg lawyer, householder, liberal, and member of the Duma. "Are you taking the oath, witness O?" asked the president. I. "Well, yes, and that is, kindly step forward and face the priest." Hesitantly, his face contorted, the witness advanced towards the portable altar. He glanced back over his shoulder, there was no one behind him. In front of him stood the little old man in a gendarme's uniform. "Raise your hand." The old gendarme raised 3 fingers high above his head. "Oh," the lawyer, slightly raised his hand, looked around once again and stopped. "Witness O," the president asked in an irritated voice, "are you taking the oath or are you not?" "Why yes, of course." And the liberal witness, overcoming his scruples, raised his hand almost as high as the gendarme. Together with the gendarme he repeated the childish words of the oath after the priest. If a painter painted such a scene, no one would believe him. The profound social symbolism of this small courtroom event was felt by everyone. The working-class witnesses exchanged ironical glances with the accused, those from respectable society lowered their gaze in embarrassment. The Jesuitical president was Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 29 The Trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch29.htm, 4 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 32 seconds. Gloating openly. A tense silence fell upon the courtroom. Another scene, the interrogation of Count Tyazenhausen, a member of the Petersburg Duma. He had been present at that meeting of the Duma to which the Soviets' deputation had submitted a number of demands. "Mr. Witness," asked defense counsel, "what was your personal attitude to the demand for the creation of an armed militia?" "I consider the question irrelevant," the Count replied. "Counsel's question is legitimate within the framework in which I am conducting the trial, ruled the president. In that case I wish to say that at the time I was sympathetic to the idea of an armed militia, but since then I have completely changed my mind. Ah, how many of them had changed minds on that issue, and on many others, during the past year. The liberal press, while expressing complete sympathy with the accused personally, could not find strong enough words to dismiss their tactics. The radical newspapers, with regretful smiles, spoke of the Soviets' illusions. Only the workers remained loyal without any reservations. Many industrial plants presented their collective written testimony through individual witnesses called by the court. The accused insisted that such statements should be attached to the court file and read out during the hearings. One such document, selected at random, states: "We, the undersigned, workers at the Obukhov plant, convinced that the government intends the trial of the Soviet of Workers' deputies to be a travesty of justice, and profoundly shocked by the government's intention to represent the Soviet as a handful of conspirators pursuing aims alien to the working class, hereby declare that the Soviet is not composed of a handful of conspirators but of the true representatives of the entire Petersburg proletariat. We protest against the government's unjust treatment of the Soviet and particularly against the charges made against our comrades, who merely fulfilled our demands within the Soviet, and we declare to the government that if our comrade, P.A. Zlidna, whom we all respect, is guilty, then we are guilty likewise, to which we testify with our signatures." The resolution was accompanied by several sheets of paper covered with more than 2,000 signatures. The papers were dirty and crumpled, they had been passed from hand to hand in all the workshops of the plant. The Obukhov resolution was by no means the most sharply worded. There were some which the president refused to render publicly because of their extremely improper tone in respect to the government and the court. The signatures attached to these resolutions totaled tens of thousands. The testimony of witnesses, many of whom, on leaving the courtroom, fell directly into the hands of the police, supplied an excellent commentary to these documents. The conspirators whom the prosecutor's office was so determined to find were completely swallowed up by the heroic and nameless mass. In the end, the prosecutor, who carried out his shameful role while maintaining the standards of outwardly correct behavior, was obliged to admit two facts in his accusatory speech: first, that at a certain level of political development the proletariat tends to gravitate towards socialism, and, second, that the mood of the working masses. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 29, The Trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch29.htm, 5 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 32 seconds. During the period of the Soviets' activities had been revolutionary. There was another important position which the prosecution was forced to surrender. Preparing armed insurrection was, of course, the hub of the entire trial. Did the Soviet call for armed insurrection? As a matter of fact, it didn't, the witnesses replied. All the Soviet did was to formulate everybody's conviction that an armed rising was inevitable. The Soviet called for a constituent assembly. Who was to establish it? The people itself. Flow. By force, of course. You don't get anywhere by persuasion. So the Soviet did arm the workers for insurrection. No, for self-defense. The president shrugged his shoulders ironically. But in the end the testimony of witnesses and accused forced the court to accept this contradiction. The workers had armed themselves directly for the purpose of self-defense. But their action had, at the same time, been taken for the purpose of insurrection to the extent that the state power had become the chief instigator of the pogroms. It was to this question that the author devoted his speech before the court. The text of the speech, transcribed from the shorthand record as yet unpublished in Russia, is reproduced below. The trial reached its climax when the defense put before the court the Lopukhin letter which was to become so celebrated. The accused and their defense counsel said, "Gentlemen of the court, you seem to disbelieve our claim that the organs of state power played a leading role in preparing and organizing pogroms. Perhaps the evidence produced by witnesses in this trial is not sufficient to convince you. Perhaps you have already forgotten the revelations made by Prince Urasov, former Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, in the State Duma. Perhaps you were convinced by General Ivanov of the Gendarmerie, who told you under oath that the talk of pogroms was a mere pretext for arming the masses. Perhaps you believed the witness Statkovsky, an official of the secret police, who declared under oath that he had not seen a single pogrom proclamation in Petersburg. Then look at this. Here is a certified copy of a letter from Lopukhin, the former director of the police department, to Stolypin, the Minister of Internal Affairs. Stolypin was Minister of Internal Affairs in Gormikin's cabinet. On the basis of investigations he carried out personally on Count Witt's special instructions, Mr. Lopukhin states that pogrom proclamations, which witness Statkovsky alleges never to have seen, were actually printed at the print works of the secret police, where Statkovsky is employed, that these proclamations were distributed all over Russia by secret police agents and members of the monarchist parties, that close organizational links exist between the Department of Police and the Black Hundreds gangs, that General Trepov who, at the time of the Soviet, headed Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 29 The Trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch29.htm, 6 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 32 seconds. This criminal organization and who, in his capacity as palace commandant, possessed enormous power, reported personally to the Tsar on the activities of the police and disposed of immense state funds, outside any ministerial control, for the express purpose of organizing pogroms. And another fact, gentlemen of the court. Numerous Black Hundreds leaflets, you have them on the preliminary investigation file. Accused the members of the Soviet of appropriating money belonging to the workers. On the strength of the information contained in these leaflets, the Gendarmerie General Ivanov conducted a special investigation, which of course yielded no results, at a number of Petersburg factories and plants. We revolutionaries are accustomed to the authorities' use of such methods. But even we, though far from idealizing the gendarmerie, did not realize how far that service was prepared to go. It now transpires that the proclamations which accused the Soviet of appropriating the workers' funds were composed and secretly printed by the self-same gendarmerie to which General Ivanov belongs. This fact is likewise attested by Mr. Lopukhin. Gentlemen of the court. Here is a copy of the letter duly signed by its author. We demand that this valuable document be read out in its entirety before the court. We demand, in addition, that active State Councillor Lopukhin be called as a witness to testify at this trial. The declaration produced the effect of a thunderbolt. The trial was drawing to a close and the president was beginning to feel that, after a rough crossing, he had almost reached a quiet haven, when suddenly he was hurled back into the raging sea. Lopukhin's letter hinted at the nature of the mysterious reports which Trepov had submitted to the Tsar. Who could tell how the former police chief, who had now turned his back on his policeman's past, would develop these hints under cross-examination by the accused? The court, in holy dread, retreated before the possibility of further revelations. After prolonged debate it refused to take cognizance of the letter or to call Lopukhin as a witness. The accused then declared that there was nothing further for them to do in the courtroom and categorically insisted on being returned to solitary confinement. We were removed from the courtroom and our defense counsel withdrew at the same time. In the absence of the accused, the defense, and the general public, the prosecutor pronounced his dry and correct accusatory speech. In an almost empty courtroom the chamber pronounced its verdict. The Soviet was found not guilty of supplying arms to the workers for the purpose of insurrection. 15 of the accused, including the author of these lines, were nevertheless condemned to loss of all civil rights and lifelong exile to Siberia. 2 received short prison sentences. The rest were acquitted. The trial of the Soviet of Deputies made a tremendous impression upon the country. It can be said with confidence that the Social Democratic Party owed much of its enormous success in the elections to the Second Duma to the agitational effect of this trial of the Petersburg proletariat's revolutionary parliament. The trial gave rise to an episode which deserves to be mentioned here. On November 2, the day on which the verdict was made public in its final form, a letter from Count Witt, who had just returned from abroad, was published in Novoye Vremya. In this letter the Count, defending himself against the attacks of the right-wing bureaucracy, not only declined the honor of being Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 29 The Trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch29.htm, 7 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 32 seconds. The chief instigator of the Russian Revolution, wherein he was not too far wrong but also absolutely denied having had any personal dealings with the Soviet. He confidently dismissed the evidence of witnesses and defendants in the trial as invented for purposes of the defense, evidently not expecting any refutation from behind prison walls. But he was mistaken. Here is the text of a collective reply from the defendants, published by us in the newspaper Tovarish on November 5. We are too clearly aware of the difference between our political physiognomy and Countwitz to explain to the former Prime Minister the motives which oblige us, the representatives of the proletariat, to speak the truth at every stage of our political activity. But we do not think it out of place to refer to the public prosecutor's speech. This professional accuser, paid official of a government which is intrinsically hostile to us, admitted that our statements and speeches had given him all the materials he needed for the prosecution, not the defense, and described our testimony before the court as truthful and sincere. Truthfulness and sincerity are qualities which not only his political enemies, but even his professional admirers have never ascribed to Countwit. The collective answer then produced documentary evidence to show the rashness of Countwit's denials. Witt was obliged to admit that he had had contacts with the Soviet, but he explained that he had chosen to see the Soviet's deputation simply as workers' representatives. And ended with this summing up of the trial: whatever the aims and motives of Countwit's denial, and however incautious it may seem, its publication has been most timely. It is the final brush stroke to complete the picture of that state power with which the Soviet was confronted. We wish to take the liberty of discussing that picture in a few lines. Countwit emphasizes the fact that it was he who placed us in the hands of justice. The date of that historic feat, as we already state above, was December 3, 1905. After that we passed through the hands of the secret police, then of the gendarmerie, and finally we came before the court. 2 officials of the secret police department appeared as witnesses in the trial. To the question of whether a pogrom was being prepared in Petersburg in the autumn of last year, they replied with a most resolute no, adding that they had not seen a single leaflet calling for pogroms. Yet active State Councillor Lepukin, former director of the Department of Police, testifies that pogrom proclamations were printed at that time, precisely, by the secret police administration. So much for the first stage of the justice in whose hands Countwit placed us. Further, gendarmerie officers who had conducted the investigation into the Soviets' case also appeared before the court. According to their own testimony, their investigation into the matter of the Soviets' alleged appropriation of certain monies was based on anonymous Black Hundreds leaflets, which the public prosecutor described as lying and slanderous. What do we find? Active State Councillor Lepukin affirms that these lying and slanderous leaflets were printed in the self-same gendarmerie department which conducted the investigation into the Soviets' case. So much for the second stage of justice. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 29, The Trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch29.htm, 8 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 32 seconds. And when, 10 months later, we found ourselves facing the court, we were permitted to say all the things which, in broad outline, had been known before the trial began, but as soon as we made an attempt to show and prove that, at the time of the Soviets' activities, there was no state power properly speaking, that its most active organs had become transformed into counter-revolutionary associations which flouted not only the written laws but all laws of human morality, that government officials holding the most confidential posts formed a centralized organization for all Russian pogroms, that the Soviet of Deputies was, in substance, carrying out tasks of national defense when, in order to show and prove these facts, we asked that Lepukin's letter, which had been rendered public thanks to our trial, be placed on the court file and, more especially, that Lepukin himself be cross-examined as a witness. The court, in defiance of the demands of justice, stretched out its powerful hand and closed our lips. Such was the third stage of justice. And, last of all, when the affair is at an end, when the verdict has been pronounced, Countwit arrives upon the scene with an attempt to blacken his political adversaries whom, apparently, he regards as finally vanquished. Just as positively as those secret police officials who stated that they never saw a pogrom leaflet, Countwit asserts that he never had any dealings with the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. Just as positively and just as truthfully. We look back calmly upon these 4 stages of official justice through which we have passed. The representatives of power have deprived us of all rights and are sending us into exile. But they cannot deprive us of the right to the confidence of the proletariat and of all our honorable fellow citizens. The last word in our case, as in every other question of our national life, will be spoken by the people. With full confidence we appeal to the people's conscience. November 4, 1906. House of Preliminary Confinement. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 29 The Trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch29.htm, 9 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 32 seconds. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 29 The Trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch29.htm, 10 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 32 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 30. The Soviet and the Prosecution. The trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies is only one episode in the revolution's struggle with the government of the conspirators of Peterhof. Hardly anyone, even among the police representatives of the prosecution, can really believe that the trial of the Soviet's members is a legally sound act, that it was begun and was conducted on the independent initiative of the legal authorities in the interests of the inner logic of the law. Anyone and everyone knows that the arrest of the Soviet was not a legal, but a military political act, one of many incidents in the murderous campaign being waged by a power rejected and disowned by the people. We will not go here into the question of why, of all the possible methods of dealing with the workers' representatives, the authorities chose the relatively complicated one of having them tried by the Chamber of Justice assisted by representatives of the estates. They could have picked any one among a number of other means, which would have been no less effective but simpler. Besides the rich arsenal of administrative measures, there is, for example, the court-martial, or that form of justice which, it is true, is not listed in any legal textbook but which has been used successfully in numerous instances. It consists of inviting the accused to take a few steps away from their judges and to turn their backs on them. When the accused have complied with this procedure, a volley of shots is fired to signify a court sentence against which there is no appeal. But the fact is that the government, instead of dealing with the 52 persons singled out by its agents by the torture chamber method, has organized a legal trial which, moreover, is not simply a trial of 52 persons but a trial of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. By so doing it forces us to make a critique of the legal position it has adopted. The indictment states that the 52 persons named in it are accused of joining an association, which, to their knowledge, aimed at changing the system of government established by fundamental laws in Russia, and replacing it by a democratic republic. Therein lies the substance of the charge, which is supposed to come under Articles 101 and 102 of the Criminal Code. Thus the indictment depicts the Soviet of Workers' Deputies as a revolutionary association formed on the basis of a previously formulated political aim, as an organization whose every member, by the very fact of joining it, subscribed to a definite, previously outlined political program. Such a definition of the Soviet is in profound contradiction with the picture presented by the indictment itself, of the circumstances in which the association came into being. On the first page we read that the initiators of the future Soviet called for the election of deputies to a workers' committee which would put organization, unity, and strength into the working class movement and would act as the spokesman of the needs of Petersburg workers before the rest of society. Elections of deputies were carried out forthwith at a number of factories, the indictment continues. What, then, was the political program of Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 30 The Soviet and the Prosecution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch30.htm, 1 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 42 seconds. The Soviet while it was being formed. There wasn't one, indeed, there couldn't have been one, for the Soviet, as we have seen, was not formed on the basis of a group of persons holding the same political opinions, like a political party or conspiratorial organization, but on the basis of electoral representation, like a Duma or Zemstvo. It follows beyond any doubt from the very conditions under which the Soviet was formed that the persons named in the indictment, like all other members of the Soviet, were not joining a conspiratorial association which, to their knowledge, aimed at the forcible overthrow of the existing system of government and the establishment of a democratic republic, but a representative body whose further activities were to be determined by the subsequent collective decisions of its members. If the Soviet is an association as provided in Articles 101 and 102, then where are the limits of that association? Deputies do not sit on the Soviet because they choose to do so, as do the members of an association, but because they are sent there by their electors. Moreover, the electoral body is never dissolved, it always remains in existence at the plant, the deputy accounts to it for his actions and, through its deputy, it most definitely influences the direction of the Soviets' activities. The initiative on all the most important issues, strikes, the struggle for the 8-hour day, the arming of the workers, did not come from the Soviet but from the most progressive plants. The workers, that is to say, the electors, held meetings and adopted resolutions which were then submitted to the Soviet by their deputies. Hence the Soviet's organization was, both formally and actually, the organization of the vast majority of the Petersburg workers. It was based on an aggregate of electoral bodies in relation to which the Soviet, in a certain sense, played the same part as the Executive Committee did in relation to the Soviet itself. In one instance the indictment categorically admits this. The aspiration of the Workers' Committee, the name sometimes given to the Soviet in the early stages, to achieve the arming of all citizens, it reads, was expressed, in the decisions and resolutions of individual organizations forming part of the Workers' Committee, and the indictment goes on to quote the relevant decision adopted by a meeting of print workers. But if the Union of Print Workers, in the opinion of the prosecution, formed part of the Soviet, or rather, of the Soviet's organization, then it is evident that every member of the Union was, by that token, a member of an association aiming at the forcible overthrow of the existing system. And not only the Union of Print Workers, but workers in every factory and every plant, by sending their deputies to the Soviet, thereby entered the organization of the Petersburg proletariat as an electoral body. So that if the prosecution intended to apply Articles 101 and 102 fully and consistently in accordance with their precise meaning and spirit, not less than 200,000 Petersburg workers should actually appear in the dock, which is, in fact, the viewpoint of those workers themselves, as witness a number of the strongly worded resolutions they adopted in June demanding to be brought to trial. And this demand is not merely a political demonstration, it is a reminder to the prosecution of its elementary legal obligations. But legal obligations are the last things that interest the prosecution. It knows that the authorities want a few dozen victims to complete its victory, and so it limits the number of defendants by means of a series of inconsistencies and crude sophisms. It completely shuts its eyes to the elective nature of the Soviet and persists in regarding it as a league of like-minded revolutionaries. 1. Because the total number of the Soviet's members, 500 to 600 persons, is too high for the purposes of a tendentious trial of supposed conspirators manipulating the mass of the working class, the prosecution quite artificially singles out the Executive Committee. It deliberately ignores the elective nature of the Executive Committee and the fact that its composition was fluid and variable and, taking no account of documentary evidence, ascribes to the Executive Committee decisions which were in 2. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 30, The Soviet and the Prosecution. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch30.htm, 2 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 42 seconds. Fact adopted by the Soviet in plenary session. Out of the Soviet's membership, in addition to members of the Executive Committee, the prosecution brings to justice only those deputies who took an active and personal part in the Soviet's activities. Such a selection is purely arbitrary. The Criminal Code condemns not only active and personal participation but any form of participation in a criminal association. The nature of the participation determines only the degree of punishment. 3. But in what area is the prosecution's criteria? In its eyes, such facts as checking entrance tickets, taking part in a strike picket, or even simply admitting that one belonged to the Soviet are proof of active and personal participation in an association aiming at the forcible overthrow of the government. For example, in respect to the defendants Krusin, Lukinin, Lvanov, and Marlatov, the prosecution quotes only their own admission of participation in the Soviet, and from that admission it somehow deduces that their participation was active and personal. 4. If we add the handful of outsiders who were arrested on December 3 purely accidentally as the Soviet's guests, and who had no relation whatsoever to the Soviet and had never opened their mouths at any of its meetings, we obtain a still clearer picture of the indecently arbitrary manner in which the choice of defendants was made. 5. But even that is not all. After December 3 new members joined what was left of the Soviet. The Executive Committee was reconstituted, Izvestia went on being published, number 8 appeared on the day following the Soviet's arrest, and the reconstituted Soviet issued the December strike call. After a certain time the Executive Committee of the new Soviet was arrested. And what happened? Despite the fact that it was merely continuing the work of the old Soviet and in no way differed from it in its aims or methods of struggle, the case of the new Soviet is not, for some reason, pursued legally but is dealt with by administrative measures. Did the Soviet stand on legal ground? No, it did not, because no such ground existed. Even had it wanted to, the Soviet could not have been formed on the basis of the Manifesto of October 17 for the simple reason that it was formed before the Manifesto. In fact, it was thrown up by the revolutionary movement which also gave rise to the Manifesto. The whole indictment is constructed on the crude fiction that legality in Russia during the last year was continuous. The prosecution proceeds from the absurd assumption that all the articles of the criminal code remained in force all the time, and that they were applied all the time and were never abolished neither de jure, nor even de facto. What actually happened was that a whole number of articles were ripped out of the code by the hand of the revolution, with the authorities' tacit consent. Did the Zemstvo congresses take place on legal ground? Were all the banquets and demonstrations consistent with the criminal code? Did the press observe the censorship rules? Did not various associations of the intelligentsia come into being with impunity and without preliminary permission, as the phrase goes? But let us stick to the fate of the Soviet itself. In supposing that Articles 101 and 102 of the Criminal Code remained in force without interruption, the prosecution regards the Soviet as a consciously criminal. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 30 The Soviet and the Prosecution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch30.htm, 3 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 42 seconds. Organization from the day of its birth, and therefore sees the very act of joining the Soviet as a crime. But, from this standpoint, how to explain the fact that the supreme representative of power entered into negotiations with a criminal association aiming at the establishment of a republic by revolutionary means? From the standpoint of legal continuity, Count Witt's parleying with the Soviet was a criminal act. The incident with Count Witt demonstrates to what absurdities the prosecution is reduced by insisting that legality in Russia remained continuous throughout 1905. In quoting the debate which took place in connection with the sending of the deputation to Witt to demand the release of 3 members of the Soviet arrested at a street meeting outside Kazansky Cathedral, the indictment speaks of this appeal to Witt as a legitimate attempt to obtain the release of the arrested persons. p. 6. Thus the prosecution considers it legitimate for Count Witt, the supreme representative of the state executive, to negotiate with a revolutionary association which was aiming at the overthrow of the state system Count Witt was meant to defend. What was the result of this legitimate attempt? The indictment quite correctly records that the chairman of the Committee of Ministers, after discussion with the city governor, ordered the release of the arrested persons. p. 6. In other words, the state power met the demand of a criminal association whose members, according to Articles 101 and 102, should not have been in the Prime Minister's anteroom but at hard labor. Where, then, was legitimacy? Was the street meeting held outside Kazansky Cathedral on October 8 legitimate? Apparently not, since the Soviet's members who conducted the meeting were arrested. Was the sending of a deputation to the government from an anti-government association legitimate? The prosecution replies in the affirmative. It would appear that legitimacy demanded, not the release of the arrested persons, but the arrest of their confederates still at liberty. Or did Count Witt grant an amnesty to the criminals? But who gave him the right to grant amnesties? The Soviet of Workers' Deputies did not stand on legal ground. But neither did the government. Legal ground did not exist. The October and November days set vast masses of the population in motion, revealed a multitude of profound interests, created a multitude of new organizations and new forms of political life. The old system solemnly liquidated itself by the Manifesto of October 17. But no new system as yet existed. Old laws patently at variance with the Manifesto had not been abolished, but in fact they were infringed upon at every step. The authorities not only tolerated thousands of such infringements but, in some measure, openly encouraged them. The Manifesto of October 17 not only rendered a whole series of existing laws logically null and void, it liquidated the actual legislative apparatus of absolutism. New forms of public life came into being and existed outside the limits of any legal definition. The Soviet was one of these forms. The caricatural inconsistency between the definition in Article 101 and the real physiognomy of the Soviet is due to the fact that the Soviet was an institution absolutely not provided for in the laws of old Russia. It came into being at a moment when the old, rotten garment of legality was bursting at every. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 30 The Soviet and the Prosecution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch30.htm, 4 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 42 seconds. Seam and its ragged scraps fell to the ground to be trampled upon by the revolutionary nation. The Soviet did not come into being because it was legally justifiable but because it was factually necessary. When, after the first battles, the ruling reactionary forces began to regain their strength, they started invoking laws which had in fact been abolished, just as those involved in a street brawl will make use of the first stone that comes into their hands. Article I of the Criminal Code was the stone they picked up, and the Chamber of Justice, by imposing a certain penalty on the persons presented by an ignorant gendarmerie and a servile prosecution, was obliged to play the role of catapult. The question of the participation of official party representatives in the Soviets' decisions reveals more clearly than anything else the hopelessness of the prosecution's legal position. Anyone who had anything at all to do with the Soviet knows that the representatives of parties had no voting rights either in the Soviet or in the Executive Committee. They took part in the debates but not in the voting. This was due to the fact that the Soviet was organized on the principle of representation of workers by enterprises and trades but not by party groupings. Party representatives were entitled to make their political experience and their knowledge available to the Soviet, and this they did, but they could not enjoy voting rights without violating the principle of representation of the working masses. They were, so to speak, political experts within the Soviet's membership. This simple fact could have been established without difficulty, yet it presented the greatest difficulties to the investigating and prosecuting authorities. The first difficulty was of a purely legal nature. If the Soviet is a criminal association having certain previously established aims, if the defendants are members of this criminal association and have to appear as such before the court, what is to be done with those defendants who belong to the Soviet merely in a consultative capacity and were entitled only to expound their point of view but not to take part in the voting, that is, in the direct and immediate determining of the criminal association's collective will? Just as an expert's statements in court may exercise an important influence on the verdict, without, however, making the expert responsible for that verdict, so the statements of party representatives, however great their influence on the Soviet's actions, cannot make them legally responsible for those actions. They told the Soviet, "Here is our opinion, here is the opinion of our party, but the decision must depend on you." It goes without saying that the party representatives have no intention of hiding from the prosecution behind this argument. After all, the prosecution is not defending any articles, any legality or law but the interests of a certain caste. And since the party representatives by their work dealt as many blows to that caste as did any other members of the Soviet, it is quite natural that the government's vengeance, in the form of the verdict of the Chamber of Justice, should strike them in the same measure as it strikes the representatives of factories and plants. But one thing is certain, whereas, by a crass distortion of the facts and of their legal meaning, it may be just possible to qualify the deputies as members of a criminal association, the application of Article 101 to the representatives of political parties in the Soviet is the very embodiment of legal absurdity. That, at least, is what human logic tells us, and legal logic cannot be anything other than the application of universal human logic to a specific sphere of phenomena. The second difficulty facing the prosecution in connection with the status of party delegates in the Soviet was of a political nature. The task set before General Ivanov of the Gendarmerie and, later, Assistant Prosecutor Baltz, or whoever was lurking behind him, was simple indeed. They had to represent the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 30 The Soviet and the Prosecution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch30.htm, 5 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 42 seconds. Soviet as a conspiratorial organization which, under pressure from a group of energetic revolutionaries, controlled the terrorized masses. Everything speaks against this Jacobin parody of the Soviet as seen by the police, the Soviet's membership, the open character of its activities, its method of discussing and settling all questions, finally the absence of voting rights for party representatives. What, then, does the investigating authority do? If the facts speak against it, too bad for the facts, it disposes of them by administrative means. From the minutes and the vote counting, indeed from the testimony of its own agents, the gendarmerie could easily discover that the party representatives enjoyed only consultative rights in the Soviet. The gendarmerie knew this, but because this fact would have reduced the scope of its lofty considerations and plans, it did everything in its power to mislead the prosecution on this point. Despite the importance of the question of the legal status of party representatives with the Soviet, the gendarmerie quite systematically and deliberately avoided this question at interrogations. The gendarmerie were very interested in knowing in what places individual members of the executive committee sat and how they entered and left the committee room, but they did not in the least want to know whether the 70 Social Democrats and 3G Socialist Revolutionaries, a total of 5 men, had the right of vote on such issues as the general strike, the 8-hour working day, etc. They refrained from putting certain questions to the defendants and the witnesses solely in order to avoid establishing certain facts. Only in one passage does the Indian Reen state that, according to Rostergive, the representatives of parties did not, allegedly, have voting rights during ballots. p. 39. But the prosecution has taken no trouble whatever to clarify the matter for itself, or rather it has deliberately avoided doing so. This is perfectly obvious and no one can dispute it. We have said that the investigating authority was thus misleading the prosecuting authority. But is that so? The prosecution, in the person of its representative, is present at interrogations or, at least, signs the records of interrogations. Thus it is never lacking an opportunity to manifest its interest in the truth. All that is wanted is such an interest. Of course no trace of such an interest exists. The prosecution not only covered up the blunders of the preliminary investigation but actually made use of them to draw conclusions which it knew to be false. This is most blatantly obvious in that part of the indictment which deals with the Soviets' activity in arming the workers. We do not propose to discuss here the question of an armed rising and of the Soviets' attitude toward it. This topic has been considered in other articles. Here it is quite enough for us to say that the armed rising is a revolutionary idea inspiring the masses and guiding their elective organization differs from the prosecution's and the police's idea of an armed rising as much as the Soviet of Workers' Deputies differs from the association envisaged in Article 101. But the authorities' hopeless failure to understand the meaning and spirit of the Soviet, their hopeless confusion regarding its political ideas, is directly proportional to their desire to base their accusations on a perfectly simple mechanical object, a Browning revolver. Although, as we shall see, the police investigation yielded very scant materials on this matter, the author of the indictment makes an attempt remarkable for its audacity to prove as a fact that the executive committee armed the workers on a mass scale for the purpose of an armed rising. We are obliged to quote the relevant passage of the indictment and examine it in its separate parts. It would appear, the prosecution reasons, that the actual putting into effect of all the above-mentioned intentions of the executive committee as regards arming the Petersburg workers belong to the same. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 30 The Soviet and the Prosecution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch30.htm, 6 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 42 seconds. Period, i.e., the second half of November, since, according to the deposition of Grigory Levkin, a deputy from Bogdanov's tobacco factory, it was decided, by whom, at one of the meetings around the middle of November, to form armed tens and hundreds for the support of demonstrations, and at precisely the same period the deputy Nikolai Nemtsov pointed out that the workers lacked arms and a collection of money for arms was held among the assembled persons, where. Thus we learn that in the middle of November the executive committee put into effect all its intentions with regard to the arming of the proletariat. What proof is there of this? Two unchangeable pieces of evidence. First, Grigory Levkin testifies that around this time it was decided, presumably by the Soviet, to form armed tens and hundreds. Thus, obviously, the Soviet in the middle of November put into effect its intention to arm the workers by, at precisely that time, expressing the intention, or adopting a decision, to arm them. Yet is it even true that the Soviet adopted such a decision? Nothing of the kind. In this instance the indictment is not referring to a decision of the Soviet, which never existed, but to a speech by one of the members of the Soviet, myself, quoted previously on page 17 of the same indictment. Thus, as proof of the putting into effect of intentions, the prosecution produces a resolution which, even had it been adopted, would only have been the expression of one such intention. The second proof of the arming of the Petersburg workers in the middle of November is supplied by Nikolai Nemtsov, who precisely at that time, drew attention to the fact that the workers had no arms. It is not easy to understand why Nemtsov's testimony concerning the absence of arms should prove the presence of arms. But after this it is stated that a collection of money for arms was held among the assembled persons. The fact that money for arms was collected among the workers is not in doubt. Let us assume that, in particular, such a collection was also made on the occasion to which the prosecution is referring. But why should it follow from this that the actual putting into effect of all the above-mentioned intentions of the Executive Committee to arm the Petersburg workers belong to the same period? Further, to whom did Nikolai Nemtsov point out that arms were lacking? Evidently to a meeting of the Soviet or the Executive Committee. Therefore we must assume that funds for arming the workers were collected from amidst a few dozen or 100 deputies, and this fact, fairly unlikely in itself, serves as proof that at this time the masses were already armed. And so the arming of the workers has been proved. Now for revealing the purpose of this action. Here is what the indictment has to say on this issue. The pretext for such arming, according to the testimony of Deputy Alexei Shishkin, was the possible occurrence of pogroms, but Shishkin says that this was only a pretext and that, in reality, an armed rising was allegedly being prepared for January 9. In reality, the indictment continues, the distribution of arms, according to Mikhail Kokorev, a deputy from Odner's plant, was begun by Khrustaylov Nosar as far back as October, and he, Kokorev, received a Browning from Khrustaylov for protection against the Black Hundreds. However, this defensive purpose of the distribution of arms is disproved, apart from all the above-mentioned decisions of the Soviet, also by the contents of certain documents found among Georgy Nosar's papers. For example, these papers contain the original copy of a Soviet resolution, without any indication of the date on which it was drafted, which contains an appeal to arms and to the forming of armed detachments and a workers' army prepared to repulse the Black Hundreds government which is ravaging the Russian land. Let us stop there for the moment. Resisting the Black Hundreds is only a pretext. The real object of the Soviets' universal arming of the population, carried out in the middle of November, was an armed rising on January 9. This real aim was unknown not only to those who were being armed but also to those who did the arming, so that, but for Alexei Shishkin's testimony, it would never have transpired that the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 30 The Soviet and the Prosecution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch30.htm, 7 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 42 seconds. Organization of the working masses had fixed a definite date for an armed rising. Another proof that it was precisely in the middle of November that the Executive Committee armed the masses for a rising in January is the fact that, in October, Kokorev received a Browning from Khrustaylov for protection against the Black Hundreds. But, in the prosecutor's opinion, the defensive purpose of the arming is further disproved by certain documents found among Nosar's papers, example the original copy, of a resolution appealing to the workers to arm themselves in order to repulse the Black Hundreds government which is ravaging the Russian land. That the Soviet pointed out to the masses the necessity of arming themselves and the inevitability of a rising is clear from many of the Soviets' decisions. No one can dispute it. The prosecution does not have to find proofs of it. What it does want to prove is that the Executive Committee in the middle of November put into effect all its intentions as regards the arming of the masses, and that this arming was actually carried out and had the direct and immediate aim of an armed rising, and, to prove this point, the prosecution adduces yet another resolution which differs from the others by the fact that its date cannot be ascertained and it is impossible to tell whether in fact it was adopted by the Soviet at any time. And, finally, it is precisely this doubtful resolution, meant to disprove the defensive nature of the arming, which speaks clearly and unequivocally of repulsing the Black Hundreds government which is ravaging the country. However, the prosecution's long misadventure in the matter of the Brownings does not end there. Further, the prosecution continues in order to refute the defensive object of the operation. In Nosar's papers there was found a note from an unknown person pointing out that Khrustaylov had promised to hand out several Browning or Smith & Wesson revolvers at the organization's price, and the writer, whose address is at Kolpino, asks that the promised arms be handed to him. To understand why the author of the note, whose address is at Kolpino, could not have obtained the revolvers at the organization's price for purposes of self-defense rather than of an armed rising is as difficult as all the rest. Another note containing a request for revolvers adds nothing new. In the end the prosecution's data on the question of the arming of the Petersburg workers turn out to be absolutely negligible. Very insignificant expenses on the acquisition of arms were found in Nosar's documents, the indictment plaintively states, since His papers included a notebook and a separate sheet containing notes on the distribution of revolvers of various makes and boxes of cartridges to the workers, and, according to these notes, only 64 revolvers were thus distributed. These 64 revolvers as proof of the putting into effect of all the Executive Committee's intentions concerning an armed rising in January are evidently an embarrassment to the prosecution. It therefore decides upon a bold step. If it cannot be proved that the revolvers were bought, it must be proved that they might have been bought. With this end in view, the prosecution prefaces the sorry total of 64 revolvers with impressive suppositions of a financial nature, after pointing out that a collection of funds for arms was carried out at the plant of the Company de Wagons Lits. The indictment states, subscriptions of this kind offered an opportunity of acquiring arms, the Soviet of Workers' Deputies being able, in case of need, to obtain arms in large quantities because it disposed of large sums of money. The total receipts of the Executive Committee amounted to 30,063 rubles 52 kopecks. Here we have the tone and manner of a newspaper feature which spurns even the outward semblance of proof. First you quote certain notes and original copies of resolutions, then you dismiss their testimony. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 30 The Soviet and the Prosecution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch30.htm, 8 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 42 seconds. With a bold and simple conjecture, the Executive Committee had a lot of money, therefore it had a lot of arms. If we were to arrive at conclusions by the prosecution's method, we might say, the secret police departments have a lot of money, therefore the pogromists have a lot of arms. But such a conclusion would only superficially resemble that offered in the indictment, for whereas every kopeck in the Soviets' hands was accounted for, which makes it easy to dismiss the prosecution's bold guess as pure nonsense, the cash outgoings of the secret police belong to a realm of total mystery which has long awaited criminal investigation. To finish once and for all with the arguments and conclusions of the indictment concerning the arming of the population, let us try to present them in strictly logical form. Thesis. Around the middle of November the Executive Committee armed the Petersburg proletariat for the purpose of an armed rising. Proofs. A. One of the Soviet's members at the meeting of November 6 advocated the organizing of the workers in armed units of 100 and 100. B. In the middle of November Nikolai Nemtsov referred to the lack of arms. C. Alexei Shishkin knew that a rising was fixed for January 9. D. As far back as October, Kokorev received a revolver for self-defense against the Black Hundreds. E. An undated resolution refers to the necessity for arms. F. An unknown person whose address is at Kolpino asked for revolvers at the organization's price. G. Although the distribution of only 64 revolvers has been established, the Soviet had money, and since money is a universal equivalent, it might have been exchanged for revolvers. These conclusions are not good enough even to serve as examples of elementary sophisms in secondary school textbooks of logic. They are so crude that their crudeness is an insult to any normally constituted intelligence. It is on these materials and on this legal construction that the Chamber of Justice will have to base its verdict. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 30 The Soviet and the Prosecution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch30.htm, 9 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 42 seconds. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 30 The Soviet and the Prosecution. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch30.htm, 10 of 10, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 42 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 31. My Speech Before the Court. Meeting of October 4, 17, 1907. Gentlemen of the bench, gentlemen representatives of the estates. The question of an armed rising, a question which, however strange this may seem to THC Special Court, occupied no place whatever on the agenda of the meetings of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies throughout the 50 days of its existence, is the principal object of this court inquiry, as it was of the preliminary investigation. The subject of an armed rising as such not raised or discussed at any of our meetings. More than that, neither was the question of a constituent assembly, nor of a democratic republic, nor even of a general strike as such or its fundamental significance as a method of revolutionary struggle, discussed at any meeting. These central issues, which for a number of years were debated first in the revolutionary press and later at various meetings and assemblies, were on no occasion considered by the Soviet. Later I shall explain why this was so, and define the Soviet's attitude to an armed rising. But before passing to this matter, which from the court's viewpoint is the central one, I will permit myself to draw the attention of the chamber to another question which, compared with the first, is more general but less acute, namely, the question of the Soviet's use of force in general. Did the Soviet consider itself entitled through the agency of one or another of its organs to use force or repressive measures in certain eases? My answer to this question put in such general terms is, yes. I know as well as the representative of the prosecution that in any normally functioning state, whatever its form, the monopoly of brute force and repression belongs to the state power. That is its inalienable right, and of this right it takes the most jealous care, ever watchful lest any private body encroach upon its monopoly of violence. In this way the state organization fights for its existence. It is enough to have a concrete picture of modern society, that complex and contradictory cooperative system, for example in a country as vast as Russia, for it to become immediately clear that, given the existing social structure with all its antagonisms, repression is quite inevitable. We are not anarchists, we are socialists. The anarchists call us statists, because we recognize the historical necessity of the state and hence the historical necessity of state repression. But under the conditions created by a political general strike, whose nature consists in the fact that it paralyzes the state mechanism, under such conditions the old power which had long outlived its day and against which, precisely, the political strike was directed, found itself ultimately incapable of action, quite unable to regulate and maintain public order, even by the barbaric means which were the only ones at its disposal. Meanwhile, the strike had thrown hundreds of thousands of workers from the factories into the streets, and had freed these workers for public and political life. Who could direct them? Who could bring discipline into their ranks? What organ of the old state power? The police? The gendarmerie? The secret? Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 31. My speech before the court meeting of October 4, 1907. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch31.htm, 1 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 53 seconds. Police. I ask myself, who? And I can find no answer. No one, except the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. No one. The Soviet, which directed this colossal elemental force, saw its immediate task in reducing internal friction to a minimum, preventing excesses and making sure that the inevitable victims of the struggle were as few as possible. And, that being so, the Soviet, in the political strike which had created it, became nothing other than the organ of self-government of the revolutionary masses, an organ of power. It ruled the parts of the whole by the will of the whole. It was a democratic power and it was voluntarily obeyed. But inasmuch as the Soviet was the organized power of the overwhelming majority, it was inevitably compelled to use repressive measures against those elements among the masses who brought anarchy into its united ranks. The Soviet, as a new historical power, as the sole power at a time of total moral, political, and technical bankruptcy of the old apparatus, as the sole guarantee of personal immunity and public order in the best sense of that term, considered itself entitled to oppose its force to such elements. The representatives of the old power, which is wholly based on murderous repression, has no right to speak with moral indignation of the Soviet's violent methods. The historical power which the prosecutor represents in this court is the organized violence of a minority over the majority. The new power, whose precursor was the Soviet, is the organized will of the majority calling the minority to order. In this distinction lies the Soviet's revolutionary right to existence, a right that stands above any legal or moral doubt. The Soviet recognized its right to use repressive measures. But in what cases, and to what degree? We have heard 100 witnesses on this point. Before passing to repressive measures, the Soviet used words of persuasion. That was its true method, and the Soviet was tireless in applying it. By revolutionary agitation, by the weapon of the spoken word, the Soviet continually brought new masses to their feet and subordinated them to its authority. If it met with resistance on the part of ignorant or corrupted groups within the proletariat, it said to itself that the time to render them harmless by physical force would always come soon enough. As you have seen from the testimony of witnesses, it sought other ways. It appealed to the good sense of factory administrations in calling upon them to stop work, It brought influence to bear on ignorant workers through technicians and engineers who were sympathetic to the general strike. It sent deputies to the workers to bring them out, and only in the most extreme cases did it threaten strike breakers with the use of force. But did it ever actually use force? Gentlemen of the bench, you have not seen any examples of this in the materials of the preliminary investigation, and it proved impossible, despite all efforts, to establish such examples during the court investigation. Even if we were to take seriously those examples of violence, comic rather than tragic, that did pass in review before the court, so-and-so entered someone's apartment without removing his cap, so-and-so arrested someone else by mutual consent. We need only compare this cap which somebody forgot to remove with the hundreds of heads which the old power so often removes by mistake, for the Soviets' violent actions to assume their proper proportions in our eyes. That is all we want. To reconstruct the events of that time in their true form is our task, and for its sake we, the defendants, have taken an active part in this trial. Let me pose another question which is of importance to this court. Did the actions and declarations of the Soviet of Workers' deputies possess a legal basis, in the manifesto of October I-30? What was the relationship between the Soviets' resolutions on the Constituent Assembly and the creation of a democratic republic and the October Manifesto? The question, let me state it bluntly, simply did not occur to us at the time, but today it is undoubtedly of major importance to this court. We have heard here, gentlemen of the court, the testimony of the witness Lechinin, which struck me personally as extremely. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 31. My speech before the court meeting of October 4, 17, 1907. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch31.htm, 2 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 53 seconds. Interesting and, in some of its conclusions, both pertinent and profound. Among other things, Lechinin said that the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, being a Republican body in its slogans, its principles, and its political ideals, did actually, directly, and concretely put into effect those freedoms which were proclaimed in principle by the Tsar's manifesto of October 17, and which those responsible for the manifesto actually fought against with all their strength. Yes, gentlemen of the bench and gentlemen representatives of the estates. Yes, the revolutionary, proletarian Soviet, actually put into effect and implemented the freedom of speech, the freedom of assembly and personal immunity, all those things that had been promised to the Russian people under pressure of the October strike. Whereas all that the apparatus of the old power could do was to tear these lawful attainments of the people into pieces. Gentlemen of the bench, that is indubitable, objective fact that has already been income part of history. It cannot be disputed because it is indisputable. If I am asked, however, and if my comrades are asked whether we subjectively based our actions and declarations on the manifesto of October 17, we must categorically answer, no. Why? Because we were deeply convinced and we were not mistaken that the manifesto of October 17 created no new legal basis whatever, that it did not create the foundations of a new legality, for a new legal system is not created. We are convinced of this, gentlemen of the court, by means of manifestos, but by a real reorganization of the entire state apparatus. Because we adopted this materialist standpoint, the only correct one, we had no confidence whatever in the imminent force of the manifesto of October I. And this we openly declared. But I do not believe that our subjective attitude as party men, as revolutionaries, determines for the court our objective attitude, as citizens of a state, to the manifesto, for the court, inasmuch as it is a court, is bound to see the manifesto as a foundation of a new legality, or else it must cease to exist. We know that in Italy there exists a bourgeois parliamentary Republican Party operating on the basis of the country's monarchical constitution. Socialist parties which are revolutionary by their nature legally exist and fight in all civilized countries. The question is, does the manifesto of October 17 leave any room for us Russian Republican Socialists? That is the question which the court must answer. The court must say whether we Social Democrats were right when we argued that the Constitutional Manifesto was merely a list of promises which would never be voluntarily fulfilled, whether we were right in our revolutionary criticism of those paper guarantees, whether we were right when we called upon the people to engage in open struggle for true and complete freedom. Were we right, or were we not? Let the court tell us that the manifesto of October 17 is a real legal foundation upon which we Republicans could exist as persons of legality, persons who acted within the law, despite our opinions and intentions. Let the manifesto of October tell us here, through the verdict of this court, You denied my reality, but I exist for you as well as for the rest of the country. I have already said that the Soviet of Workers' Deputies never once raised the question of a constituent assembly and the creation of a democratic republic at its meetings. Nevertheless, as you have seen from the speeches of working-class witnesses, its attitude to those slogans was clearly defined. How could it be otherwise? After all, the Soviet did not come into being on virgin soil. It was created when the Russian proletariat had already lived through the events of January 9, 22, through Senator Shidlovsky's commission, through the whole too long, school of Russian absolutism. Long before the Soviet existed, the demand for a constituent assembly, for universal franchise, for a democratic republic, together with the 8-hour working day, had become the central slogans of the revolutionary proletariat. That is why the Soviet never had occasion to raise these issues as matters of principle, it simply included them in its resolutions as matters which had been decided once and for all. The same, in substance, was also true of the idea of an insurrection. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 31. My speech before the court meeting of October 4, 17, 1907. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch31.htm, 3 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 53 seconds. What is an insurrection, gentlemen of the court? Not a palace revolution, not a military conspiracy, but an insurrection of the working masses. The president of this court addressed the following question to one of the witnesses: did he consider a political strike to be an insurrection? I forget what the witness replied, but I believe and affirm that a political strike, despite the president's doubts, is indeed, in its substance, an insurrection. That is not a paradox, although it may seem to be one from the point of view of the indictment. I repeat, my notion of an insurrection, and I shall presently demonstrate this, has nothing in common but its name with the construction which the police and the prosecution put on the term. A political strike is an insurrection, I say. For, in point of fact, what is a political general strike? It has only one thing in common with an economic strike, namely, that in both cases workers cease to work. In no other respect do the two resemble one another. An economic strike has a definite, narrow aim, that of bringing pressure to bear upon an employer by putting him, for that purpose, temporarily outside the competitive field. It interrupts work at a factory in order to achieve certain changes within the limits of that factory. The nature of a political strike is profoundly different. It exerts no pressure on individual employers, it does not as a rule make any specific economic claims, its claims are directed, over the heads of the employers whom it hits so hard, at the state power itself. How, then, does a political strike affect the state power? It paralyzes its vital activity. A modern state, even in so backward a country as Russia, is based on a centralized economic organism turned into a single whole by the skeleton of the railways and the nervous system of the telegraph. And although the telegraph, the railway, and all the other attainments of modern technology may not serve Russian absolutism for cultural or economic ends, they are all the more essential to it for the purposes of repression. The railways and the telegraph are irreplaceable weapons for transferring troops from one end of the country to another, uniting and directing the administration's activities in suppressing sedition. What does a political strike do? It paralyzes the economic apparatus of the state, disrupts communications between separate parts of the administrative machine, isolates the government, and renders it powerless. On the other hand, it politically unites the mass of workers from the factories and plants and opposes this workers' army to the state power. Therein, gentlemen of the court, lies the essence of an insurrection. To unite the proletarian masses within a single revolutionary protest action, to oppose them as enemies to the organized power of the state, that, gentlemen of the court, is insurrection as the Soviet understood it and as I understand it too. We saw such a revolutionary clash between two hostile sides during the October strike, which broke out spontaneously, without the Soviet, which occurred before the Soviet, indeed which gave birth to the Soviet. The October strike created anarchy, and as a result of that anarchy came the manifesto of October 17. I hope that the prosecution will not deny this, any more than do the most conservative politicians and journalists, including those of the semi-official Novoye Vremya. Only a few days ago Novoye Vremya wrote that the manifesto of October 7 was the result of governmental panic created by the political strike. But if this manifesto is the foundation of the whole new system in force, we must recognize, gentlemen of the court, that our present state system is based on panic, and that the panic, in turn, was based on the political strike of the proletariat. And so you see that a general strike is something more than mere cessation of work. I have said that a political strike, as soon as it stops being a demonstration, becomes, in substance, an insurrection. It would be more accurate to say that it becomes the principal, most general method of proletariat insurrection, the principal, but not the only method. The method of the political strike has its eatoral limits. And this became evident as soon as the workers, following the Soviets' call, resumed work at noon on October 2, November 3. The manifesto of October 17 was received with a vote of no confidence, the masses feared, and with Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 31 My speech before the court meeting of October 4, 17, 1907. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch31.htm, 4 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 53 seconds. Good reason, that the government would fail to introduce the promised freedoms. The proletariat saw the inevitability of a decisive struggle and instinctively turned to the Soviet as the center of their revolutionary power. On the other hand, absolutism, on recovering from its panic, began to reconstruct its half-demolished apparatus and put its regiments in order. As a result, it transpired that after the October clash there were two powers: a new, popular power based on the masses, the Soviet of Workers' Deputies was such a power, and the old, official power based on the army. These two forces could not exist side by side, the strengthening of one threatened the other with extinction. The autocracy, founded as it is on bayonets, naturally tried to bring the maximum confusion, chaos, and disintegration into the vast process, whose center was the Soviet, of unifying the popular forces. On the other hand, the Soviet, founded as it was on the confidence, the discipline, the active effort, the unanimity of the working masses, could not fail to understand the terrible threat to popular freedom, civil rights, and personal immunity embodied in the fact that the army and all material weapons of power remained in the same blood-stained hands that had wielded them up to October 17. And so a titanic struggle for influence over the army begins between these two organs of power, the second stage of the growing popular insurrection. After the mass strike which has opposed the proletariat to the autocracy, there arises a powerful movement to bring the army over to the workers' side, to fraternize with the soldiers, to win over their minds. From this movement naturally springs a revolutionary appeal to the soldiers, on whom absolutism rests. The 2nd November strike was a powerful and splendid demonstration of solidarity between the factory and the barracks. Of course, if the army had gone over to the side of the people, there would have been no need for insurrection. But is a peaceful transition of the army into the ranks of the revolution conceivable? No, it is not. Absolutism is not going to wait with folded arms for the army, freed from every corrupting influence, to become the friend of the people. Before all is lost, absolutism will take the initiative and launch an offensive. Did the Petersburg workers realize this? Yes, they did. Did the proletariat, did the Soviet believe that open conflict between the two sides was inevitable? Yes, it did. It had no doubt of it. It knew for certain, that sooner or later the fatal hour would strike. Of course, if the organization of popular forces, uninterrupted by any attacks of the armed counter-revolution, had continued to advance along the path on which it had entered under the leadership of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, the old system would have been destroyed without the use of any force whatever. For what did we see? We saw how the workers rallied around the Soviet, how the Peasants' Union, embodying ever-increasing masses of the peasantry, sent its deputies to the Soviet, how the railway and postal unions united themselves with the Soviet, how the organization of the liberal professions, the Union of Unions, was drawn towards the Soviet. We saw how tolerant, how almost benevolent, was the attitude towards the Soviet even of the factory managements. It was as though the whole nation were making a heroic effort, trying to produce from its very deepest core an organ of power that might really and unchangeably lay the foundations of a new social system pending the convening of a constituent assembly. If the old state power had not intervened in this organic effort, if it had not introduced real anarchy into national life, if this process of the organization of forces had been able to develop in complete freedom, the result would have been a new, reborn Russia, without the use of force and without bloodshed. But the point is precisely that we never for a moment believed that the process of liberation would follow a smooth course. We knew too well the real nature of the old power. We Social Democrats were convinced that, despite the manifesto which looked like a definitive break with the past, the old state. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 31 My speech before the court meeting of October 4, 17, 1907. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch31.htm, 5 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 53 seconds. Apparatus would not withdraw of its own free will, would not hand over power to the people or surrender a single one of its principal positions. We foresaw, and openly warned the nation that absolutism would make many more convulsive attempts to keep such power as it still possessed in its hands and even to regain what it had solemnly relinquished. That is why insurrection, armed insurrection, gentlemen of the court, was inevitable from our point of view. It was and remains a historical necessity in the process of the people's struggle against the military and police state. Throughout October and November this idea reigned at all meetings and assemblies, dominated the entire revolutionary press, filled the entire political atmosphere and, in one way or another, was crystallized in the consciousness of every member of the Soviet, and that is why, quite naturally, it formed part of the Soviet's resolutions, and why, too, there was never any need for us to discuss it. The tense political situation we inherited from the October strike, a situation in which a revolutionary organization of the masses struggling for its existence, not founded on legality because legality did not exist, but on strength, which did exist, confronted an armed counter-revolution waiting for its moment of revenge was, if I may put it that way, the algebraic formula of insurrection. New events merely introduced new numerical values into the formula. The idea of armed insurrection, the prosecution's superficial conclusions notwithstanding, is not only to be found in the Soviet's decision adopted on November 27, i.e., a week before our arrest, where it is expressed clearly and unequivocally, no, the idea of armed insurrection, in different forms but essentially the same, runs like a red thread from the very beginning of the Soviet's existence, through all the Soviet's decisions in its resolution cancelling the funeral demonstration, its resolution proclaiming the end of the November strike, and in many other resolutions which spoke of armed conflict with the government, and of the final assault or the final battle as an inevitable stage in the struggle. But what was the Soviet's own interpretation of these decisions? Did it believe that armed insurrection is an enterprise that can be prepared underground and then brought out, ready-made, into the street? Did it think that insurrection can be acted out in accordance with a preconceived plan? Did the executive committee elaborate a technique of street fighting? No, of course not. And this is bound to puzzle the author of the indictment when faced with a modest few dozen revolvers which, in his eyes, are the only stage properties of an armed rising. But his view is only the view of criminal law, which knows all about conspiratorial associations but cannot understand the concept of a mass organization, which knows about assassinations and mutinies but does not and cannot know revolution. The legal concepts on which this trial is based are decades behind the development of the revolutionary movement. The modern working-class movement in Russia has nothing whatever in common with the notion of conspiracy as interpreted by our criminal code, a notion which has not substantially changed since Speransky, who lived at the time of the Carbonari. That is why the attempt to squeeze the Soviets' activities into the narrow definition of Articles 101 and 102 is so hopeless from the point of view of legal logic. And yet our activities were revolutionary. And yet we really were preparing for armed insurrection. An insurrection of the masses, gentlemen of the bench, is not made, it accomplishes itself. It is the result of social relations, not the product of a plan. It cannot be created, it can be foreseen. For reasons which depended on us as little as they did on Tsardom, an open conflict became inevitable. It drew closer day by day. To prepare for it meant, for us, doing everything possible to minimize the casualties of this. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 31 My speech before the court meeting of October 4, 17, 1907. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch31.htm, 6 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 53 seconds. Inevitable conflict. Did we think that for this purpose we had first of all to lay in stocks of arms, prepare a plan of military operations, assign the participants of the rising to particular places, divide the town up into sectors, in other words, do all the things which the military authorities do in anticipation of disorders, when they divide Petersburg up into sectors, appoint colonels in charge, each sector, and equip them with a certain number of machine guns and ammunition? No, that is not how we interpreted our role. To prepare for an inevitable insurrection and, gentlemen of the court, We never prepared an insurrection as the prosecution thinks and says. We prepared for an insurrection meant to us, first and foremost, enlightening the people, explaining to them that open conflict was inevitable, that all that had been given to them would be taken away again, that only might can defend right, that a powerful organization of the working masses was necessary, that the enemy had to be met head-on, that the struggle had to be continued to the end, that there was no other way. That is what preparing for an insurrection meant to us. Under what conditions did we think an insurrection might lead us to victory? The condition of the army's sympathy. The first requisite was to bring the army over to our side. To force the soldiers to recognize the shameful role they were playing, to persuade them to work with the people and for the people. That was the first task we set ourselves. I have already said that the November strike, a disinterested impulse of direct fraternal solidarity with the sailors under threat of the death penalty, also had tremendous political significance in that it drew the army's sympathetic attention towards the proletariat. That is where the prosecutor should have looked for preparations for armed insurrection. But, of course, a demonstration of sympathy and protest could not, by itself, settle the matter. Under what conditions, then, did we think and do we think now that the army can be expected to pass over to the side of revolution? What is the prerequisite for this? Machine guns and rifles? Of course, if the working masses possessed machine guns and rifles they would wield great power. Such power would even largely remove the inevitability of an insurrection. The undecided army would lay down its arms at the feet of the armed people. But the masses did not, do not, and cannot possess arms in large quantities. Does that mean that the masses are doomed to defeat? No, it does not. However important weapons are, it is not in weapons that the most essential strength lies. No, not in weapons. Not the capacity of the masses to 1611, but their great readiness to die. That, gentlemen of the court, is what we believe ensures, in the last count, the success of a people's rising. When the soldiers, sent out into the streets to repress the masses, find themselves face to face with the masses and discover that this crowd, the people, will not leave the streets until it has got what it wants, that it is prepared to pile corpses upon corpses, when they see and are convinced that the people have come out to fight in earnest, to the end then the soldiers' hearts will falter, as they have always done in all revolutions, for they will be forced to doubt the stability of the order which they serve, they will be forced to believe in the triumph of the people. It is customary to connect the idea of an insurrection with barricades. Even leaving aside the fact that barricades may loom too large in our notion of a popular rising, we should not forget that a barricade, clearly a mechanical element in the rising, plays, above all, a moral role. In every revolution, the significance of barricades is not at all the same as that of fortresses in a battle. A barricade is not just a physical obstacle. The barricade serves the cause of insurrection because, by creating a temporary barrier to the movement of troops, it brings them into close contact with the people. Here, at the barricades, the soldier hears perhaps for the first time in his life the talk of ordinary honest people, their fraternal appeals, the voice of the people's conscience, and, as a consequence of such contact between citizens and soldiers, military discipline disintegrates and disappears. This ensures a popular rising. And this is end. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 31. My speech before the court meeting of October 4, 1907. http://www.marxists.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch31.htm, 7 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 53 seconds. Only this, the victory of why, in our opinion, a popular rising has been prepared, not when the people have been armed with rifles and guns. For that case it would never be prepared, but when it is armed with readiness to die in open street battle. But, of course, the old besieged power, seeing the growth of this great feeling, this readiness to die for the interests of one's country, to give one's life for the happiness of future generations, seeing the masses becoming contaminated by such an enthusiasm as it could never feel or understand for itself, it could not calmly watch the moral regeneration of the people taking place before its eyes. To look on passively would have meant, for the Tsarist government, to let itself be scrapped. That much was clear. What, then, could it do? It had to fight the political self-determination of the people with its last forces, with every means at its disposal. The ignorant army, the black hundreds, the secret police, the corrupt press, all had to be sent into action. To set people against one another, to cover the streets in blood, to loot, rape, burn, create panic, lie, cheat and slander. That is what the old, criminal power had to do. And it did these things and is still doing them to this day. If an open conflict was inevitable, it was certainly not we but our mortal enemies who sought to bring it closer. You have heard here many times that the workers in October and November armed themselves against the Black Hundreds. If one knew nothing of what is happening outside this courtroom, it would seem totally incomprehensible how, in a revolutionary country where the vast majority of the population supports the ideals of liberation, where the popular masses openly show their determination to fight to the end, how, in such a country, hundreds of thousands of workers can arm themselves to fight the Black Hundreds who represent a small and insignificant part of the population. Are they, then, so dangerous, these outcasts of society, this scum, whatever their social position? No, of course they are not. The problem would be small if it were only the pitiful gangs of the Black Hundreds that stood in the people's way. But we have heard, not only from the lawyer Bramson who appeared as a witness, but also from hundreds of workers who testified here, that the Black Hundreds are backed by a large number of government authorities, if not by all of them, that behind the gangs of thugs who have nothing to lose and who stop at nothing, neither an old man's gray hairs, nor a helpless woman, nor a child, there stand agents of the government who undoubtedly organize and arm the Black Hundreds out of the funds of the state budget. And, finally, did we not know this before the present trial? Did we not read the papers? Did we not hear the reports of eyewitnesses? Did we not receive letters? Did we see nothing with our own eyes? Were we not aware of Prince Yusuf's shattering disclosures? But the prosecution does not believe any of it. It cannot believe it, for if it did, it would have to direct its accusations against those whom today it is defending. It would have to admit that a Russian citizen who arms himself with a revolver against the police is acting in the interests of necessary self-defense. But whether the prosecution believes or not in the pogrom activities of the powers that be is ultimately unimportant. For this court it is sufficient that we believe in them, that the hundreds of thousands of workers who armed themselves at our call were convinced of them. We believe beyond any doubt that the powerful hand of the ruling clique guides the picturesque activities of the Black Hundreds. Gentlemen of the court, we can see that sinister hand even now. The prosecution invites us to admit that the Soviet armed the workers for the struggle against the existing form of government. If I am categorically asked whether this was so, I shall answer, yes. Yes, I am willing to accept this accusation, but on one condition only. I do not know if the prosecution and the court will accept my condition. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 31. My speech before the court meeting of October 4, 17, 1907. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch31.htm, 8 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 53 seconds. Let me ask, what does the prosecution mean by form of government? Do we really have a form of government? For a long time past the government has not been supported by the nation but only by its military police Black Hundreds apparatus. What we have is not a national government but an automaton for mass murder. I can find no other name for the government machine which is tearing into parts the living body of our country. If you tell me that the pogroms, the murders, the burnings, the rapes. If you tell me that everything that happened in Tver, Rostov, Kursk, Seidli. If you tell that Kishinev, Odessa, Bialystok are the form of government of the Russian Empire, then I will agree with the prosecution that in October and November last we were arming ourselves, directly and immediately, against the form of government of the Russian Empire. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 31. My speech before the court meeting of October 4, 17, 1907. http://www.marxists.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch31.htm, 9 of 9, June 6, 2002, 13:43 and 53 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 32. There. Extracts from letters. January 3, 1907. We have been in the transit prison for the last 2 or 3 hours. I confess I parted from my cell in the house of preliminary arrest with nervous apprehension. I had become so used to that little ship's cabin where I had every opportunity for working. We knew that in the transit prison we were to be placed in a common cell. What can be more tiring? And after that would come the dirt, mess, and muddle of the journey into exile, which I know so well. Who knows how long it will be before we arrive at our destination? And who can tell when we shall return? Would it not have been better to stay in cell number 462, reading, writing, waiting? As you know, to move from one apartment to another is for me an act of moral courage. And a move from one prison to another is 100 times worse. A new prison administration, new difficulties, new efforts to establish relations that aren't too intolerable. Ahead of us is a continually changing series of persons in authority, starting with the transit prison governor here in Petersburg and ending with the local policeman in the Siberian village that will be our place of exile. I have made this trip before and I anticipate its repetition without much relish. We were taken here today quite suddenly, without warning. In the reception hall they made us change into prisoners' clothes. We did this with the curiosity of schoolboys. It was odd to see each other in those grey trousers, grey cloth jackets, and grey caps. However, the classic ace of diamonds on the back of the jacket is missing. We have been allowed to keep our own underclothes and shoes. Then, a large, excited crowd in our new get-up, we burst into our cell. Despite the unfavorable rumors concerning the transit prison, the attitude of the administration seems quite decent, in certain respects actually considerate. There is reason to believe that special instructions have been issued, we are to be closely watched, but clashes are to be avoided. The actual date of departure is still shrouded in the greatest mystery. Obviously they are afraid of demonstrations and attempts to free us en route. They are afraid, and so they are taking the necessary measures, yet under the present conditions any such attempt would be senseless. January 10th. I am writing in the train. Therefore please excuse the bad handwriting. It is 9 a.m. We were awakened by the chief warder in the middle of the night, at 3:30, most of us had only just gone to bed, so absorbed had we been in playing chess, and told that we would be leaving at 6 a.m. We had waited so long for this moment that the hour of departure struck us as unexpected. Afterwards everything happened as usual. We packed our belongings hurriedly and unsystematically. Then we went down to the reception hall, where the women and children joined us. Then we were. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 32 there. Extracts from letters. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch32.htm, 1 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 14 seconds. Handed over to our escort, and our bags were quickly searched. A sleepy warder handed our money to an officer. Then we were placed in prison horse carriages and taken to Nikolaevsky station under reinforced convoy. We did not yet know where we were going. It's interesting to note that our escort was brought over specially from Moscow today. Evidently they couldn't trust the Petersburg troops. The officer was very amiable throughout the proceedings, but claimed complete ignorance in response to all our questions, saying that the person in charge was a gendarmerie colonel who would issue all instructions, while he, the officer, was under orders to take us to the station and that was all. It's possible, of course, that the government is carrying caution to such a point, but on the other hand it's quite possible that this was simple diplomacy on the officer's part. We have been traveling for about an hour and we still don't know whether the train is going to Moscow or Vologda. The soldiers don't know either, and so far as they are concerned that really is the truth. We are traveling in a separate third-class coach, quite comfortable, with a sleeping bunk for everyone. Another coach is provided for our luggage, and the soldiers of the escort tell us that it also carries the 10 gendarmes and their colonel who are accompanying us. We have settled down and feel that we don't much care by what route we're going to travel, they'll get us there, one way or the other. It appears that we are going via Vologda. One of us says he can tell by the names of the stations. That means we'll arrive at Tyumen in 4 days' time. Everyone is very animated. Traveling is a source of distraction and excitement after 13 months in jail. True, the windows are barred, but directly beyond the bars is freedom, life, movement. How soon shall we be traveling back along these rails? Farewell, my dear friend. January 11th. If the escorting officer is considerate and courteous, the soldiers are much more so still. Nearly all of them have read reports of our trial and are extremely sympathetic towards us. An interesting detail, until the very last moment the soldiers did not know whom they were escorting and where. The precautions with which they were suddenly taken from Moscow to Petersburg made them think that they would have to deliver us to Schlisselburg for execution. In the reception hall of the transit prison I noticed that they seemed very restless and somehow unusually obliging, with a touch of guilt. It wasn't until we were in the train that I found out the reason. How overjoyed they were to discover that we were workers' deputies condemned only to exile. The gendarmes of the super escort never show tip in our coach. They are responsible for exterior guard duties surrounding the coach at stations, mounting guard outside the carriage door, but most of all watching the soldiers of the escort. At least, that's what the soldiers themselves think. Instructions to provide us with food and water for washing and drinking are sent ahead by telegraph. So far as that's concerned, we are traveling in perfect comfort. It's not for nothing that the buffet manager in one of the stations we passed formed such a high opinion of us that he got the escort to ask whether we wanted 30 oysters. We had a good laugh over that, but turned down the oysters all the same. January 12th. We are leaving you further and further behind all the time. From the first day we broke tip into several family groups, and since the coach is crowded, each group has to live separately from the others. Only our doctor, Fight, a socialist revolutionary, doesn't belong to. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 32 there. Extracts from letters. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch32.htm, 2 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 14 seconds. Any group. With his sleeves rolled up, active and indefatigable, he seems to be in command of this all. As you know, there are 4 children traveling with us in this coach. But their behavior is ideal, so much so that one forgets that they exist. The tenderest friendship unites them to the soldiers of the escort. The raw-boned soldiers treat them with the utmost delicacy. How they do guard us! At every station the coach is surrounded by gendarmes, and at the larger ones by policemen as well. In addition to their rifles, the gendarmes carry revolvers with which they threaten anyone who, accidentally or out of curiosity, approaches the coach. Such protection is reserved these days, for 2 categories of persons, especially important criminals and especially well-known ministers. Their tactics in our respect have been carefully worked out. We realized this back in the transit prison. On the one hand the most watchful vigilance, on the other hand, gentlemanly treatment within the limits of the law. This reflects Stolypin's constitutional genius. But, beyond any doubt, this cunning system will break down. The only question is, which of the 2 will break down first, vigilance or gentlemanly behavior? We have arrived in Vyatka. The train is standing still. What a reception we got from the Vyatka bureaucracy. I wish you could have seen it all. Half a company of soldiers lined up on either side of the carriage, a second row of local police with rifles slung behind their backs. Officers, police inspectors, sergeants, etc. Directly by the coach, as always, the gendarmes. In short, a whole military demonstration. It seems that Prince Gorshakov, the local Pompadour, has added his own special touch to the instructions from Petersburg. Sonic of our crowd say they're offended because there isn't any artillery. Truly it's hard to imagine anything more ridiculous or more cowardly. It's a real caricature of strong power. We have reason to feel proud, evidently even a dead Soviet still scares them. Cowardice and stupidity, how frequently they become the obverse of vigilance and gentlemanliness. To prevent anyone knowing which way we are traveling, which is anyway impossible, we are sure this is the reason, there can't be any other, we are not allowed to write letters en route. Such are the orders from the invisible colonel, based on instructions from Petersburg. But we started writing letters on the very first day in the hope of finding a way of posting them. And we were not mistaken. The instructions fail to take account of the fact that the authorities have no faithful servants, whereas we are surrounded by friends on every side. January 16th. I am writing under the following conditions. We are halted in a village 20 versts from Tyumen. Night. A peasant's hut. A low-ceilinged, dirty room. The entire floor, without any free space whatever, is covered with the bodies of members of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. No one is asleep yet, there is talk and laughter. 3 of us drew lots for a wide bench, something like a divan, and I won. I'm always lucky in life. We stopped in Tyumen for 3 days. We were met, as we are used to being, by now, by a vast number of soldiers, mounted and on foot. Those on horseback, chasseurs, made their horses rear up to frighten away the street urchins. From the station to the prison we had to walk. Our treatment continues to be extremely considerate, almost excessively so, but at the same time the precautionary measures are getting stricter all the time, almost to the point of superstition. For example, we were offered by telephone a choice of goods from all the local shops, and at the same. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 32 there. Extracts from letters. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch32.htm, 3 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 14 seconds. Time not allowed to exercise in the prison yard. The former is an exceptional privilege, the latter a breach of the law. From Tinman we continued in horse-drawn sleighs, the 14 of us prisoners being accompanied by 52 escort soldiers, not counting their captain and a police inspector and a sergeant. This is something unheard of. Everyone is amazed, including the soldiers, the captain, the inspector, and the sergeant. But such are the instructions. We are now heading for Tobolsk and advancing extremely slowly. Today, for instance, we covered only 20 versts, arriving here at 1 p.m. Why not go on? Impossible. Why not? Instructions. To avoid escapes they do not want us to travel at night, which makes a small amount of sense. But the folks in Petersburg have so little confidence in the initiative of the local authorities that they have laid down in advance the number of versts to be covered each day. What efficiency on the part of the Department of Police. So now we travel for 3 or 4 hours a day and halt for 20 hours. At this rate we'll reach Tobolsk, 250 versts, in about 10 days, arriving probably on January 25th or 26th. How long we shall stop there and where we shall go thereafter is unknown, or rather, we aren't told. The convoy consists of about 40 sleighs. The front ones are used for carrying the luggage. Then it's us, the deputies, in pairs. Each sleigh is drawn by one horse. Behind us is a line of sleighs carrying only soldiers. The officer and the police inspector are traveling in front of the convoy in a covered sleigh. We proceed at walking pace. For several versts from Tvuman we were escorted by 20 or 30 mounted chasseurs. In short, taking account of the fact that these unheard of and never previously seen precautions are the result of orders from Petersburg, one is bound to conclude that they are determined to deliver us to the most remote place possible at any price. After all, this voyage with a royal escort can't simply be the result of some pen-pusher's whim. This may mean that serious difficulties lie ahead. Now everyone is asleep. In the kitchen next door the door is ajar, soldiers are on guard. Sentries are walking up and down outside the windows. This night is glorious, moonlit, snowy, sky blue. What a strange scene, these bodies scattered on the floor in deep sleep, these soldiers at the doors and windows. But since I am going through all this for the second time, my impressions aren't any longer quite fresh. And just as Kresty prison seemed to me a replica of Odessa prison, which is built on the same model, so this voyage seems no more than a continuation, temporarily interrupted, of that first journey under escort to Irkutsk province. In the prison at Tyumen, there were many political prisoners, especially administrative exiles. During exercise they collected outside our window, sang songs, and even produced a red banner with the inscription "Long Live the Revolution." The choir wasn't at all bad, obviously they've been kept together for a long time and have had plenty of opportunity for practice. The scene was quite impressive and, if you like, moving in its own way. We replied with a few words of greeting through a tiny ventilation window. In the same prison, the criminal prisoners handed us a very long petition in prose and verse, begging us, distinguished revolutionaries from Petersburg, to help them in some way. We thought we might give a little cash to the most needy ones among the politicals, some of whom lack underclothing and warm clothes, but the prison administration refused categorically. The instructions prohibit any contact whatsoever between the deputies and other politicals. Even contact through impersonal banknotes? Yes. What forethought? We were not allowed to send telegrams from Tyumen because no one must know where we are and when. What foolishness! As if the military demonstrations all along the route didn't make it perfectly clear to every passerby which way we're traveling. January 18th. Pokrovskoye. I am writing from our third halt. We are traveling at a rate of no more than 6. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 32 there. Extracts from letters. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch32.htm, 4 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 14 seconds. Versts an hour and no more than 4 or 5 hours a day. Luckily the frost is not very severe, 20, 25, or 30 degrees below zero, Re-Amour. 3 weeks ago the temperature went down to 52 degrees below zero. Imagine traveling with young children under such conditions. There's another week left till Tobolsk. No newspapers, no letters, no news of any kind. We write without any certainty that our letters will arrive at their destination. We are still forbidden to post letters en route, and so we are obliged to avail ourselves of chance opportunities which are not always very reliable. But really all this is unimportant. We are all warmly dressed and we enjoy breathing the wonderful frosty air after the stinking atmosphere of solitary cells. Say what you like, the human organism wasn't intended for the conditions of solitary confinement. Heine wrote in his Paris letters in 1843, in this sociable country, solitary confinement, the Pennsylvanian method, would constitute an unheard of cruelty, and the French people are too magnanimous to agree to purchase their public safety at such a price. As a consequence, I am convinced that even if the Chambers were to give their consent, the dreadful, inhuman, yes, unnatural system of solitary confinement would not be put into effect, and that the many millions spent on building the necessary premises are, God be thanked, so much money down the drain. The people will smash these castles of the new bourgeoisites with the same indignation as it once smashed the nobility's Bastille. However grim and frightening the aspect of the latter, it was a bright kiosk, a gay pavilion compared with these small, silent American caves which could only have been invented by a dull-minded pietist and approved only by a heartless shopkeeper trembling for his property. All that is very true and very fine. But still, I prefer being in solitary. Everything in Siberia has remained the same as it was 5 or 6 years ago, and yet everything has changed, not only Siberian soldiers, and to what an extent, but also Siberian peasants, or Chelduni. Everybody talks politics, everybody wants to know when this will end. A boy sleigh driver, about 13 years old, he swears he's 15, sings at the top of his voice, "Arise, arise you working people. Enter the struggle, starving folk." The soldiers, obviously well disposed towards the singer, tease him by threatening to report him to the officer. But the lad knows very well that everyone is on his side, and that he can invite the working people to arise with perfect impunity. Our first halt from which I wrote to you was in a wretched peasant hut. The other two have been in government buildings, no less filthy but more comfortable. There are separate premises for men and women, there are kitchens. We sleep in tiered plank beds. Our standard of cleanliness is, of necessity, extremely relative. That, I suppose, is the most disagreeable feature of the voyage. Peasant women and men come here, to these government transit buildings, bringing us milk, curds, suckling pigs, griddle cakes, shangy, and other food. They are allowed in, which is actually against the law. The instructions prohibit any form of contact with the outside world. But it would be difficult for the escort to organize our food supply in any other way. Order among us is maintained. Sovereign headman, F., whom everyone we prisoners, the officer, the soldiers, the police, the food-selling peasant women call simply doctor. He seems to have inexhaustible reserves of energy, packing, buying, cooking, feeding, teaching to sing, etc., etc. The others take turns in helping him, and all of them resemble one another in that they do practically nothing. At Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 32 there. Extracts from letters. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch32.htm, 5 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 14 seconds. This moment supper is being cooked, which means a lot of animation and noise. The doctor wants a knife. The doctor needs some butter. Look, friend, would you mind taking out the slops? The doctor's voice, oh, you don't eat fish? I'll fry you a risal, it's no odds to me. After supper, tea is served to the tiered beds. Our ladies are responsible for tea duties, it is so ordained by Dr. Fite. January 23. I am writing from the last halt but one before Tobolsk. The transit house here is excellent, newly built, spacious and clean. After the filth of the other stopping places, this does good to body and soul. There are 60 more versts to go before Tobolsk. If you knew how, in these last days, we have been longing for a real prison where we shall be able at last to have a proper wash and rest. Here there is only one political exile, formerly the licensee of a liquor shop in Odessa, sentenced for carrying on propaganda among soldiers. He came to bring us food and told us about living conditions in Tobolsk province. Most of the exiles are living in villages 100 to 150 versts from Tobolsk itself. However, there are a few exiles in Berezov district as well. Life there is incomparably harder and the poverty greater. Escapes are very frequent from everywhere. Escaped prisoners are mostly caught in Tyumen, the nearest railway station, and along the railway generally. But the proportion of those caught is small. Yesterday we happened to read in an old Tyumen newspaper about 2 telegrams addressed to us and myself at the transit prison in Tyumen and never delivered. These telegrams must have arrived just while we were there, but the prison authorities refused to accept them, again for those strange conspiratorial reasons which neither we nor they can grasp. We are being guarded very closely all along the way. The captain has quite worn out his men with excessively long hours of sentry duty, not only outside the building where we are locked up but everywhere in the village. Yet it has already become noticeable how, as we travel further north, the regime is gradually thawing. Little by little we are being allowed to visit local shops under escort, we walk about the village in small groups, sometimes we can visit the local exiles. The soldiers help us as best they can, they feel united to us by our common opposition to the captain. The NCO, who represents the connecting link between the officer and the men, is in the most difficult position. You know, gentlemen, he once told us in front of the soldiers, today's NCO isn't what he was in the old days. There are some who'd like to be just what they were in the old days, a soldier riposted, but we twist their tails for them and then they think better of it. Everyone burst out laughing. The NCO laughed too, but not very happily. January 26th. Tobolsk prison. 2 halts before Tobolsk we were met by a deputy police inspector, on the one hand to ensure greater safety and, on the other, to emphasize the courtesy with which we are being treated. The guard was reinforced. We were no longer allowed out shopping. Yet the families among us were placed in covered sleighs. Vigilance and gentlemanliness. About 10 versts from the town, 2 exiles came to meet us. As soon as the officer saw them he immediately took measures, he rode past our entire convoy and ordered the soldiers to dismount, until then they had been riding in the sleighs. And that is how we proceeded for the remaining 10 versts. The soldiers, cursing the officer for all they were worth, walked on foot on either side of the road with their rifles on their shoulders. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 32 there. Extracts from letters. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch32.htm, 6 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 14 seconds. But here I must interrupt my description. The doctor, who has just been called to the office, tells us that we are all being sent to the village of Obdorskoye. We are to travel 40 or 50 versts a day under military escort. To Obdorskoye it is more than 1,200 versts by snow road. That means that under the best imaginable conditions, if horses are available at every changing stage and no time is lost through illness, we shall be on the road more than a month. Once arrived, we shall receive a subsidy of 1 ruble 80 kopecks a month. Traveling for a whole month with young children is particularly difficult just now. They say that between Berezov and Obdorsk reindeer will have to be used. This was especially alarming news for those of us who are traveling with their families. The local administration swears that the ridiculous schedule of 40 versts a day instead of 2 has been prescribed by Petersburg, like all other details of our voyage. The wise men in their offices have thought of everything to prevent us escaping, and, to do them justice, 9 out of 10 measures prescribed by them are devoid of any meaning whatsoever. The wives who are following their husbands into exile voluntarily ask to be let out of prison during the 3 days we are stopping here in Tobolsk. The governor refused point blank, which is not only senseless but also completely illegal. Local public opinion is a little disturbed, and a protest is being written. But what is the use of protesting when the answer is the same in every case? Sorry, instructions from Petersburg. Thus the most sinister newspaper rumors have proved justified. Our place of exile is the northernmost point of the province. It is curious to note that the equality which found expression in the verdict has also affected the choice of the place of exile. All of us are going to the same destination. The idea people here in Tobolsk have of Obdorsk is just as vague as yours in Petersburg. All they know is that it is a village somewhere inside the Arctic Circle. The question arises, will they have to settle soldiers in Obdorsk specially to guard us? That would be only logical. And will there be any possibility at all of organizing an escape, or shall we be obliged to sit there between the North Pole and the Arctic Circle waiting for the further progress of the revolution and changes in the whole political situation? There are grounds for fearing that our release will be transformed from a technical question into a political one. Very well then, we shall sit in Obdorsk and wait. And work. Just keep sending books and newspapers and books. Who knows how events will develop in the future? Who knows how soon our calculations will prove right? Perhaps the year we shall be obliged to spend in Obdorsk will be the last revolutionary breathing space history will ever grant us to fill the gaps in our knowledge and sharpen our weapons still more. Do you think such thoughts are too fatalistic? Dear friend, when one is traveling to Obdorsk under escort, there's no harm in a little fatalism. January 29th. It's 2 days now since we left Tobolsk. Our escort consists of 30 soldiers under an N.C.OS command. We left in huge troikas on Monday morning, but after the second halt the number of horses pulling each sleigh was reduced from 3 to 2. It was a marvelous morning, clear, bright, and frosty. Forest all around, still and white with frost against the clear sky. A fairy tale setting. The horses galloped at a mad pace, the usual Siberian rhythm. As we were leaving the town, the prison is in the outskirts, a crowd of local exiles, 40 or 50 persons, stood awaiting us. There were many greetings, gestures, attempts to exchange a few words. But we were driven away at great speed. The people here have already made up legends about us. Some say that 5 generals and 2 provincial governors are being taken into exile, others that it is a count with his family, still others that we are members of the State Duma. And the woman in whose house we stopped last night asked the doctor, "Are you politicals, too?" "Yes, we're politicals." "But then you're surely the chiefs of all the politicals." Leon Trotsky, 1905, chapter 32 there. Extracts from letters. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch32.htm, 7 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 14 seconds. Tonight we are staying in a large, clean room, with papered walls, American cloth on the table, a painted floor, large windows, 2 lamps. All this is very pleasant after those other filthy places. But we have to sleep on the floor because there are 9 of us in the room. They changed our escort at Tobolsk, and the new escort turned out to be as rude and mean as the tinman one had been courteous and well disposed towards us. This is due to the absence of an officer. The soldiers feel responsible for everything that may go wrong. But I must add that after only 2 days they have thawed considerably, and we are establishing excellent relations with most of them, which is far from being a mere detail on such a long journey. Almost in every village since Tobolsk there have been political exiles, most of them agrarians, peasants exiled for rioting, soldiers, workers, and only occasionally intellectuals. Some are administrative, a few are settlers, i.e., exiles condemned to settle here. In 2 of the villages we passed, the politicals have organized cooperative workshops which yield a small income. Altogether we have not yet encountered really desperate poverty among the exiles. This is because life in these parts is extremely cheap. Politicals pay the peasants 6 rubles a month for board and lodging, the minimum fixed by the local exiles organization. For 10 rubles a month you can live quite well. The further north you go, the more expensive life becomes and the more difficult it is to find work. We have met some comrades who used to live in Obdorsk. All of them had good things to say about the place. The village is large, with more than 1,000 inhabitants and 12 shops. The houses are built on the town model and good lodgings are easy to find. The countryside is mountainous and very beautiful, the climate very healthy. The workers among us will find jobs. It is possible to earn some money by giving lessons. Life is quite expensive, it is true, but earnings are also higher. This incomparable place has just one drawback: it is almost entirely cut off from the world. 1,500 versts from the railway, 800 versts to the nearest telegraph office. Mail arrives twice a week, but when the roads are bad in spring and autumn it stops coming altogether for periods of 6 weeks to 2 months. If a provisional government is formed in Petersburg today, the local policeman will still be king in Obdorsk for a long time. The fact that Obdorsk is so far from the Tobolsk highway explains its relative liveliness, for it serves as an independent center for an enormous area. Exiles do not remain in one place for long. They wander incessantly all over the province. The regular steamships on the Obi River carry politicals free of charge. The paying passengers have to crowd into corners, while the politicals take over the whole ship. This may surprise you, dear friend, but such is the firmly established tradition. Everyone is so used to it that our peasant sleigh drivers, hearing that we are going to Obdorsk, tell us, never mind, won't be for long, you'll be back again on the steamship next spring. But who knows under what conditions we of the Soviet will be placed in Obdorsk. For the time being instructions have been issued for us to be given the best sleighs and the best stopping quarters en route. Obdorsk. A minuscule point on the globe. Perhaps we shall have to adapt our lives for years to Obdorsk conditions. Even my fatalistic mood does not guarantee complete peace of mind. I clench my teeth and yearn for electric street lamps, the noise of trains and the best thing in the world, the smell of fresh newsprint. February 1st. Yurovskoy. Today was exactly the same as yesterday. We covered more than 50 versts. My companion in the sleigh was a soldier who entertained me with stories of the war in Manchuria. We are being escorted by men of the Sibirsky Regiment, which was almost completely reconstituted after the Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 32 there. Extracts from letters. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch32.htm, 8 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 14 seconds. War. This regiment suffered more losses than any other. One part of it is stationed in Tyumen, another in Tobolsk. The Tyumen soldiers, as I told you before, were very well disposed towards us. Those in Tobolsk are more rough. Among them there is a largish group of conscious Black Hundred supporters. The regiment is composed of Poles, Ukrainians, and Siberians. The indigenous Siberians are the most ignorant element. But even among them there are some splendid fellows. After only 2 days our new escort began softening towards us, which is not an insignificant detail, for these warriors now rule over our life and death. My companion was enthusiastic over the Chinese women. Lovely things, they are. Their men are undersized, can't be compared to real men, but the women are beautiful, white, and plump. Well then, asked our sleigh driver, an ex-soldier, did our fellows take up with the Chinese girls? No, not allowed to, see. First they take the Chinese women away, then they let the troops in. Still, some of our crowd caught a Chinese girl in a maize field and had a go. And one of them, see, left his cap there. So the Chinese men brought this cap along and showed it to our officer. He lines tip the whole regiment and asks, whose cap? Nobody makes a sound. Better lose your cap than get into that sort of trouble, see. In the end it all came to nothing. But the Chinese girls are lovely. We left Tobolsk in troikas, but since the second halt the sleighs have been drawn by pairs because the road is getting narrower all the time. In the villages where we change horses there are sleighs already harnessed and waiting. The change is made outside the villages, in the middle of fields. Usually the entire population comes out to look at us. Some animated scenes take place. While the women hold the horses by their bridles, the men, under the doctor's instructions, take care of our baggage and the children run noisily and merrily around us. Yesterday some politicals, wanting to take a photograph of us while our horses were being changed, waited for us outside the rural office building, but we were driven past at a gallop and they had no chance to do anything. Today, as we entered the village where we are now spending the night, the local politicals met us, carrying a red banner. There are 14 of them, including 10 or so Georgians. The soldiers became alarmed at the sight of the red banner, drew their bayonets and threatened to shoot. Finally they managed to seize the red banner and push back the demonstrators. In our escort there is a small group of soldiers centered around a corporal who is an old believer. This man is an exceptionally low and cruel brute. Nothing gives him greater pleasure than to bully a boy driver, frighten a totter woman or hit a horse with his rifle butt. A brick red face, a permanently half-opened mouth, bloodless gums and unblinking eyes give him the appearance of an idiot. This corporal is in violent conflict with the sergeant in charge of the escort. He thinks the sergeant doesn't treat us roughly enough. When it's a question of grabbing a red flag or pushing back a political who has come a little too close to our sleighs, the corporal and his little gang are always there first. We all have to control ourselves in order to avoid sharp clashes, for in case of trouble we could hardly count on the sergeant, who is scared to death of this corporal. February 2nd, evening. Demyanskoy. Despite the fact that the red banner which greeted us at Yurovskoy yesterday was seized by the troops, this morning, as we were leaving the village, there was a new one stuck on a long pole into a snowdrift. This time nobody touched it, the soldiers had only just settled into their sleighs and no one felt like getting out again. And so we paraded past it. Further on, a few hundred yards from the village, where the road dips down to the river, we saw an inscription in huge letters on the snowy slope, "Long live the revolution." My driver, a fellow of 18 or so, burst out laughing when Leon Trotsky, 1905, chapter 32 there. Extracts from letters. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch32.htm, 9 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 14 seconds. He read the inscription. "Do you know what that means, long live the revolution?" I asked him. "No, I don't," he said after a moment's thought. "All I know is that people keep shouting these words, 'Long live the revolution.'" But you could tell by his face that he knew more than he was prepared to say. Altogether the local peasants, especially the young ones, are extremely well disposed towards the politicals. We arrived at Demayanskoye, the large village where we are stopping for the night, at 1 p.m. A large crowd of exiles came to meet us. There are more than 60 here. This caused great confusion among some of our escort. The corporal at once gathered his faithful around him in case of need. Luckily there was no trouble. It was obvious that they had been waiting for us here for a long time and with a good deal of nervous tension. A special commission to organize our reception had been appointed. A magnificent dinner and comfortable quarters were prepared in the local commune. But we were not allowed to go there, and had to stop in a peasant house. The dinner was brought here. Meeting the politicals is extremely difficult. They were able to get in to see us only for a few minutes at a time, in twos and threes, carrying various parts of the dinner. Apart from that we took turns to visit the local shop, accompanied by soldiers, and on the way were able to exchange a few words with comrades who waited in the street all day long. One of the women exiles, dressed up as a peasant woman, came to sell us milk. She played her part very well, but the owner of the house must have given her away to the soldiers and they immediately forced her to leave. The corporal was on duty at the time, worse luck. I remember how our little colony at Ust Kut, on the Lena, used to prepare for the passage of every new lot of exiles. We tried to cook shchi, make pelmeni, in short we did exactly what the people at Demayanskoye did for us today. The passage of a large batch of exiles is a tremendous event for every little colony along the route, all of whose members are impatient for news from home. February 4, 8:00 p.m. Tsingalinsk. Our accompanying police officer, at our request, asked the Tobolsk administration whether the tempo of the journey could not be speeded up. Apparently Tobolsk asked permission from Petersburg, and as a result the police officer has received a telegram giving him freedom of action in this respect. Assuming that from now on we shall do 70 versts a day, the chances are that we shall arrive at Obdursk on February 8 or 20. Of course that is only an estimate. We are stopping in a small village called Tsingalinsk. But in reality the houses here are not yurts, nomads' tents, but peasant huts. The population consists mostly of Ostiaks, a very sharply defined Asiatic type. However, their speech and way of life are purely peasant-like. The only difference is that they drink even more than Siberian peasants. They drink every day, from early morning on, and by noon they are already drunk. A local exile, a schoolteacher, has told us some curious things. It appears that the Ostiaks, hearing that unknown persons were going to pass through their village and that these persons were being received with great pomp everywhere, became very frightened, refrained from drinking and even hid away their stocks of liquor. That is why today most of them are sober. By evening, however, unless I am mistaken, our Ostiak host returned home drunk. We have now entered fish country, and meat is difficult to get. The same teacher has organized a fisherman's team of exiles and local peasants. He has bought fishing nets, he supervises operations himself and takes the catch to Tobolsk for sale. Last summer every member of the team earned over I00 rubles. Everyone tries to adapt himself to his circumstances as best he can. But N has got a rupture. Leon Trotsky, 1905, chapter 32 there. Extracts from letters. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch32.htm, 10 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 14 seconds. as a result of his fishing initiatives. February 6. Samaravo. We covered 65 versts yesterday and 73 today, and tomorrow we shall cover approximately the same distance. The agricultural region now lies behind us. The peasants here, Ostyaks as well as Russians, engage exclusively in fishing. The extent to which Tobolsk province has been settled with politicals is extraordinary. There is literally not a single remote hamlet that doesn't house its exiles. The owner of the house where we stopped for the night told us that not long ago there were no exiles here at all. They began to arrive in large numbers after the manifesto of October 17. Ever since then they've been flooding the place. Such has been the effect of the constitutional era in these parts. In many places the politicals pursue the same occupations as the indigenous population. They collect and clean cedar cones, catch fish, gather berries, hunt. The more enterprising have organized cooperative workshops, fishing gangs, shops for consumer goods. The peasants' attitude towards the exiles is extremely friendly. For example, here in Samaravo, a large trading village, the peasants have given a whole house to the politicals free of charge and gave the first to arrive a present of a calf and 2 sacks of flour. There is an established tradition whereby the shops sell to exiles at a cheaper price than to peasants. Some of the exiles here live in a commune in their own house, on the roof of which a red flag flies all the time. Just try raising the red flag in Paris, Berlin, or Geneva. In passing, I'd like to tell you of 2 or 3 general observations I have made concerning the condition of exile at the present time. The fact that the social composition of the political population of prisons in Siberia is gradually becoming more democratic has been pointed out dozens, if not hundreds of times since the 90s. Workers have come to represent an increasingly high percentage of the politicals, finally outnumbering the revolutionary intellectuals who were once accustomed to consider the Peter and Paul fortress and Kalimsk their private and hereditary monopoly, something like an entailed estate. At the beginning of the century, I still saw members of the People's Will and People's Right parties who shrugged their shoulders in an almost offended manner when they saw chimney sweeps from Vilna or fodder merchants from Minsk arriving with the latest party of prisoners. But the exiled workman of that time was, in the majority of cases, a member of a revolutionary organization, and his political and moral level was high. Almost all exiles, except possibly for workers from the Jewish Pale, had been through the sieve of the gendarmeries interrogation, and, however coarse that sieve, it generally retained the most advanced workers. This maintained a certain level among the exiled population. Exile in the constitutional period of our history bears an entirely different character. Now it is no longer a matter of organizations, but of an elemental mass movement. There are no longer gendarmerie interrogations, but wholesale street roundups. The most inconspicuous is now eligible for exile, or even for the executioner's bullet. After the suppression of a series of popular movements, a period of guerrilla actions began, with expropriation for revolutionary ends or simply under revolutionary pretexts, maximalists' adventures, and plain thuggeries. Whoever could not be hanged was sent by the administration to Siberia. It is easy to understand that a brawl of such colossal dimensions involved many people who had merely touched the revolution with one finger, or who were innocent onlookers, not to mention many adventurers from the underworld of our large cities. You can imagine what an effect this has had on the general level of the exiles. There is another factor which leads in the same direction, the escapes. It is obvious what sort of people. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 32 there. Extracts from letters. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch32.htm, 11 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 14 seconds. Escape, the most active, most conscious ones, who know that their party and their work is waiting for them. The percentage that succeeds can be judged by the fact that out of 450 exiles in a certain part of Tobolsk province only approximately 100 are left. Only the lazy ones stay. As a result, most of the remaining exiles are a gray, politically ill-defined lot who find themselves there more or less by chance. The few active ones who, for some reason, have not managed to get away, are sometimes placed in a difficult position, since all politicals are morally bound to one another by the mutual guarantee system. February 8. Karinakrinsk. Yesterday we did 75 versts, today 90. We arrive at the halts tired out and go to bed early. Tonight we are stopping in an Ostyak village, in a small, dirty hut. The soldiers of the escort, chilled to the bone, are crowding out the filthy kitchen together with some drunken Ostyaks. A lamb is bleeding on the other side of the wall. There is a wedding in the village. This is the season of weddings, and all the Ostiaks are drinking and, once drunk, try to get into our hut. A little old man from Saratov, an administrative exile, also drunk, has been to see us. It turns out that he and another man have come here from Berezov to buy meat, which they then resell. Both are politicals. The preparatory work which must have been done here to ensure our transport is extraordinary. Our convoy, as I already told you, consists of 22 covered sleighs drawn by about 50 horses. Few villages dispose of such a number of horses, and they are assembled from all over the countryside. At some stations we were given horses brought there from 100 versts away. Yet the coaching stages here are very short, mostly 10 or 15 versts. Thus an Ostiak has to drive his horse for 100 versts in order to transport 2 members of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies over a distance of 10 versts. Moreover, since no one knew when exactly we would arrive, some drivers had to wait a fortnight before their horses were needed. They can remember only one such ease previously, when the provincial governor himself made a tour of these parts. I have already mentioned several times how friendly the local peasants are to politicals in general and to us especially. An extraordinary thing happened to us in Belagorai, a small village in the Berezov district. A group of local peasants collectively organized a reception for us, with tea and cold food, and collected 6 rubles to give to us. We naturally refused the money, but accepted the invitation to tea. However, our escort protested and the party did not come off. That is to say, the sergeant agreed, but the corporal made a tremendous fuss, shouting loudly enough to be heard all over the village and threatening to denounce the sergeant. So we left again without our tea. Almost the whole village followed us. It was a proper demonstration. February 9th. Kandinskoy. We have done another 100 versts. Another 2 days and we shall reach Berezovo, on the 11th. I got very tired today. We had nothing to eat throughout 9 or 10 hours of continuous travel. We are following the Obi River all the time. The right bank is hilly and wooded, the left bank low. The river is wide, the weather calm and relatively warm. Small fir trees are stuck in the snow on either side of the road to serve as beacons. Most of our drivers are Ostiaks. The sleighs are pulled by 2 or 3 horses harnessed one behind the other, since the road gets narrower the further we travel. The drivers have long rope whips on long handles. The convoy spreads over a tremendous distance. From time to time one of the drivers gives a high-pitched shout which sets the horses galloping. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 32 there. Extracts from letters. http://www.marxists.org/archive/work/1905/ch32.htm, 12 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 14 seconds. Raising thick clouds of snow dust. The speed takes your breath away. The sleighs almost pile up on top of one another. A horse's mouth suddenly appears from behind your shoulder and breathes into your face. Then one of the sleighs capsizes or some part of the harness breaks or comes undone. The whole convoy stops. After many hours of driving you feel as though hypnotized. The air is very still. The drivers call to one another in their guttural voices. Then the horses start up again and soon we are galloping once more. Frequent halts slow us down greatly and prevent the drivers from attaining maximum speed. We do about 15 versts an hour, whereas the normal speed here is 18 to 20 or even 25 versts. Rapid travel in Siberia is the normal and, in a sense, necessary thing, given the enormous distances. But I've never experienced such driving as this, even on the Lena. We arrive at a station. Beyond the village, harnessed sleighs and fresh horses are waiting. Only 2 of our sleighs, reserved for the families with children, are through carriages to Berezov. We change quickly and proceed on our way. The drivers here sit in an extraordinary way. A plank is nailed across the front end of the sleigh. This place is called the arbor, and the driver sits on top of the arbor, that is, the bare plank, his feet hanging over the side of the sleigh. When the horses are galloping and the sleigh tilts up now on one side, now on the other, the driver balances it with his body, leaning out sideways like a yachtsman and sometimes pushing off from the ground with his feet. February 22nd. Berezes. The prison. 5 or 6 days ago I didn't write about it at the time so as not to cause you unnecessary worry. We passed through an area where there was a lot of typhus. Now those parts are left far behind. At Tsingalinsk yurts, which I mentioned to you, there were typhus cases in 30 houses out of 60. The same in many other villages. Many deaths. There was scarcely a driver who had not lost one of his relations. The speeding up of our journey and the change in the original schedule is directly connected with the typhus. The police officer justified his telegraphic request to the authorities by the necessity to pass the danger area as quickly as possible. During the last days we have been advancing towards the north at a rate of 90 or 100 versts a day, that is to say, by almost a whole degree. As a result, the cultural decline, if one can speak of culture here, is especially evident. Every day we drop a degree further into the kingdom of wildness and cold. A climber must have a similar impression as he ascends a high mountain, traversing one zone of altitude after another. First there were prosperous Russian peasants. Then Russified Ostyaks who, as a result of mixed marriages, had almost lost their Mongol look. Then we left the agricultural zone and entered the land of Ostyak hunters and fishermen, short, shaggy-headed creatures who speak Russian with difficulty. Horses became more scarce and less good. Horse transport does not play an important part here, and a hunting dog is valued more highly than a horse. The road became worse too, narrow and entirely unsurfaced. And yet the police sergeant tells us that the highway Ostyaks here are models of culture compared with those living along the tributaries of the Obi. Their attitude towards us is vague and confused. I dare say they imagine us to be big shots in temporary disgrace. An Ostyak today kept asking, "Where's your general? Show me your general. I wish I could see him, I've never seen a general." An Ostyak today was harnessing a broken down nag to one of our sleighs, and another one called out to him, "Give them a better one than that. Who do you think they are, police officers?" But there was another, opposite case, the only one of its kind it is true, when an Ostyak said of us, "Not very important passengers, are they?" Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 32 there. Extracts from letters. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch32.htm, 13 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 14 seconds. We arrived in Berezov last night. You will hardly expect a description of the town. It is like Verkholensk, Kyrensк, and a multitude of other towns with 1,000 inhabitants, a police station and a fiscal office. However, here they also show, without guarantee of authenticity, Osterman's grave and the place where Menshikov was buried. Local wits also point out the old lady in whose house Menshikov had his meals. We were taken directly to the prison. The entire local garrison, some 50 men, were lined up at the entrance. It appears that prior to our arrival the prison was washed and scrubbed for a fortnight, all prisoners having been previously removed. In one of the cells we found a large table with a tablecloth, some dining chairs, a card table, 2 candlesticks with candles and a large hanging lamp. Such consideration is almost touching. We shall rest here for a couple of days and then move on. Move on, yes, but I haven't yet decided in which direction. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 32 there. Extracts from letters. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch32.htm, 14 of 14, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 14 seconds. Leon Trotsky's 1905. Chapter 33. Back. During the first part of our voyage in horse-driven sleighs I looked back in dismay at every halt and saw the distance separating us from the railway line getting greater all the time. Obdorsk was not going to be the final destination for any of us, and certainly not for me. The thought of escape never left us for an instant. I had a passport and money for the return voyage skillfully hidden in the sole of my boot. But the large size of the escort and the close watch kept on us made an escape en route extremely difficult. I should say, however, that the possibility of escape existed, not for us all, but for an individual. Several by no means impractical plans were made, but we were put off by the thought of the consequences of an escape on those left behind. The soldiers of the escort, and more particularly the sergeant, were responsible for delivering us safely to our place of exile. In the previous year a sergeant from Tobolsk had been put in a punishment battalion for letting a student prisoner escape. After this the Tobolsk troops were on their guard and their treatment of exiles en route had become much less friendly. It was as though a tacit agreement had been reached between them and the prisoners, there would be no escapes en route. None of us considered this agreement to be absolutely binding. Yet it paralyzed our resolve, and one halt after another went by without anything happening. Towards the end, when we had already traveled several hundred versts, a certain inertia set in and I no longer looked back but forwards. I was impatient to get there, worried about receiving books and newspapers. In short, I was ready for a long stay. In Berezov this mood was immediately dispelled. Any chance of getting out of here? In spring it's easy. What about now? Not so easy, but it should be possible. Mind you, no one's tried it yet. Everyone, absolutely everyone told us that to escape in the spring was simple and easy because it was physically impossible for a small number of police to control a very large number of exiles. However, controlling 15 exiles settled in one place and enjoying special attention would not prove impossible. I would do much better to escape at once. The first condition was to stay behind in Berezov. To continue to Obdorsk meant adding another 480 versts to the return voyage. I announced that I was tired and ill and would resist any attempt to force me to continue the journey at once. The police chief consulted the local doctor and decided to let me stay on in Berezov for a few days. I was put in the hospital. At this time I had no definite plans. In the hospital I enjoyed relative freedom. The doctor advised me to walk as much as possible and I took advantage of this to size up the situation. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 1 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. On the face of it the simplest way was to return by the road on which we had come, that is, the big Tobolsk highway. But this, I decided, was too unsafe. True, along the road there were many reliable peasants who would convey me secretly from village to village. But still, the chance of unlucky encounters was too great. The entire administration either lived or traveled along the highway. Within 2 days, or even sooner, someone could get from Berezov to the nearest telegraph office and warn the police posts all the way to Tobolsk. I decided to reject this solution. Another way was to travel by reindeer across the Urals and then to reach Archangel via Izma, wait for the opening of navigation in the spring and then embark on a ship going abroad. The road to Archangel was safe, passing only through remote localities. But how safe would it be to stay in Archangel? I knew nothing of conditions there and had no way of obtaining information. The third plan seemed to be the most attractive. This consisted of traveling by reindeer to the Ural ore mines, taking the narrow gauge railway at Bogoslovsk mine and there changing to the Perm line. Then on to Perm, Vyatka, Vologda, Petersburg, Helsingfors. It is possible to travel by reindeer to the mines straight from Berezov, along the Sosva or Voidilka rivers. Directly beyond Berezov the country is completely wild. No police for 1,000 versts, not a single Russian village, only scattered Ostyak yurts here and there, naturally no question of any telegraph, not a horse anywhere. The road was suitable only for reindeer. All I needed was to gain a little headway, and the Berezov police would never catch me even supposing they set out in the right direction. I was warned that the journey would be full of hardships and physical danger. In some places there was no human habitation for 100 versts. The Ostyaks, sole inhabitants of the region, suffered from severe endemic diseases. Syphilis was rife, typhus a common occurrence. I could expect no help from anyone. A young merchant from Berezov by name of Dobrovolsky had died that winter after 2 weeks of violent fever in the Arvi yurts, which lay along the Sosva river. And what if a reindeer died and could not be replaced? What if there was a snowstorm? A storm may last for several days, and anyone caught en route is doomed. And February is the month of snowstorms. Furthermore, was the road actually open at present? Few people took it, and if no one traveled along it for a few days the snow piled up and it was easy to miss one's way. Such were the warnings I received. The danger could not be denied. Of course the Tobolsk highway offered great advantages from the point of view of physical safety and comfort. But that was precisely why it was infinitely less safe from the point of view of getting caught. I decided to travel along the Sosva river, and I have no reason to regret my choice. It remained to find someone who would agree to drive me to the Ural mines, and that was the riskiest part of the undertaking. The description of the escape which follows has been considerably changed and all the names used are fictitious to ensure the safety of those who helped me. Wait a bit, I think I can help you. A young liberal merchant called Nikita Serapianik, with whom I was discussing my problem, told me after long reflection. There's a Zyrian fellow living about 40 versts from here, name of Nikifor. He's a real old fox, he is. He's got 2 heads instead of 1, he can do it if anyone can. He doesn't drink, does he? I asked prudently. What do you mean, doesn't drink? Of course he drinks, who doesn't, around here? Drink's been his undoing, too. He's a good hunter, used to kill a lot of sables, earn a lot of money. But never mind. If he... Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch33.htm, 2 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. Agrees to do it, maybe he'll keep off the stuff. Let me go and see him for you. He's a real old fox, that one. If he can't do it, no one else can. Nikita Serapianik and I worked out the details of the contract I should offer to Nikifor. I would pay for 3 reindeer, the best ones available, to be chosen by him. The sleigh would also be mine. If Nikifor delivered me safely to my destination, the reindeer and sleigh would become his property, and, in addition, I would pay him 50 rubles in cash. That evening I already had the answer. Nikifor accepted the offer. He had already set out for a native tent village, about 50 versts from his house, and would return at noon on the following day with 3 first-class reindeer. We should be able to leave the following night. By that time I would have to be equipped with good reindeer kaizi and shizki shizi, reindeer skin stockings, with fur on the inside, kaizi, reindeer skin boots with fur on the outside, a militsa or a gus. A militsa is a reindeer skin overcoat worn with the fur turned inwards, in especially cold weather. A gus, with the fur on the outside, is worn on top and with provisions for 10 days or so. Nikita Skrapianik offered to attend to all that. I'm telling you, he kept assuring me, Nikifor will get you there for sure. He can do it if anyone can. Yes, unless he starts drinking, I added doubtfully. Never worry, God grant he won't. The only thing is, he's afraid that if you take the mountain road he might miss it. It's 8 years since he's been that way. You'll have to follow the river as far as Showman's Yurts, and that's a longer way by far. 2 roads lead from Berezov to the Showman's Yurts. The first, the mountain road, is direct, crossing the Voguka River in several places and passing the Visnapertim Yurts. The second road follows the Sosva River and takes you through Shatinsk and Malayevsk Yurts and other villages. The mountain road is half the distance, but it is infrequently traveled and is liable to get completely snowed up. Alas, we were unable to leave the following night. Nikifor had failed to turn up with the reindeer, and no one knew where he was. Nikita Serapianik was very crestfallen. You didn't give him any money to buy the reindeer, by chance? I asked. What do you take me for, a child? All I gave him was 5 rubles, and I made sure his wife saw me do it. Wait, I'll go and see him again today. My departure was postponed by 24 hours at least. The police chief might insist any day on sending me to Obdursk. A bad start. I left on the 3rd day, February 18th. That morning Nikita Serapianik came to see me in the hospital and, after waiting for a convenient moment when there was no one else in the room, announced resolutely. Tonight at I1:00 p.m. you must slip out unnoticed and come to my place. You're leaving at midnight. All my family are going to the show tonight, I'll be alone at home. You'll change and eat at my house, then I'll drive you into the forest where Nikifor will be waiting. He's decided to take the mountain road after all. He's heard that 2 Ostyak sleighs passed that way yesterday. Is this final? I asked doubtfully. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch33.htm, 3 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. Yes, final and definitive. Until evening I tramped up and down restlessly in my room. At 8 o'clock I went to the army barracks where the show was being given. I thought that this would be the best way. The assembly hall of the barracks was chock full of people. 3 large lamps hung from the ceiling, candles fixed to bayonets were lit along the walls. 3 musicians were seated below the front of the stage. The front row was occupied by the administration, behind them sat the merchants and the politicals, and simpler folk crowded the back rows: shop assistants, small tradesmen, and young people. Soldiers stood along the walls. A performance of Chekhov's The Bear was already in progress. The doctor's assistant, Anton Ivanovich, a tall, fat, good-natured man, played the bear. The doctor's wife was the attractive neighbor. The doctor himself was the prompter and hissed like a goose from his little box in the center of the stage. Then the fancifully painted curtain fell and everyone clapped. During the interval the politicals gathered into a group and exchanged the latest news. They say the police chief is very sorry that the two families weren't allowed to stay in Berezov. By the way, the police chief has said that no one can escape from here. Well, he can't be completely right, someone objected. If people arrive, that means that people can leave, too. The three musicians fell silent and the curtain rose. The next play was the tragedy on Despite Himself, a drama about a husband on holiday. The hospital inspector, a former army doctor's assistant, played the part of the husband dressed in a tussore silk jacket and a straw hat in February by the Arctic Circle. When the curtain fell once more, I complained of neuralgic pains and left. Nikita Serapianik was waiting. You've just got time to have supper and change. I've told Nikifor to set out for the rendezvous when the town clock strikes midnight. Just before midnight we went outside. After the brightly lit room the darkness seemed impenetrable, but soon I was able to make out the outlines of a sleigh with a single horse harnessed to it. I lay down on the floor of the sleigh, spreading my gus hastily beneath me. Nikita Serapianik covered me with a large bundle of straw and tied the whole packet with rope, as though we were carting goods for delivery. The straw was frozen and mixed with snow. My breath luckily melted the snow and wet flakes soon covered my face. My hands, too, were ice cold inside the straw. I had forgotten to pull on my gauntlet gloves, and now found it difficult to move. The town clock struck 12. The sleigh started, we passed through the gate of the merchant's house, and the horse trotted swiftly along the street. At last. I thought. We're off. Even my cold hands and face gave me pleasure because they confirmed the reality of the event. We traveled at a trot for 20 minutes or so and then stopped. I heard a loud whistle, Nikita's signal. Another whistle came at once from a little distance off, followed by the sound of low voices. Who's that talking? I wondered in alarm. Nikita evidently shared my anxiety because he did not untie me but only muttered something under his breath. Who's that? I asked quietly through the straw. The devil knows whom he's picked up there, Nikita replied. Is he drunk? Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 4 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. Well, he isn't sober. Meanwhile a sleigh with several men in it appeared in the road. Never mind, don't worry, Nikita Serapianik, and tell the character not to worry either, I heard someone say. This here is a friend of mine. And this here's my old dad. They'll never let on. Nikita, grumbling, untied me. Before me stood a tall muzhik wearing a militsa, but hatless. He had bright red hair and a drunken but nevertheless cunning face, and looked very much like a Ukrainian. A young fellow stood silently a few yards away, and an old man teetered on his feet holding onto the sleigh, obviously very much the worse for drink. Never mind, sir, never mind, the red-haired fellow, whom I guessed to be Nikifor, was saying, these are my men, I'll answer for them. Nikifor drinks, but he's got his wits about him. Don't you worry. Look at these bulls here, he pointed at the reindeer, why, I could take you anywhere with these. My uncle, Mikhail Yegorik, he says to me, go ahead and take the mountain road. 2 Ostvac sleighs passed that way only yesterday, d rather go by the mountain road. Everybody knows me along the river. So I invited Mikhail Yegorik to have some pelmeni with me, he's a good muzhik, he is. Hold on a bit, Nikifor Ivanovich, pack the luggage, won't you? Nikita Serapianik raised his voice. Nikifor went to work, and 5 minutes later the new sleigh was packed and I was sitting in it. It's too bad, Nikifor Ivanovich, Nikita said reproachfully, you should never have brought these other men along, didn't I tell you? Listen here, he addressed the two, not a word out of you, eh? Not a word, the young muzhik said. The old man twirled a finger vaguely in the air. I bade a warm farewell to Nikita Serapianik. On your way. Nikifor called smartly to the reindeer and we were off. The reindeer ran well, their tongues hanging out from the side of their mouths and their breath coming rapidly, shoo-cha-cha-choo. The road was narrow, the beasts huddled together, and I was amazed how they managed to run so fast without getting in each other's way. "I'm telling you straight," Nikifor addressed me, "you won't find better reindeer than these. These are choice bulls, they are, 700 in a herd, and these are the best." "That old man, okay," he said at first, "I'll never let you have those bulls, not on your life." Afterwards, when we'd cracked a bottle between us, he said, "All right, take them." And when I was taking them he burst out crying. "See here," he said, "this leader," Nikifor pointed at the front reindeer, "is priceless. If ever you get back safely, I'll buy him back for the same price." That's the sort of bulls they are. I paid good money for them, mind, but they're worth it, and that's the truth. That leader alone is worth 25 rubles. Only thing is, my uncle, Mikhail Osipovic, would have lent them to us for nothing at all. He told me straight, he did, "You're a fool, Nikifor." That's what he said. "Nikifor," he said, "you're a fool, why didn't you tell me you were taking this character, eh?" "What character?" I interrupted his chatter. "Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 5 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. Why, let's say yourself. Later on I had many occasions to notice that the word character was a favorite one in my driver's vocabulary. We had scarcely covered 10 versts when Nikifor suddenly brought the reindeer to a halt. "We've got to turn off here, 5 versts or so. There's a tent village where they're keeping a gus for me. How can I travel in just a militsa? I'd freeze to death for sure. I've got a note from Nikita Serapianik about the gus." I was dumbfounded at the ridiculous idea of going out of our way to visit a tent village 10 versts from Berezov. From Nikifor's evasive answers I understood that he should have gone to fetch the gus on the previous day, but had done nothing but drink for the past 48 hours. "You can do what you like," I said, "but I'm not going with you to fetch any gus. You should have thought of it sooner. If you feel cold, you can put my topcoat on over your militsa, I'm only using it to lie on. And when we get to where we're going, I'll make you a present of the sheepskin I'm wearing, it's better than any gus." "That's fine then," Nikifor agreed readily, "what do we want a gus for? We aren't going to freeze to death, no sir. Ho ho!" He yelled at the reindeer. "These bulls here don't need prodding, they're that good. Ho ho!" But Nikifor's high spirits did not last long. The effects of liquor completely overcame him. He became limp, couldn't sit up straight and fell more and more deeply asleep. I woke him up several times, he shook himself, prodded the reindeer with a long pole and mumbled, "Never worry, these bulls here are first class," then fell asleep again. The reindeer had slowed down almost to a walk and only my occasional shouts made them speed up momentarily. A couple of hours passed in this way. Then I, too, dozed off and woke up a few minutes later, realizing that the reindeer had stopped. At first it seemed to me that all was lost. "Nikifor!" I shouted frantically, pulling him by the shoulder. In reply he only mumbled disconnected words, "What do you want me to do? I can't do anything. I want to sleep, I do." This was indeed a sorry state of affairs. We were not more than 30 or 40 versts from Berezov, and a halt here certainly did not form part of my plans. I saw that it was no joking matter, and decided to take measures. "Nikifor," one screamed, pulling the hood off his drunken head and laying it bare to the frosty air, "if you don't immediately sit up straight and start driving these reindeer, I'll push you off the sleigh and go on by myself." Nikifor woke up a little, whether because of the frost or of my words I don't know. While sleeping, he had dropped the pole he used for prodding the reindeer. Now, staggering and scratching himself, he found an axe in the bottom of the sleigh, cut down a young pine tree at the side of the road and lopped off the branches. The pole was ready, and we set off once more. I decided that Nikifor needed firm handling. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 6 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. You realize what you're doing, don't you? I asked him as severely as I could. Do you think this is a joke? If they catch us, you'll have nothing to laugh about. I understand, sir, don't think I don't, replied Nikifor, sobering up more and more. You can be sure of that. The only trouble is, that third bull isn't up to much. The first bull's fine, the second one's fine, only the third one. To tell the truth, he's no damn use at all. It was getting on for morning, and the temperature was falling noticeably. I put my gus on top of my sheepskin and felt perfectly comfortable. But poor Nikifor's state was becoming sorrier all the time. The heat from the alcohol was gone, the frost had crept under his militsa, and the poor fellow was shivering all over. Why don't you put my fur coat on? I suggested. No, it's too late for that, I must warm myself and warm the coat first. An hour later we saw some yurts, 3 or 4 wretched log huts by the side of the road. I'll go inside for 5 minutes, ask about the road and warm myself a little. 5 minutes passed, then 10, 15, 20. A shape wrapped in fur came near, stood a while beside my sleigh and went away again. The moon began to rise and the forest together with those wretched huts seemed to me to take on a sinister glow. How will it all end? I asked myself. How far can I get with this drunk? At this rate they'll have no difficulty in catching us. In his drunken state, Nikifor is capable of giving everything away to the first persoi we meet on the road. They'll inform Berezov, and that'll be the end of me. Even if they don't catch us there and then, they'll telegraph every station along the narrow-gauge railway. Is it worth going on? I wondered. About half an hour had gone by. Nikifor did not appear. It was essential to find him, yet I had not even noticed which of the huts he had entered. I went up to the first hut and looked in through the window. The hearth in the corner was full of flames. On the floor stood a steaming saucepan. A group of men, with Nikifor in the center, sat on the raised plank bed. Nikifor was holding a bottle. I started drumming on the window and the adjoining wall. Nikifor appeared a minute later. He was wearing my fur coat, which emerged by 2 inches from underneath his militsa. Get on that sleigh! I shouted as fiercely as I could. Right away, he replied very meekly. Don't worry, I just had a little warm, now we'll be getting on. By night time we'll have gone so far, the devil himself couldn't catch us. The only trouble is, that third bull's useless, might as well not have him at all. We drove off. It was about 5 a.m. The moon had risen long ago and was shining brightly, the frost had hardened, there was a smell of morning in the air. I was wearing my reindeer fur coat on top of my sheepskin and felt warm and comfortable. Nikifor in the driver's seat seemed confident and wide awake, the reindeer ran at a spanking pace, and I dozed quietly. From time to time I woke up and saw the same unchanging picture. The area we were traversing was almost treeless marshland, a few undersized, stunted pines and Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 7 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. Birch trees punctuated the snow, the road was a narrow, almost invisible winding strip. The reindeer ran with the indefatigability and regularity of automatic machines, and their loud breathing was like the noise of a small engine. Nikifor had flung back his white hood and sat with his head bare. Tufts of white reindeer fur from the hood had stuck to his head and it looked as though it were covered with frost. We're on our way, I thought, a wave of joy rising within me. It may be a whole day, or even 2 days, before they miss me. We're on our way. And I dozed off again. At about 9 o'clock Nikifor stopped the reindeer. A chum, or nomad's tent, shaped like a truncated cone, made of reindeer skins, stood almost directly by the road. An Ostyak sleigh with reindeer already harnessed stood outside the tent. There was a pile of chopped logs, fresh reindeer skins hung drying on a line, a skinned reindeer head with huge antlers lay on the snow, 2 children wearing militsas and kisas played with some dogs. What's this tent doing here? Nikifor wondered aloud. I didn't think we'd see any till the Visnapertim yurts. He inquired, and was told that these were Ostyaks from Kurumpadovsk, 200 versts away, hunting squirrel in these parts. I gathered up our cooking utensils and provisions, we climbed into the chum through a small opening covered with a skin flap, and made ready to have breakfast. Paisy, Nikifor greeted our hosts. Paisy, Paisy. Came the answer from all sides. Piles of fur lay all over the floor, and human figures stirred upon them. They had been drinking here the previous night, and everyone was feeling the after effects. A bonfire burned in the center of the tent and the smoke escaped freely through a large hole left at the top. We hung our kettle over the fire and added some logs. Nikifor was conversing freely in the Ostyak language. A woman with a baby whom she had just been nursing rose to her feet and, without concealing her bare breast, moved tip to the fire. She was ugly as death. I gave her a sweet. Two other figures rose at once and moved towards us. They want some vodka, Nikifor translated. I gave them some spirit, hellish spirit at 95 degrees. They drank, wrinkling their faces and spitting on the floor. The woman with the bare breasts also drank her share. The old man would like some more, Nikifor explained, offering a second glass to a bald, elderly Ostyak with greasy red cheeks. Later he added, I've hired this old man for 4 rubles to come with us as far as the showman's yurts. He'll drive his troika ahead of us and open up the road, our reindeer will run more briskly behind his. We drank our tea and ate our food. I gave our host some cigarettes as a farewell gift. Then we piled all our things into the old man's sleigh, got into ours and drove off. The sun shone high in the sky, the road now led through forest, the air was bright and cheerful. The old man drove his 3 white vajhunki, all of which were in calf, ahead of us. He carried a pole of immense length with a small horn knob at one end and a sharp metal point at the other. Nikifor too had taken a new pole. The vajhunki pulled the old man's light sleigh at great speed and our bulls kept up with them smartly. Why doesn't the old man cover his head? I asked Nikifor, surprised to see the Ostyak's bald head exposed to the frosty air. That's the quickest way to get rid of the liquor fumes, Nikifor explained. Half an hour later the old man stopped his vajhunki and came asking for more spirit. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 8 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. We'd better give him some, Nikifor decided, taking a nip himself at the same time. His vajhunki were already harnessed, didn't you see? Well, and so what? He was just going to Berezov for more liquor. What if he didn't keep his mouth shut? So I hired him. We'll be safer that way. He won't get to town for at least a couple of days now. I'm not afraid for myself, you understand. Why should I be? All right, so they ask me, did you drive this character? Well, how am I to know whom I'm driving? They're policemen, I'm a driver. They get their wages, I get mine. Their job is watching people, mine's driving. Am I right or not? You're right. Today is February 19th. Tomorrow is the opening of the State Duma. Amnesty. Amnesty will be the first duty of the State Duma. Maybe, but it is better to wait for amnesty a few dozen degrees further west. We'll be safer that way, as Nikifor says. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After passing the Visnapertim yurts we came across a sack full of bread lying in the road. It weighed over a pud. Despite my protests, Nikifor insisted on putting it in our sleigh. I took advantage of his falling once more into a drunken sleep and quietly threw the sack out again. The weight could only slow down our reindeer. On waking, Nikifor found neither the sack of bread nor the pole he had taken from the old man's tent. These reindeer are extraordinary creatures. They seem never to get hungry or tired. They had had no food for 24 hours before we set out, and it will soon be another 24 hours that we have been traveling. Nikifor says they are only just getting going. They run at a steady, tireless pace of about 8 or 10 versts an hour. After every 10 or 15 versts we stop for 2 or 3 minutes while they make water, then we drive on. This is known as a reindeer run, and since no one has ever counted the versts in this part of the world, distances are measured in terms of runs. 5 runs correspond to about 60 or 70 versts. When we get to Showman's yurts, where we are to leave the old man and his vajhunki, we shall have done at least 10 runs. That's not a bad distance. At about 9 p.m., as night was falling, we had our first encounter with a few sleighs coming in the opposite direction. Nikifor tried to pass them without stopping, but failed. The road is so narrow that the reindeer sink up to their bellies into the snow if you drive even slightly off it. The sleighs stopped. One of the drivers came up to us, took a close look at Nikifor and addressed him by name. "Whom are you driving? Are you going far?" "No, not far," Nikifor replied, "he's a merchant from Obdursk." The meeting made him quite agitated. That was the devil's doing, that was. I hadn't seen that fellow for a full 5 years, and still he recognized me, God damn him. "There's Aryans from Lipinsk, 100 versts from here, going to Berezov for." Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 9 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. "Goods and vodka. They'll get there by tomorrow night." "I don't care," I said. "They can't catch us now. I only hope you won't have any trouble when you get back there." "What trouble should there be?" "I'll tell them, I'm a driver, driving's my business, knowing people's names is yours. How am I to know whether a character's a merchant or a political? It isn't written on his forehead. You're a policeman, I'm a driver. Is that right?" "That's right." Night fell, dark and deep. The moon rises only towards morning. The reindeer, despite the darkness, kept well on the road. We met no one more. At 1 o'clock we suddenly drove into a circle of bright light and stopped. A bonfire was burning brightly by the side of the road. 2 figures, one large, the other small, were seated beside it. Water was boiling in a pot, and an Ostyak boy was slicing chips of tea from a tea brick and throwing them into the boiling water. We walked into the circle of light and our sleigh was immediately lost in the surrounding darkness. I could not understand a word of the language spoken. Nikifor took a cup from the boy, put a handful of snow into it and lowered it for a moment into the boiling water, then put in another handful and lowered the cup into the water once more. It was as though he were preparing a mysterious potion at this fire lost in the depths of this dark northern wasteland. Then he drank greedily and long. Our reindeer seemed to be getting tired. Every time we stop they lie down beside one another and eat snow. At about 2 a.m. we reached the Showman's yurts. Here we decided to rest and feed our reindeer. Yurts here are not nomad dwellings but permanent log huts. But there is an immense difference between them and those in which we stopped along the Tobolsk highway. Those yurts were, in essence, peasant izbas, with 2 rooms, a Russian-type brick stove, a samovar, chairs just a little dirtier and less prosperous than the house of any ordinary Siberian muzhik. Here there is only one room with a primitive hearth instead of a stove, without any furniture, a low entrance door and a slab of ice instead of a window pane. Nevertheless I felt marvelous once I had taken off my gus, sheepskin, and kaizi, which an old Ostyak woman immediately hung by the hearth to dry. I had eaten nothing for almost 24 hours. It was a delightful feeling to sit on the raised plank bed covered with reindeer skins, eat Nikita's cold roast veal, and wait for my tea. I drank a glass of brandy, my head reeled a little and I felt as though our voyage were already at an end. A young Ostyak with long pigtails plaited with red cloth ribbons got off the bed and went out to feed our reindeer. What will he give them? Moss. He'll turn them loose at a place where there's moss growing, and they'll get at it under the snow, never worry. They'll dig a hole, lie down in it and eat their fill. A reindeer doesn't want much. Won't they eat bread? They eat nothing but moss unless you get them used to baked bread when they're young, but that doesn't often happen. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 10 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. The old woman added more logs to the fire and then woke a young Ostyak woman who, covering her face with a kerchief so that I shouldn't see her, went out to help her husband, a young fellow whom Nikifor hired for 2 rubles to accompany us to Arvi. Ostyaks are a terribly lazy lot, and all their work is done by women. This is not only true of household work, many Ostyak Wadurian carry rifles and go out hunting squirrel and sable. A forestry official in Tobolsk once told me extraordinary stories about the Ostyaks' idleness and their attitude toward their wives. He had to travel around the remotest parts of Tobolsk district, the so-called Tumaizi. As guides he used to hire young Ostyaks at 3 rubles a day. And each of these young Ostyaks used to be accompanied into the Tumani by his wife, or, if he was single, by his mother or sister. The woman would carry all the baggage: an axe, cooking pot, a bag with provisions. The man only carried his knife stuck into his belt. When they stopped to rest, the woman would clear a space, take the husband's belt to ease him, light a fire, and prepare tea. The man did nothing but smoke his pipe and wait. The tea was ready, and I raised the cup greedily to my lips. But the water stank unbearably of fish. I put 2 spoonfuls of cranberry essence into the cup and only then was able to drink. "Don't you mind it?" I asked Nikifor. "No, we don't mind fish, we eat it raw, straight out of the net, while it's jumping in your hand. There's nothing tastier." The young Ostyak woman re-entered the room, still half covering her face, and, standing by the hearth, adjusted her clothing with divine unself-consciousness. Then her husband came in and, through Nikifor, offered to sell me 50 squirrel furs. "I told him you were a merchant from Obdursk, so he wants you to buy," explained Nikifor. "Tell him I'll drop in on my way back, no point in buying now." We drank our tea and smoked. Nikifor lay down on the raised bed to have a sleep while the reindeer were feeding. I too longed to lie down and sleep, but was afraid of sleeping through till morning. Instead, I took out my exercise book and pencil and settled by the hearth to jot down my impressions of the first 24 hours of the journey. How simply, how well everything was going. Too well, perhaps. At 4 a.m. I woke up the 2 drivers and we left. I see the Ostyak men as well as their women wear pigtails with ribbons and rings. I dare say they don't plait them more than once a year. "Their pigtails?" Nikifor replied. "Oh no, they plait them often. When they're drunk, they always get at each other's pigtails. They'll drink and drink, then suddenly, hop. They've grabbed someone by the pigtail. The one that's weaker says, 'Let me go.' The other'll let him go. Then they'll drink together once more. They're never angry with one another, they haven't the heart for it." After Shomenskirts we joined the Sosva River. The road sometimes follows the river, sometimes goes through a forest. A sharp, penetrating wind is blowing, and I am having difficulty in jotting down these notes. We are driving through open country, between a birch grove and the riverbed. The road is murderous. If I look back I can see how the wind immediately covers over with snow the tracks left by our sleigh. The third reindeer keeps stumbling off the road, sinking to its belly in the deep snow, getting back on the track by a series of desperate jumps, jostling the middle reindeer and pushing the front one. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 11 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. Off the road. When we are driving on the river ice or over frozen marshland, we have to proceed at walking pace. Worst of all, our leader, that self-same bull that had no equal anywhere, has gone lame. Dragging his left hind leg, he continues staunchly to run along this dreadful road, and only his lowered head and extended tongue with which he tries to lick up a little snow as he runs show what a hard time he's having. Suddenly the road dropped down and we found ourselves between 2 snow walls about an arshin and a half in height. The reindeer huddled together and it looked as if the 2 outside ones were carrying the middle one on their flanks. I noticed that the leader's front leg was bloody. "I'm something of a vet, you know," explained Nikifor. "I thought he could do with a bit of bloodletting while you were asleep." He stopped the reindeer, took a large clasp knife out of his belt, gripped it between his teeth and started feeling the reindeer's bad leg. Can't make it out at all," he muttered, and began digging with the knife a little above the hoof. The beast lay with its legs pulled up, making not a sound while the operation proceeded. When it was over it sadly licked up the blood on the hurt leg. Patches of blood, sharply outlined against the snow, marked our stopping place. I insisted that the Ostyak's reindeer be harnessed to our sleigh while our beasts pulled his light one. The poor lame leader was tied on behind. We have been traveling for 5 hours or so after leaving the Shomenskirts, and it is another 5 hours to Arvi, only there will we be able to change our reindeer at the house of a rich reindeer breeder called Semyon Pantio. But will he agree to hire his beasts out for such a long journey? I discuss the matter with Nikifor. Perhaps we shall be obliged to buy 2 teams of 3 reindeer from Semyon? Well, what of it? Says Nikifor defiantly, so we'll buy them. My method of traveling seems to impress him in the same way as the voyages of Phineas Fogg once impressed me. If you remember, Phineas Fogg bought elephants and steamships and, when fuel was in short supply, threw all the wooden parts of his railway train into the engine furnace. At the thought of new difficulties and expenses, Nikifor, when he is under the influence of drink, that is, nearly all the time, becomes uncontrollable. He identifies himself completely with me, winks slyly at me and says, "Yes, it's going to cost us a pretty penny. But we don't give a damn, we don't. Money's no object to us. Bulls. Let 'em die, we'll buy new ones. Why should I care about losing a bull? I never. Let him run while he can, I say. Ho ho. All we care about is getting there. Am I right?" "You're right. If Nikifor doesn't get you there, no one will. My uncle Mikhail Osipovic, he's a good muzhik, that one," he says to me, "Nikifor, you going to drive this character? Go ahead, drive him. Take 6 bulls from my herd if you like. Free of charge. And Sislikov, he's a corporal in the army, he says, driving him, are you? Here's 5 rubles for you then," he says. "Why did he give you 5 rubles? For taking you away. Are you sure it was for that? Why should he care? I swear it was for that. He loves the brothers, does Stislikov, he'll do anything for them. For, let's face it, whose side are you on? The community, the poor people, that's who you're for. Here are 5 rubles. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 12 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. Says he, "Drive him away, I give you my blessing. I'll stake my head on it," he says. The road enters the forest and improves immediately, the trees protected from drifting snow. The sun is high in the sky, the forest is still, and I am so warm that I take off my guss and remain in just the sheepskin. The Ostyak from Showman's keeps falling behind and we have to wait for him. Pine trees surround us on all sides. Enormously tall trunks without branches till the very top, bright yellow and straight like candles. You have the impression of driving through an old, handsome park. The stillness is total, only very rarely a pair of white willow ptarmigan start up, indistinguishable from the snow, and fly off deeper into the forest. Then the pine forest stops abruptly, the road dips down steeply towards the river, we keel over, right ourselves, cross the Sosva and continue over open ground. A few tinder-sized birches protrude from the snow. We must be driving across marshland. How many versts have we done? I ask Nikifor. About 300, I dare say. Only who's to know? Whoever measured the versts, hereabout? The Archangel Michael, and no one else. They say an old woman started measuring with her crutch, but she soon gave tip. Never mind, sir, another 3 days or 50 and we'll get to the ore mines, just so long as the weather holds. Sometimes it's very bad around here. Once I got into a snowstorm near Lyapin, did no more than 3 versts in 3 days, God protect us. Here we are in Maliarvi. 3 or 4 wretched yurts, only one of them inhabited. 20 years ago they were probably all full of people. The Ostyaks are dying out at a terrifying rate. Another 10 versts or so, and we'll arrive at Bolshiarvi. Will Semyon Pantio be there? Will he give us a change of reindeer? Ours have become completely useless. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We're in trouble. No Nyozhiks are to be found at Arvi, they are all away in tents, 2 reindeer runs away, we must drive back a few versts and then turn off the road. If we had stopped at Maliarvi and inquired there, we should have saved ourselves several hours of travel. In a mood bordering on despair I waited while some women tried to find us a reindeer to replace our lame leader. As everywhere and always, the Arvi women were recovering from a drinking bout, and when I began unwrapping our provisions they asked for vodka. I converse with them through Nikifor, who is equally fluent in Russian, Zyrian, and 2 Ostyak dialects, upper and lower, which are almost totally different from one another. The local Ostyaks do not know a word of Russian, however, Russian swear words have become part and parcel of the Ostyak language, and, together with state monopoly vodka, are the most obvious gift of Russian culture to the natives. In the midst of incomprehensible sounds, in a country where no one can even say hello in Russian, a familiar obscenity suddenly flashes like a meteor, pronounced perfectly clearly and without the slightest accent. From time to time I offer my cigarettes to the Ostyaks and their women. They smoke them with respectful contempt. Their palates, annuled by the fire of almost pure spirits, are quite insensitive to my poor offerings. Even Nikifor, who has a high opinion of all the products of civilization, has confessed that he thinks my cigarettes unworthy of attention. This horse needs stronger oats, he said in explanation of his verdict. We are driving towards the tents. How wild this country is. Our reindeer wander among snowdrifts, stumble amid the trees of this primeval forest, and I am at a loss to guess how my driver can tell the way. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 13 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. He has a special sense for it, like the reindeer themselves as they negotiate their huge antlers in the most astonishing way through the thicket of pine and fir branches. The new leader they gave us at RV has enormous antlers, at least 5 or 6 handspans long. The road, such as it is barred by branches at every other step and one feels sure that the antlers will get caught in them. But at the last moment the bull performs a barely noticeable movement with his head and manages to miss the branches so that not a single pine needle is disturbed. I have watched these maneuvers for a long time and they seem to me infinitely mysterious, as do all manifestations of pure instinct to our ratiocinatiig minds. ******. More trouble. The old man has gone with one of his laborers to a summer camping ground where he had left some of his reindeer. He is expected back at any moment, but no one knows when exactly he will turn up. His son, a young fellow with his upper lip split in half, daren't negotiate with us in his absence. We are obliged to wait. Nikifor has put our reindeer out to graze, or rather to eat moss, and has carved his initials in the fur of their backs with his knife to make sure they don't get mixed up with the local herd. Then he mended our sleigh, which had been badly shaken up by the long drive. With a despairing heart I walked around the clearing, then entered the tent. A completely naked small boy of 3 or 4 was sitting on a young Ostyak woman's lap, his mother was dressing him. What is it like, living with children in these huts at 40 or 50 degrees below zero? At night it's not too bad, explains Nikifor, they dig themselves into a pile of furs and go to sleep. I've wintered many a time in tents, you know. An Ostyak will strip for the night, then he'll climb in between the furs. Sleeping's all right, getting up's worse. Your breath makes your clothes stiff enough to cut with an axe. Getting up's bad. The young woman wrapped the little boy in the skirt of her militsa and put him to the breast. Here they breastfeed children until the age of 5 or 6. I boiled some water on the hearth. Before I could say anything, Nikifor had poured some tea leaves from my box on the palm of his hand, dear God, what a palm it is, and threw them into the kettle. I didn't like to protest, and now I must drink tea that has been in contact with a hand that has seen many things, but hasn't seen any soap for a long time. The Ostyak woman finished feeding her boy, washed him, dried him with fine wood shavings, dressed him and let him out of the tent. I was struck by the tenderness with which she handled the child. Now she is at work sewing a militsa out of reindeer skins, using reindeer veins for thread. The work is not only solid but also, unquestionably, elegant. The edges of the coat are decorated all over with ornamental patterns made of pieces of white and dark reindeer fur. A strip of red cloth is woven into every seam. Every member of the family wears pimi, militsi, gasi made by the women of the house. What an appalling amount of labor goes into all this. The eldest son has been lying sick in the corner of the tent for over 2 years. He gets medicines where he can, takes them in vast quantities and spends the winters here, in the tent with its pierced roof. The sick man has an unusually intelligent face, disease has carved lines into it which resemble traces of thought. I recall that it was here, among the RV Ostyaks, that Dobrovolsky, the young merchant from Berezov who had come to buy furs, died a month ago. Before he died he tossed in fever, without any help, for many days. Old Pantio, for whom we are waiting, owns about 500 reindeer. He is known throughout the countryside for his wealth. A reindeer here is everything: food, clothing, transport. A few years ago the price of a Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxists.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch33.htm, 14 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. Reindeer was 6 to 8 rubles, now it is 10 to 15. Nikifor explains this by the incessant epidemics which kill off hundreds of beasts. The light is going fast. It is obvious to me that no one is going to catch any reindeer for us before nightfall, but I am reluctant to abandon the last hope and I wait for the old man more impatiently, perhaps, than anyone has ever waited for him in his long life. It was already quite dark when he arrived at last with his hired men. He entered the tent unhurriedly, greeted us, and sat down by the hearth. His face, intelligent and commanding, struck me greatly. Obviously the 500 reindeer he owns make him feel a king from head to foot. Talk to him, won't you? I nudged Nikifor. What's the use of wasting time? It's too soon, they've got to have supper first. The laborer, a tall, wide-shouldered mujik, came in, greeted us in a nasal voice, changed his wet footcloths in a corner and moved up to the fire. What a dreadful face! The nose has completely vanished, the upper lip is raised high, the mouth is always half open, bearing a set of white, powerful teeth. I turned away, terrified, from this unfortunate. Perhaps the time has come to offer them some spirits. I asked Nikifor, whose authority in these matters I have come to respect. Couldn't be a better time for it, he agreed. I took out the bottle. The daughter-in-law, who had begun covering her face since the old man's return, lit a piece of tree bark at the fire and, using it as a torch, found a metal drinking bowl in a trunk. Nikifor wiped the drinking bowl with the hem of his shirt and filled it to the brim. The first portion was offered to the old man. Nikifor explained to him that this was 95-degree spirit. The old man nodded gravely and emptied the large bowl in one gulp, not a muscle quivered in his face. Then the younger son, the one with the split lip, had a bowlful. He forced himself to drink, wrinkled his poor face, and then took a long time spitting into the fire. Then the laborer drank, and his head began rocking uncontrollably from side to side. Then the bowl was offered to the sick man, he failed to drain it and returned the bowl. Nikifor threw the remainder into the fire to show the quality of the product. The alcohol burned with a bright flame. Take, strong, the old man said calmly. Take, confirmed his son, expelling a long jet of spittle from his mouth. Saka take, very strong, added the laborer. Then Nikifor had a drink and also found that it was too strong. The spirit was diluted with tea. Nikifor stuck his finger in the neck of the bottle and shook it. Everyone had another drink. Then they diluted it once more and had one more drink. At last Nikifor began to explain our business. Saka kosa, said the old man. Kosa, Saka kosa, the others chimed in. What are they saying? I asked impatiently. They say it's very far. He wants 30 rubles to the ore mines. How much does he want to go as far as Nyaximble? Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 15 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. Nikifor muttered something, obviously displeased. I was not to know the reason until later, but translated my question to the old man and replied, 13 rubles to Nyaximble, 30 to the ore mines. When will he round up the reindeer for us? As soon as it's dawn. Why not now? Nikifor, with an ironical look, translated my question. Everyone laughed and shook their heads negatively. I understood that a night halt could not be avoided and went out into the fresh air. It was still and warm. I walked in the clearing for half an hour and then lay down to sleep in our sleigh. Wearing my sheepskin and gus, I lay as if in an animal's lair made of fur. A circular segment of sky above the tent was lit up with the light of the dying fire. Total stillness everywhere. The stars hung high and clear in the sky. The trees stood motionless. The smell of reindeer furs moistened by my breath was a little suffocating, but the warmth was pleasant. The stillness of the night had a hypnotizing effect and I fell asleep with the firm resolve to arouse the mujiks at the crack of dawn and to leave as soon as possible. So much time lost. A disaster. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I woke up with a start several times, but it was still dark. Soon after 4 o'clock, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, I went inside the tent, groped my way through to Nikifor and shook him awake. He aroused all the others. It is evident that forest life during the icy winters has left its mark on these people, After waking they coughed, hacked, and spat on the floor for so long that I was unable to go on watching the scene and got out into the fresh air. At the entrance to the tent a boy of about 10 was pouring water from his mouth onto his dirty hands and then spreading it over his dirty face. Having completed this operation, he dried himself meticulously with a handful of wood shavings. Soon thereafter the laborer without a nose and the son with a split lip went off on skis, accompanied by dogs, to round up the reindeer. A good half-hour passed before the first group of animals approached the tent. "That's all right then," said Nikifor, "the whole herd'll be here in a moment." But this was not the case. 2 hours went by before a sufficient number of reindeer had collected in the clearing. They walked quietly around the outside of the tent, dug the snow with their muzzles, gathered into groups, and lay down. The sun had already risen above the forest and shone over the snow-covered clearing. The silhouettes of the reindeer, large and small, dark and white, with antlers and without, stood out sharply against the snow, a fantastic sight that seemed unreal and that I will never forget. The reindeer are controlled by dogs. These small, shaggy creatures hurl themselves at groups of 50 reindeer or more as soon as they wander away from the tent, and the huge beasts, panic-stricken, return at once. But even this could not drive away thoughts of the time lost. This day, the opening day of the State Duma, was proving an unlucky day for me. I waited with feverish impatience for the roundup to be. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 16 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 35 seconds. Completed. It was already past 9 o'clock, but the herd was not yet all there. We had lost 24 hours, obviously we could not leave before 11 o'clock or midday, and then there was the return journey to Arvi, 20 to 30 versts on an almost non-existent road. If things went badly, they might catch up with me before night. If the police had missed me the day after I had left and had got one of Nikifor's innumerable drinking companions to disclose what route we had taken, a search party might have set out on the night of the 19th. We had traveled no more than 300 versts. This distance could be covered in 24 to 36 hours. In other words, we had just given the enemy sufficient time to catch us. The present delay might prove fatal. I began nagging Nikifor. Hadn't I told him the night before that we should go out and look for the old man instead of waiting for him? We should have paid out a few more rubles rather than waste all night. If only I could speak Ostyak myself, I'd have fixed it all. But that was what Nikifor was supposed to do, that was his job. Etc., etc. Nikifor looked past me with a sulky face. What's one to do with them when they don't want to start before morning? And their reindeer, too, are spoiled and overfed, no hope of rounding them up in the middle of the night. But never fear, he added suddenly, turning his gaze upon me, we'll get there. Are you sure? We'll get there. I too became suddenly convinced that all would be well, that we would get there. The more so as the whole clearing was now filled with reindeer and the two Ostyaks on skis appeared between the trees. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Watch, they're going to pull in the reindeer now, said Nikifor. I saw each of the Ostyaks take a lasso. The old man slowly arranged the loop over his left arm. Then all three of them talked together in loud voices, apparently working out a plan and choosing the first victim. Nikifor, too, was let into the plot. His job was to set a particular group of reindeer galloping down the wide space between the old man and his son. The laborer stood a little further along. The frightened beasts rushed in a solid mass, a stream of heads and antlers. The men seemed to be watching out for a pinpoint in the stream. Now. The old man threw his lasso and shook his head in disappointment. Now. The young Ostyak missed too. I felt the noseless man, standing on open ground in the midst of the stream of reindeer, look so confident, so elementally powerful, that, as I watched the movements of his hand, I felt sure he would succeed. The reindeer all shied back from the rope, but a large, white bull, after making 2 or 3 leaps, stopped and began to twist and turn on the spot. The loop had caught him around the neck and antlers. Nikifor explained to me that the animal which had been caught was the most cunning of the reindeer, who caused constant trouble by leading the whole herd away when it was most wanted. Now the white rebel would be tied up and things would go more smoothly. The Ostyaks picked up their lassos again, looping them around the left arm, and exchanged loud remarks, working out a new plan of action. I, too, was seized by the disinterested passion of the hunt. Nikifor told me that they were now going to catch that big vajhunka over there, with the short horns, and I joined the military operations. We began driving. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 17 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 36 seconds. A group of reindeer in the direction where the three men stood waiting with their lassos. But the vajhunka seemed to know what was awaiting her. She darted off to one side and would have disappeared in the forest if the dogs had not taken up the pursuit. An encircling movement had to be executed. This time the noseless man was again the one who succeeded in choosing the right moment and throwing the loop over the vajhunka's neck. "This one's barren, she's never had a calf," explained Nikifor, "that's why she's specially good for work." The hunt was exciting, although long drawn out. After the vajhunka, a huge reindeer with the look of a real bull was caught by two lassos at once. Then there was a lull because the group of reindeer that was wanted escaped into the forest. The laborer and the younger son went off once more on their skis, and we had to wait for half an hour or so. Towards the end things went better, and, with concerted effort, we managed to catch 13 reindeer, 7 for Nikifor and me, 6 for our hosts. At last, at about 11 o'clock, in 4 sleighs drawn by 3 reindeer each, we set off in the direction of Arvi. The Ostiak laborer will accompany us as far as the ore mines. A 7th, spare reindeer is tied on behind his sleigh. *****. The lame bull, left behind at Arvi while we went to the tent village, never recovered. He lay limply on the snow and let himself be caught without a lasso. Nikifor let his blood once more, but to no better purpose than before. The Ostiak said he must have dislocated a leg. Nikifor stood over him for a while, not knowing what to do, and then sold him for 8 rubles to one of the locals for meat. The man dragged the poor brute away on a rope. Such was the melancholy end of the bull, which had no equal anywhere in the world. Curiously, Nikifor sold the animal without asking my consent, yet our agreement had been that the reindeer would become his property only after he had safely delivered me to my destination. I was very reluctant to let the knacker take away an animal that had served me so well, but I hadn't the courage to protest. Having completed his business transaction, Nikifor turned to me, put the money in his purse, and said, "That's 12 rubles pure loss. What a funny fellow he is. He has forgotten that it was I who paid for the reindeer, and that he had assured me that they would transport us the whole way. Yet here am I, obliged to hire new ones after only 300 versts. Today the weather is so warm that a slight thaw has set in. The snow has softened, and the reindeer's hooves set wet lumps of it flying in all directions. This makes it harder for the deer to run. Our leader is a bull with only one horn and of rather mediocre appearance. The Baron Vajhunka, working hard, is on the right. Between them is a fat, not very large young bull who has never been in harness before. Escorted on right and left, he is performing his duties conscientiously. The Ostiak is in front, driving a sleigh loaded with my luggage. On top of his militsa he is wearing a bright red smock, which makes an absurd, and yet central, patch of color against the background of white snow, grey forest, grey reindeer, and grey sky. The road is so difficult that the traces on the front sleigh have already broken twice, the skids freeze to the road at every halt, and it is difficult to set the sleighs in motion. After only 2 runs the reindeer are already noticeably tired. "Shall we be stopping at Nilden's yurts for a drink of tea?" Nikifor asked. The next yurts are a long way off. I could see that both drivers wanted tea, but I was anxious to lose no more time after the 24. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 18 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 36 seconds. Hours lost at Arvi, I said we would not stop. "You're the boss," said Nikifor, and gave an angry prod to the Baron Vajhunka. *****. We traveled in silence for another 40 versts or so. When Nikifor is sober, he is surly and taciturn. The weather turned colder, the road froze and hardened. At Sanjitarpal we decided to stop. The yurt here is marvelous, with benches and a table covered with American cloth. At supper Nikifor translated for me part of the noseless man's conversation with the women who served us, and I learned a number of interesting things. About 3 months ago this Ostiak's wife had hanged herself. And what had she used? A bit of frayed old hempen rope, which she had tied to the end of a branch. The man had been away in the forest hunting for squirrel together with the other Ostiaks. The rural policeman, another Ostiak, had come to find him saying his wife was very sick. The thought flashed through my mind, so they, too, don't tell you straight away. The Ostiak had said, what's her mother there for? Let her make a fire in the hearth, that's why we keep her with us. But the policeman had insisted that he should come. The husband had arrived at the tent, but the wife was already a goner. That's the second wife he's lost, Nikifor concluded. Don't tell me the other one killed herself too. No, that one died a natural death, from a sickness. It transpired that the two pretty children whom, to my great horror, our Ostiak had kissed goodbye on the mouth when leaving Arvi, were his children by his first wife. He had lived with the second one for about 2 years. Maybe they forced her to marry him. You only have to look at him, I said. Nikifor made inquiries. No, he says she came to him of her own free will. Later he paid her old folk 30 rotables and then they all lived together. No one knows why she hanged herself. I don't suppose it often happens that way, does it? You mean, Ostiaks not dying a natural death? Why, they're always doing it. Last summer, near my home, an Ostiak shot himself with a rifle. What, deliberately? No, by accident. And another time, a police clerk in our district town shot himself. You'll never guess where, on top of the police tower. Climbed up to the very top and said, take that, you sons of bitches, and then he shot himself. An Ostiak, was he? No, a Russian character, Nikita Mitrofanovich Molodtsovitoy. ******. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 19 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 36 seconds. When we left the Sanjitarpal, night had already fallen. It had stopped thawing long before, but the weather continued very warm. The road was excellent, soft yet dry, a good working road, Nikifor said. The reindeer trod the ground noiselessly and seemed to be pulling without any effort. In the end the third one had to be unharnessed and tied on behind. When reindeer haven't enough work to do, they tend to swerve from side to side and may end by smashing up a sleigh. The sleigh skidded along smoothly and noiselessly, like a boat on the glassy surface of a pond. In the gathering darkness the forest looked even more gigantic than before. I could not see the road and hardly felt the motion of my sleigh. It was as though the trees were under a spell and came running towards us. Bushes slipped away, old tree stumps covered with snow flew past, everything seemed filled with mystery. The only sound was the fast, regular chu-chu-chu-chu of the reindeer's breathing. Thousands of long-forgotten sounds filled my head in the midst of the silence. Suddenly I heard a sharp whistle in the depth of the dark forest. It seemed mysterious and infinitely remote. Yet it was only our Ostiak signaling to his reindeer. Then silence once more whistling far away, more trees rushing noiselessly out of darkness into darkness. In my somnolent state an anxious thought occurs to me. The Ostiaks must figure that I am a rich merchant. We are in the depths of the forest, the night is dark, not a man nor a dog anywhere for 50 versts round. What is to stop them? Luckily I have a revolver. But it is locked in my suitcase, which in turn is roped to the Ostiak's sleigh, the same noseless Ostiak who, at this particular moment, seems to me strangely suspicious. I decide that at the next halt I must take out the revolver and keep it next to myself. This driver of ours in his red mantle is an extraordinary creature. The lack of a nose does not seem to have affected his sense of smell in the least. It is as though he could scent the road. He knows every tree, every bush, and is as much at home in the forest as he was in his master's tent. Now he shouts something to Nikifor. It appears that there should be some moss under the snow just here. We can stop and feed our reindeer. We stop and unharness. It is 3 a.m. Nikifor says that Zyrian reindeer, unlike these Ostiak ones, are cunning and he would never let them loose at a halt but would feed them tied up. Letting a reindeer loose isn't any trouble, he says, but what if you can't catch him again when you want him? However, the Ostiak has a different opinion and is willing to release his beasts on parole. I am impressed by his noble-mindedness, but nevertheless gaze at the animals' muzzles with some anxiety. What if they are more attracted by the moss that grows around the RV tent village? That would be regrettable indeed. However, before allowing the reindeer to depart on the basis of a gentleman's agreement, my two drivers cut down 2 tall pines and cut them into 7 lengths of about an arshin and a half. These logs, supposed to act as a restraining influence, are hung around the necks of each reindeer. Let us hope that they will not prove too light. After releasing the reindeer, Nikifor cut some firewood, trod down a circular patch of snow and dug a hollow in which he laid a fire, placing a pile of fir branches around the fire for us to sit on. 2 cooking pots were hung over the fire on 2 green branches stuck in the snow, and we filled them with handfuls of snow. I dare say this tea-drinking party around a bonfire in February would have seemed a good deal less attractive if there had been a frost of 40 or 50 degrees below zero. But we were exceptionally lucky, and the weather was warm and still. I was afraid of oversleeping and so decided not to lie down, but sat on by the fire for 2 hours or so, feeding it and noting down my traveling impressions in its flickering light. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 20 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 36 seconds. At first dawn I woke the drivers. They caught the reindeer without any difficulty. While they were being harnessed it became fully light and everything around us took on a perfectly prosaic aspect. The pines became smaller, the birches stood still. The Ostiak looked sleepy and last night's suspicions vanished like smoke. At the same time I remembered that there were only 2 cartridges in the ancient revolver I had acquired before leaving, and that the person who had sold it to me had urged me not to use it, saying that there might be an accident. So it remained inside the suitcase. We drove on through thick forest pines, firs, birches, powerful larches, cedars and, by the river, willow. The road is good. The reindeer are running well but without friskiness. The Ostiak on the front sleigh has hung his head low and is singing a melancholy song consisting of only 4 notes. Perhaps he is remembering the frayed old hempen rope that his second wife used to hang herself with. Forest, nothing but forest. Monotonously uniform over a vast area, yet infinitely diverse in its internal combinations. Here, a pine has rotted and its upper part has fallen right across the road, forming a kind of arch. It is enormous, and snow covers it like a shroud which hangs down over our heads. And here, it seems, there must have been a forest fire last autumn. Dry, straight trunks without bark or leaves stand like telegraph poles planted in the ground without rhyme or reason, or like bare ships' masts in a frozen harbor. The area of the fire covers several versts. Then we travel through nothing but fir, branchy, dark and dense. The old giant trees jostle one another, their tops meet and stop the sunlight getting in. The branches are covered with a web of green thread, like a coarse spider's web. Men and reindeer seem smaller amid these centenarian firs. Then, suddenly, the trees became much smaller, as though hundreds of young firs had run out on a snowy plain and formed rows at a regular distance from one another. At a turn of the road we almost collided with a small sleigh pulled by 3 dogs and driven by a little Ostiak girl. A boy of about 5 walked at the side. The children were very pretty. I have noticed that Ostiak children are often good-looking. But why, then, are the adults so repulsively ugly? Forest, forest. Here again there has been a forest fire, though not so recently. Young shoots are growing among the burnt trunks. How do these fires start? I ask. By people lighting bonfires. Never, says Nikifor, in summer there's not a soul comes here, all the traveling's done by river. No, the fires are caused by a cloud comes over and sets the forest alight. Or else one tree rubs against another in the wind until they strike sparks. In summer the trees are dry. Put out the fires. Who's there to do it? The wind starts a fire, the wind puts it out. The resin and bark burn away, the needles burn away, the trunk stays up. In a couple of years' time the roots will be dry and then the trunk will fall too. There are many trunks here which are ready to fall. Some are held up only by the thin branches of the adjacent tree. This one here has nearly fallen across the road, but something, heaven knows what, is keeping its top up, 3 arshins or so above the ground. We have to duck to avoid cracking our heads. Now again, for the space of several minutes, there is a zone of mighty firs, then suddenly we are in a cutting that leads down to the river. Such cuttings are handy for catching duck in the springtime. In spring they fly downwards, you know. Before sunset you have to stretch a net right across the cutting, between the trees right to the very top. A large net, like a fighting net, see. Then you lie down under a tree. The duck come flying into the cutting, and when it gets dark, they can't see the net, so they get caught in it. You just pull a string, the net'll fall. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 21 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 36 seconds. Down and cover them right up. You can bag 50 duck at once, that way. All you have to do is keep snapping them. How, snapping them? You've got to kill them before they've a chance of flying away, haven't you? So you get your teeth around their necks, and snap. That's the quickest way, blood pouring down your lips and all. Of course you can smash their heads with a stick, too, but snapping them is safer. At the beginning all reindeer, like all Ostiaks, seemed to me identical with one another. But I soon found out that each of our 7 deer has a physiognomy of its own, and I have learned to distinguish between them. Sometimes I feel waves of tenderness for these wonderful animals which have already brought me 500 versts nearer to the railway line. Our alcohol supplies have given out. Nikifor is sober and glum. The Ostiak keeps singing his song about the hempen rope. There are moments when I find it unspeakably hard to realize that it is I, not anyone else, lost here amid this immeasurable wasteland. 2 sleighs, 7 reindeer and 2 men, all making this journey because of me. 2 men, adults, fathers of families, have left their homes and are suffering all the hardships of the road because I, a third person, a total stranger to them both, require it. Such relations exist everywhere, all over the world. But I doubt whether anywhere else but here, in the primeval taiga, where they are exposed in all their crassness, one's imagination could be so vividly struck by them. After the night bivouac we passed the Saratiask and Menki Paul yurts, stopping only at Kanglas, further along the road. Here the people are, if anything, still more savage than in the other places we have seen. Everything is a novelty to them. My eating utensils, my scissors, my stockings, the blanket I keep in my sleigh, all evoke admiration and astonishment. Everyone makes approving noises whenever I produce anything new. At one point I spread out a map of Tobolsk province and read out the names of all the adjacent yurts and rivers. All listened with gaping mouths, and when I had finished declared in unison that everything I had said was exactly right. Having run out of small change, I gave every man and woman 3 cigarettes and a sweet as thanks for their hospitality. Everyone was highly satisfied. An old Ostiak woman, less repulsive looking than the rest and very lively, literally fell in love with me, or rather with my belongings. You could see from her smile that her feeling was one of purely disinterested admiration of these phenomena from another world. She helped me wrap my legs in the blanket, we shook each other affectionately by the hand and each said a few agreeable words in their own language. We stopped in a poor Zairian house. Our host was once a merchant's clerk, but quarreled with his employer and is now without work. He surprised me at once by his literary, not at all peasant-like, speech. We got into conversation. He spoke with perfect understanding about the possibilities of the Duma being dissolved, the government's chances of obtaining a new loan, etc. Among other things he asked me whether all Herzen's works had been published yet. And yet this educated person is a complete barbarian. He wouldn't move a finger to help his wife, who keeps the entire family. She bakes bread for the Ostiaks, 2 ovenfuls a day. She fetches wood and water, in addition, she takes care of the children. The night we spent in her house she never went to bed at all. A small lamp burned behind the partition, and we could hear sounds of her hard at work, kneading and shaping bread dough. In the morning she. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch33.htm, 22 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 36 seconds. Was still on her feet, she boiled the samovar, dressed the children, and handed her just awakened husband his reindeer skin boots, which she had dried overnight. "Why doesn't your man help you?" I asked her when we happened to remain alone. There isn't any real work for him to do, you see. There's no fishing here, and he's not used to hunting. The land hereabouts isn't plowed, last year was the first time anyone tried doing it. So what's he to do? Our men don't work in the house, never. They're lazy, you see, scarcely any better than the Ostyaks. That's why Russian girls will never marry a Zyrian. What's the point of putting your head in a noose, they say. Only we Zyrian women will do it. It's a matter of what you're used to. And do Zyrian girls marry Russians? Oh yes, lots. Russian mujiks like marrying our girls because no one's a better worker than a Zyrian woman. But never the other way around. I don't think there's ever been a case of a Russian girl marrying a Zyrian. Well, is the Duma going to meet soon? Nikifor unexpectedly asked me. It met the day before yesterday. I wonder what it'll do. I hope it makes them see reason. They've got us down properly, they have. Take flour, it used to be a ruble 50, now, an Ostyak tells me, it's gone up to 180. How do you expect us to live at such prices? Especially we Zyrians. They've got it in for us. You fetch a cartload of straw and you have to pay. You put up a pile of firewood, you have to pay. The Russians and the Ostyaks both say the land is theirs, see. The Duma ought to do something about that. Our police sergeant isn't a bad character at all, but the inspector is a different proposition altogether. The Duma won't have much to say. They'll dissolve it, you'll see. That's true, they'll dissolve it, Nikifor agreed, adding a few strong words whose energy Stolypin might have envied. We arrived at the Nyaximvali yurts at night. Here it was possible to change reindeer, and I decided to do this despite Nikifor's objections. He kept insisting that we should continue with the RV reindeer, using the most absurd arguments and interfering with my negotiations. I was surprised at his behavior until I understood that he was thinking of the return journey. If we kept the RV reindeer, he could go back to where he had left his own beasts without incurring further expense. But I refused to give in, and we hired fresh beasts for 18 rubles as far as Nikito-Ividolskoy, a large gold mining village by the Ural Mountains. That is the last point on the reindeer road. Beyond it we still had to travel 150 or so versts in horse-driven sleighs till we got to the railway line. The distance from Nyaximvali to Ividolskoye is about 250 versts, 24 hours of fast travel. Here we had a repetition of the same business as at Arvi. The reindeer could not be rounded up at night and we had to wait till morning. You were saying someone in this village tried plowing the land last year. What came of it? It was very good, really. One man sowed a pud and a half of rye, and collected a crop of 30 puds. Another sowed a pud and collected 20. About 40 versts from here, that was. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 23 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 36 seconds. Nyaximvali is the first place along the road where I have heard of any attempts at agriculture. ******. We didn't leave until the afternoon. The new driver, like all drivers in general, promised to bring his reindeer at the crack of dawn but in fact did not turn up till midday. He is not traveling himself but has sent a young lad along with us. The sunshine was dazzling, I could hardly open my eyes, and even through closed lids the snow and the sun shone like molten metal. At the same time a steady, cold wind prevented the snow from thawing. It wasn't until we entered the forest that I could rest my eyes a little. The forest is the same as before, and there is the same large number of animal tracks, which Nikifor has taught me to distinguish. A hare's silly loops that he weaves without any rhyme or reason. Hares are particularly plentiful because nobody hunts them. Here a whole circle of ground has been trampled by hares' paws, with tracks radiating out in all directions. You might think the hares had held a night meeting and, surprised by a police patrol, had scattered in panic. Partridges, too, are plentiful, the tracks of their pointed feet clearly visible in the snow. A fox's track forms a cautious, regular line, as though drawn with a ruler, 30 paces to the side of the road. The scarcely noticeable tracks of forest mice are everywhere. In many places the tracks of ermine, like tightly stretched pieces of string with knots tied at regular intervals along them. Here the road is pitted with a series of large holes, made by a heavy-footed elk. At night we stopped once more, set loose our reindeer, made a bonfire and drank tea, and again in the morning I waited for the reindeer's return in a feverishly impatient state. Before going for them, Nikifor warned me that the piece of wood had come untied from the neck of one of them. "Does that mean he's gone?" "No, the bull's here all night," said Nikifor, and immediately proceeded to curse the reindeer's owner for giving us neither lassos nor lengths of ordinary rope for emergencies en route. I gathered that things were not going too well. The first to be caught was the bull. To try and win the animal's confidence, Nikifor simulated the rattling noise reindeer make in their throats. The reindeer came quite close, several times, but as soon as Nikifor made any movement, it darted back into the forest. This scene was repeated 2 or 3 times. Finally Nikifor tied loops into a piece of rope he had found in the bottom of the sleigh, spread it on the ground, and covered it over with snow. Then he started making rattling and bubbling noises once more to ingratiate himself with the bull. When the animal warily approached, Nikifor suddenly tugged at the rope and the piece of wood hanging from the bull's neck got caught in one of the loops. The captured bull was pulled into the forest to act as a decoy for the other reindeer. A good hour passed after this, and the forest grew fully light. From time to time I heard human voices in the distance, then silence fell again. What would they do about the reindeer that had shaken off its piece of wood, I wondered. I had heard that it sometimes took 3 days to catch an escaped reindeer. No, they were coming. First they had caught all the reindeer except the free one, which roamed close by and refused to be tempted into coming nearer. Then suddenly it joined the reindeer which had already been caught, and started eating snow together with them. Nikifor crept close and grabbed the free animal by the leg. It. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 24 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 36 seconds. Pulled away, fell over, and knocked Nikifor over in the process, but, in the end, the man won. ******. At about 10 a.m. we arrived at Saveda. 3 yurts here were boarded up, only one was inhabited. An enormous carcass of a she-elk lay on a pile of wood, another, of a wild reindeer, lay on the ground a little further along. Lumps of blue meat were to be seen on the smoke-blackened roof, among them 2 dead elk calves taken from the mother elk's belly. All the inhabitants of the yurt were drunk and asleep. No one returned our greeting. The house was quite large but incredibly dirty, without any furniture. A cracked piece of ice propped up with sticks served as a window pane. On the walls were the 12 apostles, portraits of various monarchs and a colored advertisement from a rubber factory. Nikifor made a fire in the hearth. Then an Ostiak woman, swaying and stumbling, rose to her feet. 3 children, one of them a babe in arms, slept beside her. During the last few days the family had hunted with great success. Besides the she-elk, they had killed 7 wild reindeer, 6 carcasses were still in the forest. "Why are there so many empty yurts hereabouts?" I asked Nikifor after we had set off once more. "For many reasons. An Ostiak won't live in a house where there's been a death. He'll either sell it or board it up or transfer it to another bit of ground. Same thing, if a woman that's unclean enters a house then that's the end of it, the house has got to go. Their women live separately during those times, you see, in huts made of branches. Another thing, the Ostiaks are dying out pretty fast. That's why their yurts stand empty. Listen, Nikifor Ivanovich, don't tell people any more that I'm a merchant. As soon as we reach the ore mines, say that I'm an engineer from the G6TE expedition. Have you heard about it, yourself?" "No, I haven't." "Stuvili, there's a plan to build a railway from Obdursk to the Arctic Ocean. They want to be able to export Siberian goods abroad without going through Central Russia first, you see. So remember to say that this was the business I went to Obdursk on." The day was ending. It was less than 50 versts to Ivedal. We came to the Vogel settlement of Oykopol. I asked Nikifor to go into one of the houses to reconnoiter. He returned 10 minutes later. The house, he said, was full of people, all drunk. The local Vogdils had been having a party with some Ostiak carters taking goods to Nyaxim Valley. I refused to enter the house for fear that Nikifor would get drunk at this final stage of our journey. "I shan't drink," he assured me, "I'll just buy a bottle for the road." A tall muzhik came up to our sleigh and started questioning Nikifor in Ostiak. I could not follow their conversation until both began cursing one another in the purest Russian. The man was not quite sober. Nikifor too was no longer quite himself after the few minutes he had spent indoors. I joined in the conversation. "What does he want?" I asked Nikifor, taking his interlocutor for an Ostyak. But the man replied in Russian. He had only put the usual questions to Nikifor: whom was he driving and where, and Nikifor had told him to go to hell, which had been the cause for the further exchange of views. "Are you an Ostyak or a Russian, then?" I asked in my turn. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 25 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 36 seconds. Why, a Russian, sure enough. Shiro Panov, my name is, from Nyaxim Valley. And you wouldn't be from God's crowd, by chance? I was astounded. Yes, I am. But how do you know about it? They wrote to me from Tobolsk asking me to join. That was when they were going out to prospect for the first time. There was an Englishman with them at the time, can't remember the name. Charles Williamovich Putman. I prompted at random. No, that's something else. Wasn't there something about Putman's wife? No, this one's name was Cruz, I just remembered. And now what are you doing? I'm a clerk at the Shulgins in Nyaxim Valley. It's their goods we're carting. Trouble is, I haven't been well the last 3 days, pains all over my body. I offered him some medicines, and was obliged to enter the house. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The fire in the hearth was dying, no one bothered to revive it, and the room was almost completely dark. It was full of people, sitting on the plank beds and on the floor, some were standing. As always, the women half covered their faces with their kerchiefs on seeing a stranger. I lit a candle and gave Shiro Panov some sodium salicylate, whereupon I was immediately surrounded by drunk and half-drunk Ostyaks and Voguls, all complaining of various diseases. Shiro Panov acted as interpreter, and I treated everyone impartially with quinine and sodium salicylate. Is it true you live where the Tsar lives? A little old desiccated Vogel asked me. Yes, in Petersburg, I replied. I've been there too, at the exhibition. I've seen everybody, the Tsar, the chief of police, the Grand Duke, everybody. Oh, did you go in a deputation, in Vogel national dress? Yes, yes, everybody began to nod affirmatively. I was younger then, and stronger. Now I'm an old man, always sick. I gave him some medicine, too. The Ostyaks were very pleased with me, shook my hand, invited me for the 10th time to drink some vodka, and were very much upset by my refusal. Nikifor sat by the hearth downing one cup after another of tea and vodka alternately. I gave him several meaningful looks, but he kept his eyes glued to the cup and pretended not to see me. There was nothing for it but to wait while Nikifor finished his tea. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch33.htm, 26 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 36 seconds. We've taken 3 days to cover the 45 versts from Ividal. The Ostyaks have been drinking the whole time. At Ividal we stopped at military Mitrik Lyolin's, a very good man, that. He's brought some new books back from a trip to the ore mines, the People's Calendar, and some recent newspapers. The calendar tells you what everybody's salary is, some get 200,000, you know, some 150. What do they get all that money for, I ask you? I don't hold with any of that. I've never seen you before, sir, but I'm telling you straight, I don't like any of that, I don't care for it. They say the Duma met on the 20th, I'll bet this one is as bad as the last, or worse. Well, let's see what those socialists can do. There'll be about 50 socialists in the Duma, plus 150 Narodniks, plus 100 cadets or so. Hardly any blacks at all. Would you mind if I asked what party you sympathize with? Me? I'm a Social Democrat by conviction. Because the Social Democratic Party puts everything on a scientific basis. I felt like rubbing my eyes. The depths of the taiga, a dirty native hut, a crowd of drunken Voguls, and here was some petty merchant's clerk telling me that he was a believer in social democracy because of its scientific basis. I must admit I felt a sudden upsurge of party pride. It's a pity you've buried yourself in these dark and drunken parts, I said to him with genuine regret. What is there to be done? I used to work in Barnaul, then I got sacked. I'm a family man, I hadn't any choice but to come here. And, you know, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, or, as we say more aptly, live among wolves, howl like a wolf. I turned down the offer to go north with Gott's expedition, and now I'm sorry. If I should be needed again, drop me a line. I felt embarrassed, and wanted to tell him that I was no engineer and not a member of any expedition, but an escaped socialist. But I thought it over and abstained. The time had come to get back into our sleighs. The Vogels crowded around us in the courtyard, holding up the lighted candle which I had given as a parting present. The air was so still that the candle did not go out. We said goodbye over and over again, a young Ostiak even tried to kiss my hand. Shiropanov packed a wild reindeer's skin in my sleigh as a present. He absolutely refused to accept payment, and in the end I gave him a bottle of rum I had been carrying with me in case. At last we set off. Nikifor had regained his loquacity. For the 101st time he told me how he had been sitting at his brother's house, how Nikita Serapionovich had come in a sly muzhik, that one. And how he, Nikifor, had at first refused, and Sislikov, the corporal, had given him 5 rubles and told him to accept, and his uncle Mikhail Yegorovich, a good muzhik, that had said, "You fool, why didn't you say straight away that you are going to drive that character?" As soon as he had finished, Nikifor would start all over again. Now I'll tell you the whole story just how it was. There was I sitting at my brother Pantely Ivanovich's house, not drunk, mind, but having had a few, certainly. Well then, Nikita Serapionovich comes in and says to me, "Look here, now Nikifor Ivanovich, we'll soon be getting there. I want to thank you, and tell you that I'll never forget what you did for me. If only it were possible, I'd print it in the newspapers. I want to express my sincere gratitude to Nikifor Ivanovich Krenov, without whose help my escape could not." Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/work/1905/ch33.htm, 27 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 36 seconds. Have taken place. Well, why don't you print it? What about the police? That's true, I'd forgotten them. But it would be nice, and no mistake. I was in the paper once before, you know. How was that? That's how it was. There was a merchant from Obdursk, and, well, he pinched his sister's money, and I, to tell the truth, helped him a bit. Well, not exactly helped, but sort of backed him up. If the money's in your hand, I said, that means God's on your side. Is that right? While. Not quite. Never mind, then. Anyway, I backed him up, sort of. Nobody knew about it, just the one character, Peter Petrovich Vaklakov, a really sly one. And so he goes and prints all about it in the newspaper. A thief, the merchant Adrianov, stole the money, and another thief, Nikifor Krenov, helped to cover the deed up. All printed black on white, and every word of it the truth. You ought to have sued him for slander, I said. There was a minister once, by the name of Gurko, can't remember if he stole something or only helped someone else to steal something. Anyway, when he was found out, he sued for slander. You should have done the same. I did think of it. But I couldn't do it, because, you see, this Vaklakov, he's my best friend. IIC didn't do it to hurt, just for a joke, see. He's a clever muzhik, a jack of all trades. Not a man but a regular price list. At about 4 a.m., we arrived at Ividal and stopped at the house of Dmitry Dmitrievich Lyalin, whom Shiropanov had recommended to me as a narodnik. He proved to be a most amiable and warm-hearted person, and I am happy to have this opportunity of expressing my most sincere thanks to him. Our life here is a quiet one, he told me over the samovar. Even the revolution barely touched us. Of course we're interested in the events, we read the newspapers, we sympathize with the progressive movement, our representatives to the Duma are left-wingers, but I couldn't say the revolution has properly stirred us up here. At the ore mines, yes, there were some strikes and demonstrations, but nothing here. We lead a quiet life, we don't even have any police, just the one officer to look after the mines. The telegraph doesn't start till the Bogoslovsky mine, 150 versts from here, and the railway line starts there too. Exiles. Yes, there are a few, 3 from Livlandia, a schoolmaster, a circus artist. All of them are working on the dredger, no one's particularly badly off here. They lead a quiet life like the rest of us. We prospect for gold, in the evenings we drop in at each other's houses. From here you can continue to Rudniki without any fear, no one'll stop you, you can take the postal coach, or hire your own if you like, I'll find you a driver. When I said goodbye to Nikifor he could hardly stand up. Take care, Nikifor Ivanovich, I said, make sure the drink doesn't get you into trouble on the way back. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch33.htm, 28 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 36 seconds. Never worry, if the belly's safe, the backbone's sound, he retorted. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The heroic phase of my story, the journey by reindeer over 700 or 800 versts of taiga and tundra, comes to an end here. Even at its most hazardous moments, my escape turned out to be much easier and more prosaic because of good luck than it appeared to me in the planning stage, or to other people if one may judge by certain newspaper reports. The rest of the voyage in no way resembled an escape. My traveling companion for a large part of the way to Rudniki was an excise official on a tour of government liquor shops in the area. At Rudniki I went to see a number of people to inquire whether it was safe to take the railway. The local conspirators did their best to frighten me with tales of local spying activities and advised me, after waiting at Rudniki for a week, to travel to Solikamsk, where everything would, they assured me, be much easier. I did not follow their advice, and have no reason to regret it. On the night of February 25 I took the narrow-gauge railway from Rudniki without the least trouble, and after 24 hours slow travel changed, at Kushva station, into a train on the Perm railway. Then I continued via Perm, Vyatka and Vologda and arrived in Petersburg on the evening of March 2. Thus, after 12 days of travel, I was driving in a cab down Nevsky Prospect. That is not long at all, the journey to Berezov had taken a month. While I was traveling on the narrow-gauge Ural Railway, I was not yet safely out of danger. On a local branch every foreigner is noticed at once, and, had the appropriate instructions been received by telegraph from Tobolsk, I might well have been arrested at any station. But when I had changed and was traveling in a comfortable carriage of the Perm railway, I knew that I had won. The train passed the same stations at which we had been met, so recently, by so many gendarmes, police, and troops. But now I was going in the opposite direction, and my feelings, too, were entirely different. At first the spacious, almost empty carriage seemed close and stuffy to me. I went and stood on the open connecting platform between two coaches. It was dark, a strong wind was blowing, and a loud cry burst spontaneously from my breast, a cry of happiness and freedom. Meanwhile the train of the Perm-Kotlas railway was carrying me forward, forward, always forward. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch33.htm, 29 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 36 seconds. Leon Trotsky, 1905, Chapter 33 back. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/1905/ch33.htm, 30 of 30, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 36 seconds. Leon Trotsky. Born, 1879, died, 1940. Lev Davidovich Bronstein. Leader, with V.I. Lenin, of the Russian Revolution. Architect of the Red Army. Soviet Commissar of Foreign Affairs 1917 to 1918 and Commissar of Military and Naval Affairs 1918 to 1924. In 1929, expelled from the Communist Party by the Stalinist faction of the party and then deported from the USSR. In 1938 he helped found the Fourth International, the World Party of Socialist Revolution. In 1940, murdered by a Stalinist assassin at his home in exile, in Mexico. The Trotsky Internet Archive, TIA, hopes to be central clearinghouse for Trotsky's writings. We encourage others to duplicate this effort by mirroring the site, copying selected writings from the TIA and otherwise disseminating Trotsky's writings. Many of Trotsky's writings remains to be translated from the original Russian. Many of these writings are still buried in the archives of the Russian KGB. Still others reside in various university archives such as the Trotsky Works at Harvard. We hope to offer, eventually, all these writings in as many languages as possible. This will require the efforts of dozens of volunteer transcribers, translators, etc. To be part of this effort, write the director of the Trotsky Internet Archive at tia@marxists.org. Last updated, June 3, 2002. The Trotsky Internet Archive subject indexes / collected writings series selected works, an index to a collection of writings here on the Trotsky Internet Archive selected by the TIA director and volunteers as representing Trotsky's most significant political works. Note, this is still a work in progress. Leon Trotsky on China, a complete collection of Trotsky's writings on China covering the years 1925 through 1940. Leon Trotsky on Britain, a complete collection of Trotsky's writings on Britain covering the years 1920. The collected writings of Leon Trotsky, Trotsky Internet Archive. http://www.marxists.org/archive/trotsky/work/index.htm, 1 of 4, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 45 seconds. Through 1940 with an emphasis on the mid-20s. The Rise of German Fascism, a complete collection of Trotsky's writings on Germany covering the years 1930 through 1940. The Spanish Revolution, a complete, but under construction, collection of Trotsky's writings on civil war in Spain covering the years 1931 through 1939. Our Revolution, Essays in Working Class and International Revolution, 1904 to 1917, a collection of Trotsky's writings edited by M. Olgin for the Soviet government. The Trotsky Internet Archive article index sorted by date, but does not include articles in the subject indexes, 1903, Report of the Siberian Delegation 1904, Our Political Tasks, Book, 5 parts, 300k, 1907, The Year 1905, Book, 1908, Leo Tolstoy, Poet and Rebel, Literary Criticism / article, 1909, Why Marxists Oppose Individual Terrorism, article, 1910, The Intelligentsia and Socialism 1914, War and the International, Book, 1916, On the Events in Dublin, article, 1917, The Peace Program and the Revolution 1917, Pacifism as the Servant of Imperialism, essay, 1917, After the July Days, What Next? Pamphlet, 156k in one section. 1917, The Struggle for State Power 1918, Trotsky's Military Writings, Volume 1, Collection of Articles, Essays and Lectures, 1918, Speech on Brest-Litovsk 1918, Peace Negotiations and the Revolution 1918, Soviet Government Documents, authored by Trotsky as Soviet Commissar of Foreign Affairs from November of 1917 through March of 1918, 1919, Trotsky Military Writings, Volume 2, Collection of Articles, Essays and Lectures, 1919, Rallying the Army During the Civil War, Speech, 1920, Trotsky. Military Writings, Volume 3, Collection of Articles, Essays and Lectures, 1920, Terrorism and Communism, An Answer to Karl Koski 1922, Between Red and White, Essay, 1923, The New Course, Essay, 1923, Communist Policy Toward Art, Essay, 1923, The Social Function of Literature and Art, Essay, 1923, What is Proletarian Culture, and Is it Possible? Essay, 1924, Literature and Revolution 1924, Through What Stage Are We Passing? 1924, May Day in the East and the West 1924, Perspectives and Tasks in the East, Speech on the third anniversary of the Communist University for Toilers of the East 1924, The Lessons of October, Essay, 160k multi-part, click here for PDF version. The Collected Writings of Leon Trotsky, Trotsky Internet Archive. http://www.marxists.org/archive/trotsky/work/index.htm, 2 of 4, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 45 seconds. 1924, Lenin Dead, Essay. 1924, First 5 Years of the Communist International. 1925, Lenin Book. 1926, On the Suppressed Testament of Lenin, Essay, 85K. 1927, Problems of the Chinese Revolution, Thesis, 104K. 1927, Platform of the Opposition, in 3 parts, 260K total. 1928, The Third International After Lenin, a draft criticism of the Communist International, Thesis. 1928, On the Canton Insurrections, 3 letters to Preobrazhensky, letter, 34K. 1930, Trotsky in Norway, essay, 1930, The History of the Russian Revolution, book, 1930, World Unemployment and the First Five-Year Plan 1930, My Life, Autobiography, 1931, The Permanent Revolution, and Results and Prospects, book, 1932, Principal Letter, 1932, Letter, 1932, Vital Questions for the German Proletariat, pamphlet, 300K in 3 parts, 1932, On Lenin's Testament, essay, 1932, In Defense of October, speech. In Copenhagen, Denmark 64K, 1933, The Class Nature of the Soviet State, essay, 1934, A Program of Action for France, 34K, 1934. On the Kirov Assassination, 76K, 1935, If America Should Go Communist, essay 22K, 1935, How Did Stalin Defeat the Opposition? Essay, 1935, Luxembourg and the Fourth International 1935, The Workers' State, Their Mitte and Bonapartism, essay, 1935, On the South African Thesis 1936, Their Morals and Ours, essay, 1936, The Revolution Betrayed, book, 1937, The Case of Leon Trotsky 1937, Not a Workers' and Not a Bourgeois State? 1937, Stalinism and Bolshevism, essay. 1937, The Stalin School of Falsification, book. 1937, On Democratic Centralism and the Regime, 10K. 1938, Freedom of the Press and the Working Class, pamphlet 10K. 1938, The Transitional Program for Socialist Revolution, pamphlet 114K, click here for PDF version. 1938, The USSR and Problems of the Transitional Epoch, abstract from the Transitional Program. 1938, Social Patriotic Sophistry, The Question of the Defense of Czechoslovakia's National Independence. 1938, Czechoslovakia, Toward a Decision. 1938, Class Relations in the Chinese Revolution, article, 35K. The Collected Writings of Leon Trotsky, Trotsky Internet Archive. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/index.htm, 3 of 4, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 45 seconds. 1938, Their Mitte and Anti-Semitism, article, 30K. 1939, Marxism in Our Time, 91K. 1939, The ABC of Materialist Dialectics, 18K, click here for PDF version. 1939, The USSR and the War, 65K. 1940, Political Profiles, compilation, total 1 MK, 1942, In Defense of Marxism, collection of articles, letters, 711K in 7 parts, click here for PDF version. 1944, Fascism, pamphlet. The Collected Writings of Leon Trotsky, Trotsky Internet Archive. http://www.marxist.org/archive/trotsky/work/index.htm, 4 of 4, June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 45 seconds. Katala Seski Dansk Deutsch Espagnol Euskara Francais Elinica Bahasa Indonesia Italiano Hebrew Netherlands Nihongo Norsk Polski Portuguese Pika Roman Srpskrvatski Suomi Svenska Turks. Search text index. Contact us volunteer. Marxist Archive on CD. Please use a Marxists.org server close to where you are, Asia, Europe, US. All material within these archives, unless noted otherwise, is protected by the Free Documentation License. Marxists Internet Archive. http://www.marxists.org/index.htm June 6, 2002, 13:44 and 54 seconds.